This man is too powerful, making it impossible to measure his spiritual root. His childhood sweetheart, however, possesses outstanding cultivation aptitude. The woman chose to give up immortal cultivation for him and grow old together with him in the earthly life. But the man refused because the level of the spirit testing array was too low. His body, as an immortal venerable, simply couldn't match it. Everyone thought he was a waste. But he only released a drop of spiritual energy, which almost caused the spirit testing array to explode. All the elders were dumbfounded. They had only heard of this kind of variation spiritual root in those top-quality cultivation sects. Within a few breaths, they saw the picture of the rise of the cultivation sect. The man's name is Blue Autumn Yun. He is the strongest existence in the immortal cultivation world. He was invincible throughout his life. At the moment, he was about to transcend the tribulation and become a god. I didn't expect to soul transmigration into the body of a teenage boy with the same name. And this boy happened to be lying in the Immortal Maiden's bath. Wait for Blue Autumn Yun to regain consciousness. These girls are already sword control, ready to kill him. Just at that moment, the originally calm lake suddenly burst out with giant sprays of water. Several female cultivators were instantly blasted away. This is a fourth-rank demon beast that is cultivated for thousands of years. The girls' eyes were filled with fear one by one. Perhaps only the elders in Sword Valley joining forces can confront it. A woman among them instructed the junior sisters to seek assistance from the elder in the cultivation sect. She stayed behind as a rear guard. However, she was no match for such a powerful demon beast. She was defeated with just one blow, completely helpless. The woman spat out a mouthful of blood, gradually losing consciousness. Just as she was falling, a young man caught her in his arms. At the same time, that strong oppression was completely wiped out. Blue Autumn Yun turned around and clenched his fists, looking at the demon beast not far away. Then he casually smashed towards it. The next second, the terrifying demon beast actually exploded on the spot. In the end, not even a trace of its body remained. I forgot to hold back my strength. I was also thinking about eating grilled fish. Blue Autumn Yun sighed. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw the face of a young man on the lake. In an instant, a sharp pain shot through his head. He felt two memories intertwining constantly. It wasn't until a moment later that he understood. He had actually undergone soul transmigration into the body of a young man named Blue Autumn Yun. The young man encountered a fox demon while out collecting herbs. In the end, the two of them battled for 3 days and 3 nights until they both became exhausted and perished. They were thrown into the lake. Blue Autumn Yun first checked his own body. He had officially entered the divine transformation stage, but strangely, there was no ascension, instead finding himself here. Just as he was lost in thought, a young girl ran over. She was Elegant Ling, the childhood sweetheart of this host. The girl blamed him as soon as she saw him, asking where he had been these past few days. The day for selecting disciples at Guiyuan Sword Valley is quickly approaching. Who wouldn't want to embark on the path to immortality and become a revered figure by all here? All things are inferior except for immortal cultivation, which is supreme. Blue Autumn Yun's mouth twitched upon hearing this. I have been cultivating for 10,000 years. Just as I finish the path to immortality, I have to start all over again. I finally have the opportunity to enjoy some leisurely moments by the waves. He is the strongest man in the immortal cultivation world. Now he is being doubted by his childhood sweetheart for lacking cultivation aptitude. And the woman even chose to give up immortal cultivation for him without hesitation. But now I have to try it anyway. The two arrived at an immortal mountain in Guiyuan Sword Valley. Passing the test here would grant them qualifications for immortal cultivation. Elegant Ling couldn't help but sigh as she gazed at the distant mountain peak. If she could be chosen to stay here, she would be able to fly in the sky like those cultivators. But flying on artifact Blue Autumn Yun told her that it's actually very simple. But the woman thought he was just bragging. Blue Autumn Yun is considered the man at the top of the world. Selections like this in little sect are a piece of cake for him, no matter how troublesome. But in the eyes of women, even moving a brick is a challenge for him, let alone immortal cultivation. Blue Autumn Yun is very upset about this. He is thinking about whether to scare this little girl. The test is about to begin soon. An immortal maiden is registering the names of those who are going. When she saw Blue Autumn Yun, she recognized this lecherous man at a glance and quickly went to pull senior sister over. The woman was very surprised at how he managed to survive under the 4th-ranked demon beast. She appeared very happy on the surface. But she would rather Blue Autumn Yun stay. She plans to teach this guy a lesson properly in the future. Elegant Ling saw this scene and instantly felt jealous. Blue Autumn Yun can only attribute his good looks to himself. After all the names have been recorded, the test officially begins. Single element spiritual root passes the test. Dual element becomes a genius to be cultivated by the cultivation sect. Triple element has not been tested yet. And 2/3 of these people did not pass the test. Blue Autumn Yun smiled as she looked at Elegant Ling's back. She had long ago investigated Elegant Ling's aptitude. She would surprise everyone later. Sure enough, the moment Elegant Ling stepped into the spiritual array, dazzling spiritual energy quickly spread out. In an instant, her whole body was covered with 3 different colors of light. Sword Valley Sect Master's pupils suddenly constricted triple spiritual root. This can be regarded as a rare genius among millions. The elders looked at each other. They both saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Wait for the spiritual array light to disappear. Elegant Ling waits nervously for the announcement of the result. He is a promising talent for cultivation, Sect True Master said with a smile. Elegant Ling, you are exceptionally gifted. Come back to the sect with us in advance. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused great envy among the crowd. But Elegant Ling hesitated for a moment. She requested the sect master to allow her to wait for her companions to finish testing before making a decision. Sword Valley Sect Master was in a great mood. He naturally agreed to this simple request. I saw Blue Autumn Yun calmly walking up. He stood blankly on the spiritual array. He waited for a long time, but there was no movement at all. The sect master of Sword Valley looked at the girl with a disappointed expression. So he advised her. For those practicing immortal cultivation, time flies by like a white horse passing a crack. In the blink of an eye, several decades have passed. How could one still long for a mortal until old age? Elegant Ling's eyes shimmered with tears. She didn't want to leave this man. Just as she was about to tell the sect master that she wanted to give up immortal cultivation and grow old with this man, she suddenly noticed that the sect master's expression was extremely terrifying. Elegant Ling turned around to look. She was suddenly surprised and covered her mouth. I saw Blue Autumn Yun emitting a dazzling aura from her body. The powerful fluctuations almost caused the test spiritual array to explode. All the elders were dumbfounded. This is the legendary variation spiritual root. But Blue Autumn Yun is quite helpless. The level of this test spiritual array is too low to test her spiritual root at all. Helplessly, she could only proactively release a bit of spiritual energy. It was enough to attract attention. But unexpectedly, she accidentally revealed her first element spiritual root. At this point, everyone exploded directly. Dual element variation spiritual root, even in a top-quality cultivation sect, has never been heard of before. This man is feared because of his terrifying strength. Even the spirit testing array of the cultivation sect cannot gauge the depth of his power. But he is willing to be with his childhood sweetheart. Just releasing a drop of spiritual energy caused the entire cultivation sect to tremble. This dual element variation spiritual root is abnormal. The elders have been left speechless trying to describe the shock in their hearts. Facing the imminent rise of the cultivation sect, they immediately gathered to discuss who can guide such a peerless genius. This made Blue Autumn Yun, who originally wanted to keep a low profile, dumbfounded in an instant. He just wanted to attract attention. He never expected it would turn into a hot potato in the end. The elders and the sect master no longer cared about the test below. They immediately began the recruitment process on the spot. The sect master took the lead in accepting the two as disciples. A group of elders immediately became anxious. They began to belittle each other, offering various tempting benefits. Elegant Ling's choice is wherever Blue Autumn Yun goes, she goes. And Blue Autumn Yun, upon hearing from fourth elder, who dislikes constraining disciples the most, immediately agreed without saying a word. The elders were all dumbfounded at this moment. They never expected the biggest winner to be the elusive fourth elder, who had never shown up before. Seeing the two individuals have made up their minds, they also didn't feel it was appropriate to say anything more. Later, under the guidance of the two senior sisters, they visited the cultivation sect together. But Blue Autumn Yun didn't care about what she saw. She always thought about food in her mind. Elegant Ling quickly apologized to senior sister by pressing his head. But I didn't expect that senior sister is also a foodie. Not long after, the two of them arrived at their residence. But there is only one room here. The senior sisters thought they were a cultivating couple, so they handed over the cultivation scroll to them before getting up and leaving. Elegant Ling blushed and quickly called out to senior sister. After her explanation, senior sister finally understood. So, in the wailing of Blue Autumn Yun, Elegant Ling followed the two senior sisters out of the hall. Before leaving, she even turned around and made a face at Blue Autumn Yun. In her mind, she unexpectedly thought of those unsavory things. The next morning, they arrived at the agreed-upon cultivate location early. Mentioning cultivate Blue Autumn Yun gives him a headache. He had just graduated from the cultivate path, and now he has to start again. Senior sister saw the arrival of the two and began the most basic lecture. The realms of cultivators are divided from low to high as follows: refinement, foundation, core formation, spirit gathering, golden core, nascent soul, void piercing, tribulation crossing, divine transformation. The sect master of Guiyuan Sword Valley is a high-level cultivator at the golden core stage. On the side, Elegant Ling listened with boiling blood. And Blue Autumn Yun, as a big shot at the divine transformation stage. Now he is unexpectedly being blown in front of him as a small fry at the golden core stage. He really has so much suffering that he can't even speak about it. And the refinement stage is the beginning of cultivation. After senior sister's explanation, Elegant Ling immediately closed her eyes and tried to cultivate. Not long after, those elusive spiritual energies began to swirl around her. Senior sister couldn't help but praise Elegant Ling after seeing her enter a meditative state. On the other hand, Blue Autumn Yun was slacking off on the side. Elegant Ling scolded him harshly. And the two senior sisters also believe that although he is exceptionally talented, aiming too high is not a good thing. Blue Autumn Yun was somewhat helpless about this. In his understanding, absorbing spiritual energy is just like breathing, a skill that one is born with. He didn't expect that this kind of thing would still need to be learned. In order not to be looked down upon by the younger sister, he immediately entered a meditative state. Senior sister was shocked. They did not expect that this junior brother's level of understanding would be so high. But an hour passed. Blue Autumn Yun still showed no signs of waking up. Senior sisters have not yet recovered from the shock. The next second they were dumbfounded. Is this absorbing spiritual energy? They feel like their worldview has been shocked. I've never heard of such a thing after so many years. A cultivator who can absorb spiritual energy right after beginning to learn the cultivation method. Blue Autumn Yun has absorbed such a large amount of spiritual energy that it can rival his masters. Where did this natural talent come from? To avoid unnecessary celestial anomalies, Blue Autumn Yun has only opened up one spiritual vein. And he has countless billions of such spiritual veins. On the first day this man joined the cultivation sect, he displayed extremely terrifying cultivate talent. It takes several years for others to step into the refinement stage. And his absorption of spiritual energy is as natural as breathing every day. Senior sister Luo forcefully suppressed the shock in her heart and couldn't help but praise. Junior brother is truly a genius. He can enter a deep meditative state at the first attempt in cultivation and successfully absorb spiritual energy without anyone's guidance. She tried to calm her emotions as much as possible, then asked junior brother how he did it. Blue Autumn Yun helplessly shrugged his shoulders. In his understanding, there has never been such a thing as refinement. He could only attribute everything to his good looks. But being handsome led to the events of the next 3 days. Elegant Ling was hit hard, focusing solely on cultivating with no one paying him any attention. Blue Autumn Yun felt extremely depressed. His cultivation level was unmatched in the world. It was the loneliness and solitude that tortured him the most. Elegant Ling is also very happy that Blue Autumn Yun was able to grasp the refinement method so quickly. But before, she was always protecting this man. I didn't expect the man to surpass her so quickly. This made her determined to cultivate well in seclusion. So Blue Autumn Yun could only go play with 2 senior sisters. Aurelia Luo and Ariel Mu were amazed, and looked at Blue Autumn Yun eating wildly, pouring dish after dish into his mouth. Afraid he has become a rice bucket cultivate. Senior sister Luo looked at him satisfied, feeling a bit unhappy inside. This junior brother completes the refinement stage study in just 1 hour. He wanders around restlessly every day with nothing to do. This is not cultivating at all. It's just acting like a big shot. Blue Autumn Yun is leaving again after finishing eating. Senior sister Luo suddenly remembered that the Peeping Tom account hasn't been settled yet. So a hint of mischief appeared at the corner of her mouth. Junior brother, come over to chat. She intentionally struck a seductive pose. Blue Autumn Yun didn't think too much and sat down. But the next second, he was stunned. The long and slender legs under the skirt were extremely fair and smooth. The contour was also perfect. What a pair of pretty legs. Just as he was entranced by the view, Aurelia Luo, with a smile on her face, asked, "Do you think it's beautiful?" Blue Autumn Yun blurted out, "Of course, it's really beautiful and fair." But when he saw senior sister's scornful gaze, he quickly changed his words to, "The floor is really white." Senior sister asked him if he was the one peeking that day. Faced with such a situation, Blue Autumn Yun naturally would not admit it. He indignantly said, "Who is so despicable to dare to peek?" Senior sister Aurelia Luo did not respond to him. Instead, she slowly opened her collar, revealing her snow-white neck and collarbone. Blue Autumn Yun quickly covered his nose upon seeing Blue Autumn Yun's appearance like this. Aurelia Luo reached out and pinched Blue Autumn Yun's ear. "Now you've seen it." Blue Autumn Yun was a little silly. Can still play like this? I, over 10,000 years old, can't outplay a girl in her 20s. The world has really changed. Blue Autumn Yun hugged senior sister's thigh. He told senior sister that it was unintentional, and he didn't know how he ended up there. Senior sister Luo patted his head and said, "You arrived at the lake before us. If you were spying later, I would have sensed your presence. After all, I am in the foundation late stage." Blue Autumn Yun broke into a cold sweat. He praised senior sister. Aurelia Luo then asked him. Initially, even the cultivation sect couldn't handle that 4th-ranked demon beast. "Did you see who the expert that arrived was?" Blue Autumn Yun lies without blushing. She just said that she fainted directly. Aurelia Luo did not doubt this either. She watched Blue Autumn Yun trying to sneak away. She gave a cold shout, startling Blue Autumn Yun. "I didn't say I forgive you. Intentional or not, you have already spied. A group of pure and innocent girls who have not yet experienced the ways of the world. You have tarnished them. You are deeply sinful." When this was said, Blue Autumn Yun exclaimed, "Holy cow!" The man known as the Blue Emperor in the Immortal Cultivation World. Now he is actually a disciple in a little sect. The man's senior sister is all malicious. Not only does she tempt him to make mistakes, now she even lets him enter her boudoir to play. Blue Autumn Yun was completely stunned. But it wasn't until he entered that he understood. Senior sister actually made him, a man who once dominated the 4 realms and 12 domains and single-handedly swept through hundreds of highest-ranked demon beasts, do women's work. watching little junior brother, who was being teased, looking frustrated. Aurelia Luo hummed a tune happily and left. Blue Autumn Yun looked at this female worker, who was more difficult to deal with than a 9th-ranked demon beast. Then she ran out with senior sister. In this huge library, Aurelia Luo and Ariel Mu were frowning as they copied some old books. The arriving Blue Autumn Yun would rather help them copy than do that women's work. Senior sister Luo sighed. She stood up and pointed at the shelves filled with books. Have you seen all these books? Do you think it's easy? Blue Autumn Yun is confused about why not to use spiritual energy. Senior sister tells him. The entry difficulty of wind control technique, that kind of spirit technique, is extremely high. Otherwise, Grand Elder would not have imposed such a punishment. After explaining, senior sister prepared to copy it again. Blue Autumn Yun awkwardly told him. In fact, he knows that wind control technique, he said, as he walked to the front of the bookshelf. After double-checking that he hadn't missed it, he then used mind power to control those brushes to quickly write. One person was writing more than 20 scrolls at the same time. Aurelia Luo on the side looked on in disbelief. She felt a bit dizzy in the head, as if she were dreaming. This little junior brother went from being immortal to cultivating in just a few days. The impact on them is truly overwhelming. She has been in the beginner stage for 6 years. I have never heard of anyone at the refinement foundation stage who could master the wind control technique. How did that guy manage to do it? Could it be that he is a high-level cultivator at the Golden Core stage? Holy cow, you guys see how he's dressed. It looks like he's a newly enrolled disciple. The entire library has been filled with disciples being punished to write. I just feel like the world is too terrifying. After Blue Autumn Yun finishes, I then saw 2 shocked senior sister and junior brother asking, when did you learn the wind control technique you just used? Faced with senior sister's inquiry, Blue Autumn Yun casually made up a lie to get through it. But senior sister, on the other hand, got extremely excited upon hearing it. She kept praising him as a cultivation prodigy. This matter, once it spreads, will definitely cause a sensation. When this was said, Blue Autumn Yun was instantly dumbfounded. He was afraid of causing too much of an impact. He used the wind control technique as an excuse. Otherwise, with just a trace of mind power, he could manipulate all the books in the library. Only a genius would know that the wind control technique actually couldn't be successfully cultivated by anyone. Blue Autumn Yun quickly explained that she learned it in a haphazard manner. But senior sister's reaction was even more intense. They immediately decided to notify the sect master. Blue Autumn Yun is going crazy right now. How did this misunderstanding keep getting bigger? He's talking his head off, using his variation wind element spiritual root as an excuse. In the end, it was under senior sister's half-believing and half-doubting attitude that she managed to stop the 2 of them. The 3 of them took a break and continued copying books. However, the onlookers among their fellow disciples spread the word like wildfire, with each one embellishing the story more than the last. This man is too powerful. I have always wanted to keep a low profile in the cultivation sect. But no matter what he does, he can shock the entire cultivation sect. The task that originally required half a month to complete. With the help of Blue Autumn Yun, it was completed that evening. This is still the case even when he is trying to suppress it. Senior sister Luo looks at these scrolls. Her whole body seems a bit sluggish. They are ready to tidy up and go home for a meal. Blue Autumn Yun directly told him not to bother. He casually waved his hand, and those scrolls automatically floated up and rolled themselves. Then they were neatly placed on the table. Senior sister Luo had 1,000 crows flying through her mind at this moment. 3 people went outside the house. Blue Autumn Yun pretended not to be able to fly in order to keep a low profile. He smoothly boarded senior sister's spirit flute. Aurelia Luo is driving ahead. Ariel Mu is worried that Blue Autumn Yun, who has never ridden a spiritual artifact before, might get scared. So she came up behind Blue Autumn Yun and gently supported him. Blue Autumn Yun had originally planned to place his hand on Aurelia Luo's jade shoulder. Senior sister unexpectedly grabbed his hand and placed it on her own waist. It's easy to lose balance while flying, so hold on tight. After saying this, Aurelia Luo controlled the spirit fluid to move forward. Meanwhile, Ariel Mu, seeing Blue Autumn Yun trembling, thought he was scared and firmly hugged him from behind. In front of him was a well-proportioned mature woman, and behind him was a plump and cute younger sister. Blue Autumn Yun couldn't help but straighten his posture. As the car sped up, senior sister Luo also noticed something unusual. She instantly blushed. The three of them are happily flying. After landing, the spirit fluid transformed back to its original tiny size and returned to Aurelia Luo's sleeve. Ariel Mu wanted to show some care to Blue Autumn Yun. I didn't expect this guy's face to turn so red. Senior sister's face is red as well. She thought it was because of the strong wind. Aurelia Luo shot a complaining look at Blue Autumn Yun, then forcibly suppressed the blush on her face. Several people walked into the hall. Surprisingly, it was discovered that Elegant Ling is still cultivating. So he went to another room. Aurelia Luo returned to the room. Suddenly, she saw the embroidery left by Blue Autumn Yun on the bed. She liked it very much after seeing it. Abstract things can also make women happy. Blue Autumn Yun looked stunned. At this moment, the joyful voice of Elegant Ling came from the hall. Senior sister heard that she has reached the refinement stage and is also happy for her. Elegant Ling thinks she has finally caught up with that silly Blue Autumn Yun this time. She proudly said, "Let you wander around all day feeling pleased with yourself." But the next second, she listened to senior sister talk about what happened today. In an instant, her whole being was stunned. Finally learned refinement, thinking to catch up with this guy. Never expected he had already mastered spirit technique. Elegant Ling was deeply affected. Blue Autumn Yun bid farewell to Elegant Ling with a fist salute. She was ready to return to her room to study the spirit technique under the lamplight. This time, he went a full 10 days without eating the food cooked by Elegant Ling. And Aurelia Luo is out for something. Little senior sister Ariel Mu organizes pharmacology classics every day. He is the only one who is idle and making a fuss. Bored, he can only come to the library to browse through books and pretend to be very busy. However, for Blue Autumn Yun, these books are still very attractive to him. Especially the series that tells the passionate daily life of true immortal and his disciple in Ghostmaster, which he finds thrilling. This is completely unseen in his era. Unconsciously, he had already spent 3 days in the library. His body was starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. This Blue Emperor started reading adult manuscripts out of boredom. Because this kind of thing was completely unheard of in his era. But he was enjoying it thoroughly as he read. Little senior sister and Elegant Ling unexpectedly walked over to him. Elegant Ling was very surprised by this. "Aren't you very averse to reading books?" Blue Autumn Yun quickly hid the book behind him. He told the woman that these were just some books to soothe the soul. After reading them, one could briefly feel desireless. Out of curiosity, Elegant Ling also wanted to take a look. Blue Autumn Yun couldn't let her see his secrets. He diverted the topic while hiding the books on the side. Fortunately, Elegant Ling didn't think too much about it. She gave Ariel Mu a wink, indicating her not to spill the beans. Looks like there are some little secrets in everyone's hearts. Ariel Mu is asking Blue Autumn Yun to go to the mountain to gather herbs with her, because his wind control technique is really useful. Blue Autumn Yun, bored, agreed to go. The 3 people arrived at Treasure Mountain. Ariel Mu took out a map and looked at it carefully. Her expression was especially serious. Blue Autumn Yun glanced at the map. Surprisingly, except for a bend in the road, it was almost all straight lines. Is there even any need to look at this? With the help of Blue Autumn Yun, the efficiency of collecting herbs is extremely fast. The necessary herbs were quickly harvested. As he was about to leave, Blue Autumn Yun deliberately guided little senior sister to harvest an extremely precious herb. This herb is extremely rare and hidden. Without his powerful primordial spirit, ordinary people would find it impossible to locate. But unexpectedly, little senior sister turned out to be a pure and brainless person. The first time she picked the fruit, Blue Autumn Yun was somewhat speechless. The second time, she dug out the fruit wine from half a year ago. Blue Autumn Yun has a bit of a headache. The third time, she finally managed to look up at the tree. Blue Autumn Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect she would actually go mushroom picking. Blue Autumn Yun couldn't bear it anymore. He rushed past Ariel Mu and arrived under that tree. He then directly jumped up, only to see a spirit herb on the tree emitting a faint glow. Blue Autumn Yun picked it and placed it in front of Ariel Mu. Ariel Mu looked at the blue spirit herb in confusion. Suddenly her pupils constricted. This is a mutant spirit herb. Only 1 in 10,000 plants can produce a mutant junior brother. How did you find it? Blue Autumn Yun remained silent. Then she turned around and plucked 2 small red fruits. This is the 300-year-old crimson cherry fruit. Elegant Ling standing aside. Although I do not know what happened, it can be seen from Ariel Mu's expression that something serious has happened. After repeating several times, Ariel Mu has already collected a pile of precious herbs. Blue Autumn Yun clapped the dirt off her hands. He said expressionlessly, "Take a good sniff and remember their smell so you won't miss them in the future." Blue Autumn Yun led them around a few turns. They came to a dying old tree. At first glance, there was nothing special about it at all. But when he split open that withered tree, the 2 women were immediately drawn to the strange fragrance of the medicine. I didn't expect a spirit tangerine tree to actually grow inside this withered tree. It's so hidden, yet junior brother managed to find it. Are you a detective with a keen nose or something? Just as they were getting excited, suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps could be heard. The woman and 2 men were dressed in Red Rock Peak Taoist robes, belonging under the second elder's guidance. Their master has never gotten along with the 4th elder. And these 3 are all at the foundation stage cultivation level. Seeing them, Ariel Mu couldn't help but feel a little flustered. This disciple gained the strength of the Blue Emperor shortly after joining the cultivation sect. But now his childhood sweetheart has been flirted with by senior brother. The man wanted to make a move, but was stopped by senior sister. Because in their eyes, Blue Autumn Yun is just a weakling who greatly needs their protection. But this senior brother not only insults him, but also wants to become dual cultivation partners with Elegant Ling. At this moment, Elegant Ling's eyes gleamed with a cold light, and she tightly shielded Blue Autumn Yun behind her. This is a habit she developed since childhood. Every time Blue Autumn Yun is in danger, she always stands in the front without hesitation. Feeling that anger, the man intended to take action to suppress their emerging arrogance. Do you think that with a triple spiritual root talent, you can act lawlessly? Today, I'll teach your senior sisters a lesson on your behalf. Let me show you what proper behavior looks like. Just as he was about to charge forward, the woman in red quickly reminded him not to use excessive force. Bai Jing is a future genius of the cultivation sect. They also dare not injure him. What surprised everyone was that before the man's fist could land on Elegant Ling's face, he was set reeling with a counterstrike. Subsequently, Elegant Ling grabbed the opportunity created by this strike. 1 foot stomped on the ground. The crowd's faces showed expressions of incredulity. This new student, who had only been learning for a few days, actually mastered the spirit technique. The man angrily stood up and wiped the dirt off his face. He had the strength of a dignified foundation stage cultivator, yet he was defeated by a new student. Just as he was about to make a move, Ariel Mu, senior sister, also rushed up. With the 2 of them working together, Tariff Fong was pushed back continuously, and even found himself at a disadvantage. Elegant Ling has just entered the beginner stage for only a few days. On the other hand, Ariel Mu has repeatedly ranked at the bottom in the cultivation sect's major competitions. The man was actually defeated and forced to retreat by 2 young girls, which is simply embarrassing. The woman in red asked junior brother to go up and help. The man pounced like a fierce hungry wolf, feeling the powerful spiritual energy. Ariel Mu felt a sense of danger in her heart. It was already extremely challenging for the two of them to deal with Tariff Fawn together. There would be no chance of winning against even more opponents. The man threw out a flame that directly dispersed the attacks of the two. The flame spread exceptionally fiercely. The scorching heat forced Elegant Ling and Ariel Mu to keep retreating. Just as they were about to be engulfed by the flames, a slender figure stood in front of them. Upon seeing that the person was Blue Autumn Yun, Elegant Ling hurriedly shouted desperately. But the next second, Blue Autumn Yun's hand gently clenched. The fierce flames dispersed directly in all directions, then turned into small flames and disappeared on the ground. The man didn't even have a chance to be arrogant. I saw a figure walking out from the smoke. In an instant, his whole being was dumbfounded. Blue Autumn Yun said lightly, "You're quite arrogant, kid." As soon as the words fell, a foot directly landed on his chest. The speed was so fast that he couldn't defend himself at all. This terrifying scene made Tariff Fawn shiver all over. That guy is even stronger than him. How could he be defeated by a newly joined disciple? He didn't pay any attention to Blue Autumn Yun and prepared to sneak attack him from behind. But all that awaited him was a spinning kick. He kicked him directly next to Silent He. The two of them lay together. Two foundation stage cultivators were actually beaten down by a newcomer who had just entered the door. This was such an embarrassing rumor to spread. The woman in red was just about to make her move. But she found that the young man had appeared in front of her at some point. Then she felt a strong gust of wind, which directly blew her away. Blue Autumn Yun then used Wind Blade to chop off 3 sections of bamboo. With a wave of his hand, he neatly hung them on a tree. Wrongdoers will eventually meet their retribution, as the saying goes. The horrifying scene stunned the two sisters. They returned home still finding it hard to believe all that had happened during the day. It was unbelievable that Blue Autumn Yun from Cultivate had such terrifying power, effortlessly defeating 3 experts at the foundation stage. This woman carries the ancient inheritance of the heavenly spirit body. Now, she has been marked with the dual cultivation mark by a junior disciple who has just joined the cultivation sect. After being hailed as an immortal venerable, Blue Autumn Yun is undefeated in battle. She has already forgotten the feeling of being protected. It was not until Elegant Ling stood up for herself that she recalled that warmth. Watching the woman clean his clothes for him, he couldn't help but sigh at how good it felt to be taken care of. Blue Autumn Yun looked up, just about to say something. But she saw Elegant Ling looking drowsy, as if she could fall at any moment. Blue Autumn Yun hurried forward and held her in her arms, then carefully felt the golden spiritual energy aura. But when he discerned it, he was startled. It turned out to be the legendary heavenly spirit body. Blue Autumn Yun was shocked and quickly picked her up, then placed her on the bed. Sealed with a strand of spiritual energy, afraid of causing any abnormal signs in heaven and earth, he looked at Elegant Ling, who was sleeping peacefully with her eyes closed, feeling a bit silly. This kind of physique is an extremely rare innate constitution from ancient times. Those who possess this constitution are protected by the will of heaven. In the end, there is no one who does not cultivate to the peak of the cultivation world and become a renowned immortal venerable. If Blue Autumn Yun had this kind of physique, she might have ascended 2,000 years ago. But now Elegant Ling awakened too early. Her current body can hardly bear it. Blue Autumn Yun thought about it afterwards. Then he removed the outer garment from Elegant Ling. The girl's skin is delicate, smooth, and very youthful, and appealingly green. Blue Autumn Yun didn't have time to appreciate it though. A silver-white light lit up in her hand. Afterwards, a spiritual array was arranged all over the woman's body. Once confirmed to be correct, Blue Autumn Yun activated the array using spiritual energy. Elegant Ling suddenly felt a rush of heat all over her body. She felt a strange tingling sensation stimulating her limbs, reaching deep into her soul. The woman impulsively hugged Blue Autumn Yun's neck. Some unknown things happened afterwards. What happened? This section is omitted for 1,000 characters. Blue Autumn Yun pushed her onto the bed. After controlling her heartbeat, Blue Autumn Yun quickly bent down to inspect the array. Mark, who hadn't taken a look yet, was startled when he saw it. The pattern on the array turned out to be his own spiritual sigil. This is something only cultivating couples who practice dual cultivation would have each other's spiritual sigil. But he and Elegant Ling haven't done anything. Blue Autumn Yun sat on the steps of the courtyard. With a piece of grass in her mouth, she contemplated life. After being single for 10,000 years, suddenly there was a dual cultivation cultivating couple, and they both possess their own spiritual sigils. Because this type of spiritual sigil is extremely difficult to obtain. Even for a cultivating couple who have been together for 1,000 years, the probability is extremely slim. Not to mention forcefully seizing one. Only by obtaining the recognition and blessing of the heavens will one be branded with a spiritual sigil, and after possessing a spiritual sigil, when the two engage in dual cultivation, the spiritual energy they obtain will also increase tenfold. This spiritual sigil cannot be betrayed. The body cannot be touched by any man other than the one with the spiritual sigil. This is a constraint from the heavens that cannot be changed by strength. What puzzled Blue Autumn Yun even more is that this spiritual sigil is unilateral. He does not have Elegant Ling's spiritual sigil. It is just Elegant Ling's unilateral recognition of himself. In other words, Elegant Ling will only belong to him in the future. Isn't this clearly heading towards a harem situation? Although Blue Autumn Yun was pleased, he still couldn't help but ridicule. How would he explain it if Elegant Ling discovers that he has his own spiritual sigil in the future? This man has just joined the sect and has already planted the dual cultivation mark for the future genius. Having such a spiritual sigil will be bound by the will of heaven. From now on, she can only love Blue Autumn Yun and cannot love anyone else. At the same time, Elegant Ling knows nothing about the matter of spiritual sigil. She had a strange dream. She dreamed that she married Blue Autumn Yun, doing untellable things on a large bed. The dream was extremely realistic. She was completely dumbfounded. She also didn't understand why she had such a dream. She was stunned for quite a while even after waking up. Upon checking again, there were no red petals on the bedsheet. And she was still a virgin herself. She then put on clothes and walked towards the door. But when Blue Autumn Yun outside the house saw her, she suddenly froze. The woman seemed to have undergone a transformation overnight. At this moment, she was like a budding green lotus, graceful and ethereal like a celestial being. Elegant Ling didn't say a word and threw herself into his arms. The uncontrollable images in her mind still lingered. This made her heart beat very fast. Blue Autumn Yun noticed the woman's expression. In his heart, he also realized that his spiritual sigil had begun to worship. But he had no choice. Who made this the destiny given by the heavens? In the following days, Elegant Ling dreamt every day. Every time she thinks about it, she feels hot all over. She wishes she could dig a hole and hide in it. Even though they grew up together as childhood sweethearts. But the name she called herself was just too embarrassing. In the past few days, Blue Autumn Yun has become increasingly weak. Due to the connection with the spiritual sigil, his spiritual energy and vital energy are drained every day through the link with Elegant Ling. Although his immortal venerable primordial spirit is extremely powerful, his physical body is just too weak. Blue Autumn Yun had no choice but to take out time to continue the boring cultivation of the physical body. And senior sister Mu has already been angered to tears by Elegant Ling. 3 days have completed her 1-year cultivation journey. Who can bear this? After dinner, Elegant Ling took Blue Autumn Yun to the library pavilion of the cultivation sect. Blue Autumn Yun is not particularly interested in this place. But Elegant Ling can't stay away from him for a moment. Seeing the woman looking intoxicated, Blue Autumn Yun understood the girl's thoughts. He has the same moral character as his female disciple. When he first entered the sect, he kept pestering Blue Autumn Yun for various beauty cultivation methods. But he became honest after Blue Autumn Yun gave him a spanking. Unknowingly, 1,000 years have passed. She has also become the stunning sword venerable known to all in the cultivation world. Time flies like a white horse passing a crevice. Thinking about it can't help but feel a bit sightful. When the two people walked to the library pavilion, all the male disciples suddenly brightened up. Later, they couldn't help but exclaim about the fact that in the cultivation sect, there was such a pure and beautiful female cultivator. Some people have even planned out the names for their future children. But when they saw the woman's arms linked with the young man next to her, they instantly cast various hateful glances towards Blue Autumn Yun. Blue Autumn Yun was speechless. She couldn't understand what these group of brats were thinking. Look at their grinning faces, like a bunch of little dogs. Blue Autumn Yun stopped unhappily. Have you ever bullied small animals? Elegant Ling looked puzzled. What does this mean? Blue Autumn Yun smirked and scanned fellow disciples. Then today I'll teach you how to bully single dogs. This young man just joined the sect and kissed the immortal maiden that everyone dreams of. He completely ignored the barking of various arrogant dogs around him. And Xiao Su is responsible for registering the borrowing of books at the library pavilion. He often uses his privilege to flirt with girls. He wouldn't let a beauty like Elegant Ling slip away. Just as Blue Autumn Yun was frolicking with a woman, he immediately rushed up. Blinded by lust after taking a closer look, he reached out to harass the woman. Although everyone was unhappy, no one dared to step forward to stop him. If he offends him, he will never be able to borrow the spirit technique in the future. At this moment, Blue Autumn Yun grabbed the offending hand. Didn't this senior brother notice that the girl was very unhappy with you? If you were tactful, you should have left. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's face changed drastically. Xiao Su was even more surprised. A young man dressed in new clothes dared to be so arrogant. Young man, do you dare to tell me your name? Blue Autumn Yun set out his alias. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Isn't this the newly born genius who possesses two variation spiritual roots? Although Xiao Su was very annoyed after hearing this, he also harbored some fear due to his background. But this new disciple didn't give him any face at all. In order to save face, Xiao Su had to take action. He immediately clenched his fist and rushed over. Blue Autumn Yun, however, showed no intention of dodging at all. She just slightly raised her arm and took this strong and powerful blow. The onlookers were all stunned, mouths wide open in disbelief at what they had just witnessed. Even little Elegant beside them was filled with a worried look in their eyes. Only Xiao Su's face was full of disbelief. How could this be possible? Although he knew that Blue Autumn Yun was strong, he did not expect her to be this strong. But things had come to this point. He had no choice but to brace himself and charge up again. But what greeted him this time was a well-calculated heavy blow. He was hit hard, and was forced back several meters on the spot. Blue Autumn Yun lightly brushed off the dust on his body. Senior brother, haven't you eaten? Why are you attacking so weakly? There is no strength at all. Xiao Su was full of shame and indignation at this time. As an elite direct disciple, he was defeated by a newcomer. This is simply a great humiliation. He was so angry that he didn't care about anything else. He quickly stood up. As spiritual energy spread, ice-made long swords formed all around him, swiftly flying towards Blue Autumn Yun. The onlookers were shocked and alarmed. Is second-rank spirit technique water sword technique senior brother Su trying to kill Blue Autumn Yun? In an instant, dozens of water swords shuttled to Blue Autumn Yun's side. He saw him clasping his hands together, emitting a faint blue spiritual energy, with a faint image of an ancient tree looming around him. The blue wood technique, which he was proud of, was instantly shattered. Before Xiao Su could react, he then launched the whirling wind palm again, pushing Xiao Su's figure back continuously, until the book covered him, just as little Elegant rushed over to check on Blue Autumn Yun. Ariel Mu also happened to arrive. Seeing that the two of them were fine, she felt relieved. At the same time, the third elder, who had heard the commotion, also hurried over. He dispersed all the disciples. He was very interested in the aptitude of the two, so he took them to test. The Blue Emperor finally managed to become a disciple of the little sect. However, every test required finding ways to suppress the cultivation level to the lowest. Any slight negligence would lead to terrifying incidents. The second elder was quite interested in Blue Autumn Yun's aptitude. Since he became an elder, he had never seen anyone who could use the low-level spirit technique to such a high level. Moreover, there were rumors circulating that this kid had mastered the wind control technique. Various signs indicated that this new disciple had outstanding talent. It's really a pity that he was placed under the hands of Elder Xuanji. He needs to help investigate them well. Second elder asked Ariel Mu to experiment with them. Ariel Mu came to the tree despondently. As expected, she was still a woman with a big chest and no brain. Just a level D aptitude. Aptitude is ranked from high to low as A, B, C, D, E. Being at level D after 5 years is almost the worst in the cultivation sect. However, Ariel Mu is not his disciple. Calming didn't say much either. Elegant Ling thinks she has only been introduced for a few days. How could she compare to senior sister? But it turns out she is actually a level C aptitude disciple, which is what most disciples at the foundation stage achieve after enhancing their understanding through cultivating. And Elegant Ling has already surpassed them after just 1 month of initiation. Most disciples in the cultivation sect who have been practicing immortal cultivation for several years can't compare. She truly deserves the title of a genius with triple spiritual roots. Second elder always thought of himself as a diligent and devoted teacher worthy of respect in the eyes of all disciples. Unfortunately, he couldn't help but envy the good fortune of fourth elder. He was so bitter that he sat on the ground and drew circles to curse you directly. Only Blue Autumn Yun understands at this moment. This silly girl's talent is not just that. Only this spirit testing tree can't probe into it. It's just about the heavenly spirit body level. Second elder smoothed over the resentment in his heart. Next up is Blue Autumn Yun. Elegant Ling is looking forward to it very much. He believed that in front of the spirit testing tree, even if Blue Autumn Yun wanted to hide it, she couldn't hide it. Blue Autumn Yun sighed, quickly compressing his spiritual vein again. He had finally managed to stay peacefully in the little sect and flirt with the girls. If he scared them, it would all be over. But the moment he put his hand on top of it, the spirit testing tree seemed to be stimulated. Instantly, the entire hall was filled with its bright light. The scene before them was too horrifying. Ariel Mu was surprised and at a loss. Elegant Ling stupidly said, "So cool." If it weren't for his profound cultivation level, second elder almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Holy cow, this is actually level B aptitude. Blue Autumn Yun has already reached the highest aptitude because the spirit testing tree's level A can only be reached by those at the spirit gathering stage or above. Level B aptitude is the highest privilege that disciples can obtain. Basically, they can access all cultivation methods and spirit techniques in the entire library pavilion. Even the so-called once-in-a-century genius Moon Han from the cultivation sect took only 2 years to reach level B. For words, terrifyingly impressive. The shining trees were stunned for a moment. He had clearly restrained himself at the cost of his life. Why did it still happen like this? After he withdrew his hand, the entire tree was still shining. Blue Autumn Yun almost couldn't help but kick it off. Impulse is the devil. He quickly told Elder that if it's over, and he still wants to go back for lunch. As an elder, he certainly knew what the initial level B meant. The nascent soul stage, and even the terrifying void-piercing stage, can completely lead the cultivation sect out of the confines of a city. Such major matters cannot be delayed. They must be reported to the cultivation sect immediately. He informed Blue Autumn Yun before leaving that the aptitude tree would automatically drop the corresponding credentials. Just a short wait. Not long after the elder left, the entire spirit testing tree suddenly burst into a flash. All the leaves lit up instantly, and a level A credential fell into Blue Autumn Yun's hands. Blue Autumn Yun was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Hastily, he concealed the leaf representing the level A aptitude in his sleeve. He breathed a sigh of relief only when Elegant Ling and Ariel Mu did not notice. This disciple was taken to test his aptitude by the elders shortly after joining the sect. Although he had been trying hard to suppress his own cultivation level, he was still awarded a level A jade plaque. Taking advantage of no one's attention, he quickly hid the jade plaque. As the light shimmered on the leaves, Elegant Ling's badge fell slowly. Blue Autumn Yun caught it, and handed the level C jade plaque to her. Then, they discussed about going to find some cultivation methods. Although Ariel Mu's aptitude does not qualify her to go to B area and C area. However, this does not affect Blue Autumn Yun's ability to bring back all the cultivation methods they want. Ariel Mu paused for a moment, then slowly raised her head, after receiving a positive response. Even more directly, she raised her arm and hugged Blue Autumn Yun's neck to express her joy. This scene happened extremely suddenly, leaving Elegant Ling standing rooted to the spot in exasperation. He quickly arrived at the library pavilion. Blue Autumn Yun closed her eyes and recalled the scene just now. She felt like she had walked into heaven. I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry this little senior sister. He shook his head vigorously to dispel that ambiguous scene. Then he looked down at the note in his hand. It recorded the cultivation method they both wanted. He curiously opened the cultivation method. Jade body technique, refines body, loses weight, and beautifies. White lotus method, whitens the skin, removes scars, and eliminates body hair. Blue Autumn Yun almost spits out blood. It's no wonder the two women urgently urged him to hurry. All this fuss is just to become more attractive. He continued to look down. Enchantment Fox Secret increases charm to enhance attraction to male cultivators. Soul hooked invisibly with 72 practical illustrated postures for dual cultivation. Blue Autumn Yun suddenly blushed. I don't know who chose this cultivation method in the end. After criticizing herself internally for a while, Blue Autumn Yun secretly remembered the name of the cultivation method. Such a good cultivation method must be brought back and studied carefully. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly caught sight of a strange bookshelf. The other bookshelves were almost full, but only this particular bookshelf in front of him stored a single spirit technique. Although it looks like a piece of junk, since it's in the B area, even a fool would know that this thing is not ordinary. And it's placed so ostentatiously. This made him somewhat curious. He hadn't even come close to the bookshelf when a wave-like barrier rippled. It seems that borrowing is only allowed once the cultivation level reaches a certain degree. However, this barrier naturally couldn't stop Blue Autumn Yun with just a light touch. The barrier slowly faded away. He immediately picked it up and started reading. It's a pity that it's a fragment, but even though it's incomplete, it won't affect cultivation. So he decided to take it back and give it to Little Elegant. At the same time, on the cultivation sect square, dozens of disciples were still sweating profusely, with the sound of bursting spiritual energy and martial skills echoing in their ears. Just then, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in the air. The appearance is like a painting with extraordinary temperament. It's as if an immortal maiden has stepped out of a painting. Her arrival instantly attracted the attention of many male cultivators. She came this time to retrieve the spirit technique from the shelf. This man has never cultivated since joining the sect. But even his fart can cause a stir in the cultivation sect. All the Immortal Maidens take great care of him. He lies on the Immortal Maiden's big white legs every day, enjoying a comfortable massage. Eating the watermelon handed over by senior sister feels so uncomfortable. Now even Moon Han, considered a goddess by countless male cultivators, has set her sights on Blue Autumn Yun. Moon Han, as the future sect master heir, is extremely fascinated by cultivation. She broke through the core formation stage after practicing diligently for 3 months to unseal the spirit technique. But when she returned to the bookshelf, she found it empty. Very few disciples could reach this level, and after careful investigation, she found nothing. She then went to the place where records were kept. When the man here saw that it was Moonhan, Immortal Maiden, he nervously almost dropped the pen in his hand. Moonhan asked him who had come to this level recently. The brave can only answer truthfully. It is a disciple named Blue Autumn Yun from Verdant Mist Peak. Moonhan has never heard of this person since joining the sect. Could it be a low-key genius? Upon hearing Moonhan's question, the disciple nervously responded, "Blue Autumn Yun is a new disciple who joined this year." When these words were spoken, Moonhan was completely dumbfounded. How could a new disciple enter the B area? Could it be that some elder brought them in? The disciple stuttered as he recounted the previous events. After listening, Moonhan found it incredible. To defeat an elder's direct disciple within a month of joining the sect, who exactly is this Blue Autumn Yun? This suddenly sparked a lot of interest in Moonhan, who has always been indifferent to worldly affairs. Thus, he had the idea to take a look at this mysterious young man. At the same time, Blue Autumn Yun is enjoying family joys. Under the setting sun, an Immortal Maiden is giving a knee pillow massage. An Immortal Maiden is feeding fruits. Blue Autumn Yun remembered the words of the senior predecessors in immortal cultivation. The path of immortal cultivation is to experience all kinds of hardships in pursuit of the Great Way. It's all nonsense. Life now is much better than back then. Those suffering immortal venerables are worse off. On the other side, Moonhan was lost in thought. Unconsciously, she arrived at Verdant Mist Peak, feeling somewhat excited to finally meet that extraordinary talent. She wondered what he looked like. Just as Moonhan was about to descend, unexpectedly, a sweet and untimely sound came from below. It sounded just like what would come from. Moonhan blushed and looked down. She thought Blue Autumn Yun was a serious and traditional immortal cultivator. She never expected him to be a romantic wanderer indulging in the midst of the 100 flowers. The difference was just too great. This situation made her very embarrassed. So she turned around and planned to visit again next time. Blue Autumn Yun was almost drained dry by the two girls. He suddenly noticed a cultivator named Sword Control on the horizon. As if seeing a savior, he quickly pointed towards the sky and said, "Who is that?" This made Moonhan, who was just about to fly away, awkwardly come to a halt. She deeply exhaled. It was like the arrival of the Immortal Maiden when she jumped down from the sky. Ariel Mu was shocked when she saw the newcomer. She quickly made a respectful bow. "Senior Sister Moonhan, may I ask what instructions you have for coming to Verdant Mist Peak?" Blue Autumn Yun and Elegant Ling exchanged a glance. Is this the rumored candidate for the future sect master of cultivation sect, Moonhan? Because Moonhan is extremely obsessed with cultivation and rarely shows up. But why did he suddenly appear here today? Ariel Mu is extremely nervous. They have quite a gap in both status and cultivation level. It's really hard to guess why she suddenly appeared at Verdant Mist Peak. She prayed that nothing major would happen. Moonhan is not one to beat around the bush. After some consideration, she still believed that it's better to be direct. She approached Blue Autumn Yun and asked directly, "You must be the new junior brother, Blue Autumn Yun, right?" Blue Autumn Yun nodded. He wondered why the beautiful woman mentioned his name. But the next second, the woman said, "Blue Autumn Yun, I have some private matters to discuss with you. Can we chat in that grove over there?" Fast grasped the key words. What private matters require catching up in the grove? She doesn't know when Blue Autumn Yun started having an affair. This senior sister, who is as beautiful as a flower, doesn't even know. The unparalleled Immortal Maiden frequently invites young men to the small grove. It's strange if childhood sweethearts don't get jealous. Although Elegant Ling had a smile on her face, Blue Autumn Yun could clearly feel the anger emanating from her. Even though he really didn't do anything and didn't know this Immortal Maiden. But still immediately bowed to present her with a good person card. Let her explain the situation here. Moonhan nodded slightly and informed him of the purpose of his visit this time. Because she was very interested in the spirit technique mentioned, she wanted to ponder it together with Blue Autumn Yun. At this moment, Elegant Ling was full of jealousy. She directly reached out and twisted his arm. She really had been careless. She didn't even know when he had captured the Immortal Maiden's heart. Blue Autumn Yun was also at a loss for words. She didn't wait for him to speak. Elegant Ling then raised her head and chest proudly, took out the spirit technique book, and told her that she was in the middle of studying it and couldn't lend it out. She asked her to leave if she had nothing else to do. Moon Han was not angry at all. He even nodded understandingly. The next moment, she invited Blue Autumn Yun once again to go to the small forest with her, wanting to see his skills. Blue Autumn Yun was scared by her words. Even Ariel Mu next to him got goosebumps. Little Elegant beside them clenched his fists tightly. Even her smile had a cold touch to it. It seemed like she was on the edge of exploding. In the midst of the conversation, she slowly picked up her arms. "Senior sister, if you feel like fighting, I can accompany you," she said. Blue Autumn Yun was sweating profusely and momentarily at a loss. Moon Han immediately agreed. The two women soon arrived at the open space. For the sake of fairness, Moon Han voluntarily suppressed his cultivation level to the same level. If Elegant Ling's eyelids droop, then little Elegant is in trouble. After speaking, Elegant Ling darted out like a cunning rabbit. The azure spiritual energy turned into a watery film, rapidly solidifying into a water blade that surged straight towards Moon Han. Moon Han slightly dodged to the side to evade the water blade. The cold light, that made a sharp sound as it passed, suddenly exploded. Then, the fast water blade quickly decomposed into small water droplet daggers, all shooting together. Moon Han quickly bent backwards to continue dodging. She couldn't help but be a little surprised. If it weren't for her rich combat experience and sharp senses, she might have really been hit. She couldn't help but show more interest and became a bit more serious. Moon Han instantly threw a horizontal kick. Elegant Ling crossed her hands. Spiritual energy condensed on her arms, although she blocked this attack. But she was still pushed back several meters by the hit. Before she could react, Moon Han began to gather crimson spiritual energy once again and launched an attack. Elegant Ling's eyes sharpened. She was well aware that even if she dodged the first punch, there would be another strike coming. If not handled properly, she would undoubtedly be heavily injured. One is the glamorous and proud Immortal Maiden, while the other is the pure and lovely childhood sweetheart. And at this moment, they are actually fighting fiercely over a young man. Facing the fierce attacks from Moon Han Immortal Maiden, Elegant Ling is not willing to show weakness either. She immediately adjusts herself and adopts a strong stance, advancing instead of retreating. Although Moon Han was very surprised by Elegant Ling's actions, he still charged ahead. Suddenly, a breaking sound rang out. A strong air current directly pulled the two people apart. Moon Han paused slightly. Whirling wind palm detonates spiritual energy before contact, then deliberately pushes oneself out. Indeed smart. The two women's figures intertwined and fought continuously. For a moment, it was really difficult to determine the outcome. The battle escalated. Elegant Ling formed hand seals, and spiritual energy rippled like waves. Faintly, there was a sound of thunder contained within. Moon Han smiled lightly. I saw her raise her left arm. She also used the thunder pattern technique. Just as the two were about to collide, Blue Autumn Yun rushed in between them. She grabbed their wrists with both hands. She pulled Elegant Ling into her arms and embraced her, gently pushing Moon Han away. She stopped the fight between the two. Moon Han didn't say much. The small refinement stage was enough to make her feel pressured. This made her even more curious about Blue Autumn Yun's strength. Seeing that time was no longer early, she briefly said a few words and then returned to Cloud's ascending peak. That night, Elegant Ling tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Clearly, he had been worried that the silly young man would never find a wife. But suddenly, a woman started interacting with him, which made herself incredibly jealous. The feeling is like working hard to grow radishes for over a decade, only to have someone else pull them out. She secretly resolved to get closer to Blue Autumn Yun. She was always on guard against any unscrupulous individuals appearing. Early the next morning, Elegant Ling changed her clothes and stood in front of Blue Autumn Yun. Her delicate and beautiful face instantly dispelled his drowsiness. Following Elegant Ling, he arrived at the square of cultivation sect to cultivate. Blue Autumn Yun helped and guided her intentionally or unintentionally. It's just since the two of them appeared, the other fellow disciples have been practicing half-heartedly. Many male cultivators occasionally glance at the pure and lovely young girl, feeling extremely envious and admiring, just as everyone was feeling melancholic. Suddenly, there was a commotion coming from behind. Is that the Moonhan Immortal Maiden? Even more beautiful than the rumors. My goodness. Am I really not dreaming? The crowd slowly dispersed to make way for Moonhan, staring straight at the goddess of the cultivation sect. Moonhan ignored everyone and headed straight for the edge of the square. Elegant Ling, on the other hand, quickly guarded Blue Autumn Yun with a vigilant look on her face. Moonhan quickly walked up to the two of them. She suddenly spoke. Blue Autumn Yun, last night, I stayed awake half the night pondering. Indeed, I am still very interested in you. Although I was very unhappy in my heart. But there was still a faint smile on my face. Blue Autumn, what do you think? This stunning immortal maiden actually said in front of everyone that she was interested in a new member of a cultivation sect. When these words were spoken, the entire square was in an uproar with hundreds of people. She is considered the goddess of the cultivation sect. It's surprising that she has fallen for this person. Elegant Ling also smiled faintly, quietly waiting for his response. Blue Autumn Yun's mouth twitched slightly. He felt that there must be something fishy about this. So he turned his head and asked Moonhan's senior sister what she was up to. Moonhan pointed indifferently to the side. There's nothing wrong with following me to that small grove for a chat. Seeing the anger on Elegant Ling's body, not decreasing but increasing, Blue Autumn Yun asked her to speak directly. Moonhan contemplated for a moment. I visited you without success last night. I want to try again now, is that okay? As soon as these words were spoken, all the male cultivators present felt their heads buzzing. The sound of cracking could be heard from their hearts. Holy cow, does Moonhan Immortal Maiden really want to sacrifice herself to him? Blue Autumn Yun couldn't stand it anymore. She immediately agreed to spar with her. He rolled up his sleeves as he spoke and took a step forward in front of Moonhan. Moonhan was slightly stunned. She took the initiative to lower her cultivation level to the same level. Blue Autumn Yun had already made up her mind the moment she agreed. If all she had to do was test her own strength, then so be it. After he suppressed all of his spiritual energy, Blue Autumn Yun tensed her body and threw a punch. Moonhan looked serious, treating her as an equal in the battle. Flames quickly ignited on her palm, rapidly solidifying with the infusion of spiritual energy. Transforming into one dagger after another, they shot towards the target. Blue Autumn Yun naturally had to put on a little show as well. Wind blades spread outward in the midst of changing handprints. Explosions of green smoke burst out when the two collided. At that moment, Moonhan's figure suddenly flashed in front of Blue Autumn Yun. He then unleashed a frenzy of attacks upon him, while Blue Autumn Yun continued to expand wind blades to intercept the attacks. At one point, Moonhan was forced to defend passively. Nevertheless, she was extremely excited. This junior brother had indeed mastered the wind control technique as rumored. At this moment, Moonhan kept swinging his wooden sword, continuously shattering the wind blades. He engaged in close combat with Blue Autumn Yun, and both sides fought fiercely. At this point, Moonhan became more and more excited as he fought. With your strength at the foundation stage, you should be able to handle it as well. He immediately launched an attack towards him after saying that. Immediately after, there came a sturdy sense of hitting in the hands. Blue Autumn Yun flew out like a kite with a broken string. Fell heavily to the ground. Moonhan left everyone dumbfounded at the moment. It was just a gentle push without any bonus. It's impossible to hit at all. On the other hand, Blue Autumn Yun sat on the ground and gave her a thumbs up. Senior Sister Han is indeed amazing, I have lost. Moonhan stared at her hand, stunned in place. She never expected the battle to end like this. This newcomer from the cultivation sect is too mysterious. It even attracted the proud daughter of heaven to come challenge. But the man just wants to quietly flirt with girls. He spared no effort to prepare for this defeat. If he lost directly, the woman would definitely not believe it. So he deliberately engaged in a back and forth with her, repeatedly testing the boundaries in a certain edge. After the battle ended, Elegant Ling hurried over and hugged Blue Autumn Yun. Moon Han, feeling apologetic, took out the advanced spiritual elixir Crystal Lotus Dew for healing external wounds. Then she turned around to leave. Before departing, she left a message. If there are any questions, you can find me at Cloud's Ascending Peak. I will take full responsibility. After returning, Elegant Ling cooked chicken soup to nourish his body. When thinking of Blue Autumn Yun being injured, she really didn't feel good. In the following days, Elegant Ling has been diligently studying the fragmented technique. Ariel Mu was also very surprised that Elegant Ling could resist the temptation of the nourishing spirit technique. She was deeply touched. So she delved even more seriously into the nourishing cultivation method. Meanwhile, Blue Autumn Yun was once again persecuted, as Little Elegant had to absorb his spiritual energy every day during practice. At this rate, I'm afraid his frail body will be scrapped in less than 2 days. That night, under the cover of darkness, Blue Autumn Yun arrived at a secluded place. After repeatedly confirming that there was no one around, he carefully set up a spiritual array around him. The mind power spread to the distant void land to communicate with the sacred beast bound by the soul covenant for summoning. Then, a beam of light connected the spiritual array with the dark clouds. The majestic and magnificent shadow of the spiritual beast gradually emerged. Dozens of thunderbolts roared one after another. In an instant, it was as bright as day. Just then, a petite figure walked out. A girl with a Lolita appearance blinked her big eyes as she stood there. Blue Autumn Yun was speechless. He clearly summoned the big boss. How did he end up with this useless character? He closed his eyes and formed hand seals, intending to send the person away again. The girl looked around and happened to meet Blue Autumn Yun's eyes as she turned around. Her eyes slowly widened, sparkling with bright light and surprise. Although the man didn't look like what she remembered her master to be, she still recognized him based on his scent. Shushu happily moved closer to Blue Autumn Yun. He asked where you had been all these days. Cultivation Sect and Little Master are also frantically searching everywhere. Blue Autumn Yun punched Shushu's face into a swollen mess. Going back is impossible. He will never go back in this lifetime. Soon he sat cross-legged and extended his arms. Let her help herself check her physical condition. Subtle greenish-blue ripples gradually emanated from the petite figure. The greenish-blue color spread to Blue Autumn Yun upon contact, wrapping both individuals. Intricate and complex vein-like patterns gradually appeared on his body. The subtle sounds from all parts of the body gradually amplified in Shushu's ears. In just a moment, he completely grasped all the conditions of the body. The most powerful immortal cultivation practitioner inadvertently underwent soul transmigration as a young man. But unexpectedly, this body was actually forced to have intercourse with a demon monster and died as a result. The body itself was already very weak, while the primordial spirit was exceptionally strong. In addition, there is constant occasional absorption through the contract. This only exacerbates the loss of vitality. Blue Autumn Yun had no choice but to summon the sacred beast. Shushu closed his eyes and slowly sensed his physical condition. Her brows furrowed, her expression became more serious. After pondering for a while, she slowly spoke up. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Blue Autumn Yun slapped her on the head and said, "I'm your big brother." Through Shushu's recent probing, she felt that this body was like an empty shell. There is not much vitality. It doesn't even seem alive at all. And the spiritual roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth that this body originally possessed were forcibly taken away. The yang energy inside the body has almost diminished completely. It can be concluded that it was forcibly taken away during sexual intercourse by a female monster. In theory, the body should have been completely scrapped. However, due to Blue Autumn Yun's soul transmigration primordial spirit, some vitality has been restored as if a withered tree has encountered spring. But recently, there is another strange power that is continuously draining life force. This has exacerbated the depletion of life. Blue Autumn Yun's expression is gradually becoming serious. It seems that a solution must be found. Just at this moment, Shushu suddenly bowed respectfully. Immediately patting his chest, he assured his master, "Don't worry, as long as I absorb her, it can alleviate the crisis for the time being." Blue Autumn Yun immediately threw a jade bottle from his arms to her. Then he waved his hand. He didn't want to use saliva to treat injuries. Let Shushu try another method. Shushu's originally serious face showed a hint of blush. This doesn't seem quite right. Blue Autumn Yun rolled up his sleeves to intimidate with force. I have raised you for 5,000 years. Just because I am asking for a small favor, you dare to refuse? Shushu blushed and fidgeted for a while. In the end, she agreed. There was a hint of determination in her eyes. Well, if she had to go, she would go. She seemed about to take action. Blue Autumn Yun almost jumped up in frustration. Grabbing and rubbing Shushu's small face, squeezing it continuously. You dare to call yourself a sacred beast, even sacred beast can be misunderstood. He scolded in a stern voice. Who the hell said that the vermilion bird's bodily fluids are only that thing? Give me some blood. She put her fingers to her mouth and bit a hole. Then carefully dripped it into the jade bottle. Then she handed it to the master. Shortly after, Blue Autumn Yun took out a scroll from her sleeve. Let her write down the medicinal herb she needs. Shushu's fingers slid through the air a few times. The scroll immediately filled with densely packed words. After confirming there were no errors, Shushu rolled up the scroll, handed it back to Blue Autumn Yun. She cautiously said, At the moment, Little Master has dispatched 10,000 cultivators to find you, and each one is equipped with a complete set of spiritual artifacts, claiming not to let go of a single inch. They want to see a person in life and a corpse in death. When this was said, Blue Autumn Yun shivered instantly. Holy cow, does Little White have to be so stubborn? He followed Shushu's finger and looked up. There were indeed a few sword-empowered flight practitioners among the clouds. The formidable cultivator was looking around. He lowered his head, lost in thought. He was afraid that he would have to be even more careful in hiding his identity in the future. He was originally a new disciple who had just joined the sect, but unexpectedly awakened the double spiritual root of variation. Even though he had used all his strength to suppress his cultivation level, he still could not escape the recognition of the aptitude tree. The elders are determined to make him shine and bring glory to his ancestors. But he just wants to quietly flirt with girls. Since that day, the third elder witnessed Blue Autumn Yun's aptitude determination results. He decided to immediately return to the cultivation sect to inform them of this matter. At this moment, he has already gathered all the elders together. The conversation still seemed a bit heated. He thought it over and couldn't help but feel that they had underestimated this newcomer that day. Recently, Blue Autumn Yun not only learned the wind control technique, but also defeated Xiao Su by surpassing his level. Even tested to have level B aptitude. Through his outstanding performance, the third elder couldn't help but suspect that this kid may have already found a way to break through the constraints of the twin spiritual root variation. And the second elder expressed dissatisfaction with this. He believed that the wind control technique was originally suitable for those with wind element spiritual root to cultivate, and that the kid had just stumbled upon it by chance. As for his disciple Xiao Su who defeated him, it was completely due to that fool's carelessness. As for the spirit testing tree, it is only set up for ordinary disciples. There must be many deviations compared to the variation spiritual root. The third elder was left speechless by his words. Just then, Moonhan walked in. She quickly bowed to everyone. Recently, she encountered a barrier in her cultivation. Due to the lack of opportunities for a breakthrough, she decided to exit seclusion ahead of schedule. The sect master was overjoyed at the news. Presumably, she is on the verge of breaking through to the core formation middle stage. To achieve this level in just 2 years since joining, truly worthy of being one's own disciple. The sect master suddenly felt refreshed. He immediately promised to provide whatever she needed. Moon Han did not hesitate at all. She immediately raised her request. She hoped that the sect master could bring Blue Autumn Yun to Cloud's ascending peak. After a brief exchange between the two, she could feel that he might be the strongest among the new disciples joining the sect. Such talents should not be wasted. Sect master helped her up. After all, the cultivation sect does not possess the method to deal with the restraint of dual variation spiritual root. He had to temporarily shelve this matter. With the cultivation sect's major examination approaching, he asked Moon Han to go back and prepare well. At the break of dawn, Blue Autumn Yun decided to immediately go back to find Elegant Ling. Upon entering, I saw the two of them moving things. Due to Ariel Mu receiving an urgent letter from senior sister Luo, she needs to rush over to help. After confirming that there were no issues with the luggage, Ariel Mu took out a storage ring and packed all the luggage into it. Just as she was about to leave, Little Elegant quickly reminded her that she forgot to take the money pouch. She also forgot the bellyband. Elegant Ling is somewhat speechless. She really isn't very reassured, so she suggested that Blue Autumn Yun go with her. Blue Autumn Yun did not oppose. Luling City is a transit city for the Merchant Association's trade. There must be some rare materials there. And Elegant Ling is on the verge of a breakthrough, so she decided to stay and continue to cultivate. The man summoned a sacred beast for treatment because his physical condition was too poor. In order to prevent the sacred beast from exposing its identity, he personally entered the world to search for herbs. The two of them rode on a spiritual beast and quickly arrived at the bustling Luling City Ariel Mu. As soon as they landed, she took him and ran forward. At the same time, a tall and slender-legged young woman paced back and forth at the city gate. Ariel Mu raised herself up on her tiptoes and waved when she saw senior sister Luo before pulling Blue Autumn Yun through the crowd. She first took the people to have fun in the city. She didn't bring them back to the Merchant Association until it was getting dark. Blue Autumn Yun didn't expect that the first senior sister turned out to be the young lady of Luo's Merchant Association. However, what really piques his curiosity is what happened in the first senior sister's family, that she hasn't returned to Verdant Mist Peak for so long. Aurelia Luo let out a soft sigh. Luling City is surrounded by abundant spiritual energy. The land is fertile and produces a variety of medicinal herbs. Over the years, Mu Province capital has gradually become a well-known city for producing Dan pills, thanks to decades of accumulation. To promote local potion refining development, the city lord organizes Dan pills competitions, offering generous rewards to attract participation from major families. Their merchant association is only at a slightly above average level. There are no particularly strong alchemists, and they only maintain an attitude of watching the potion refining competition. However, a while ago, the old man's hidden injury recurred. The renowned physician in the city told her that she urgently needed the flame spiritual fruit to prepare the prescription. And this medicinal herb happens to be the prize in this potion refining competition. She had no choice but to ask Ariel Mu for help. Don't be fooled by her love for food. She is quite adept at controlling fire attributes with her fire element spiritual root. Although her cultivation is average, she has some knowledge in potion refining. Ariel Mu proudly took out her own storage ring. She searched inside carefully. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the clothing gradually became clearer. It was a bodysuit made of thin gauze with lace trim. The design was very bold. Just looking at it made one's imagination run wild unconsciously. She was so confident that she didn't even take a glance. Aurelia Luo turned her head away, unable to look straight at it. Is this the surprise that was intended for me? I have underwear, and I don't like this type either. Upon hearing this, Ariel Mu's eyes glanced upward. Her facial expression quickly changed. A frantic roar almost toppled the roof. She quickly hid the object. She blushed and huddled in the chair. Would you believe me if I said this is not mine? Aurelia Luo waved her hand and shook her head hastily. Meanwhile, Blue Autumn Yun silently gave a thumbs-up gesture of approval. I didn't expect that the usually quiet little senior sister actually has such a wild side in her heart. Ariel Mu trembled on the side. After hesitating for a moment, she chose to be more lenient. She was wearing it to shape her figure, she said as she pulled and stretched the clothes in front of the two, showing their elasticity. When this was said, both of them were stunned. Could it be that there is still more to Ariel Mu behind the scenes with such a massive amount? Little senior sister received an urgent letter from senior sister Luo. Without saying a word, she brought all her belongings to Liling City. The next morning, Lin Luo, the steward of Luo's Merchant Association, came knocking on the door. He specially invited Ariel Mu to the backyard of the Merchant Association to prepare for potion refining. And Ariel Mu also got up early. She was well prepared. Yesterday's events were a bit embarrassing. Today I must reshape my image. I need to show off in front of everyone. Under the commands of the steward, all the household servants are busy moving things back and forth. The backyard was soon cleaned up spotlessly. Ariel Mu expressed satisfaction with it and signaled Lin Luo to stop working. At the same time, Aurelia Luo also arrived at the backyard. She stood behind Ariel Mu with a smile. I've been watching you the past few days. Good luck. Ariel Mu quickly took out the jade box she had prepared long ago. She turned around and handed it to Aurelia Luo, which was the gift she had prepared. Yesterday was just an accident. Aurelia Luo carefully opened the jade box. A strong medicinal fragrance gushed out from the cracks. The entire backyard was instantly filled with a scent of Dan pills. Ariel Mu explained somewhat sheepishly that Verdant Miss Peak always performs poorly in the cultivation sex major competition. She thought of accumulating Dan pills to improve their score. So, in her spare time recently, she has been going to Dan refining. Now senior sister has encountered some trouble. She can only take it out in advance as a contingency. Lin Luo happily took the jade box. These Dan pills are enough to keep the Merchant Association running for a while. She gestured to the servants in the courtyard. Everyone understood and followed her out together. At this moment, Ariel Mu took out a worn-out alchemy cauldron from the storage ring. Blue Autumn Yun's eyes lit up instantly. She curiously examined the alchemy cauldron closely. Ariel Mu put on a robe that looked like an apron. Suddenly, a layer of crimson spiritual energy swiftly surrounded her body. Calmly and unhurriedly, she put various medicinal herbs into the alchemy cauldron. Even Aurelia Luo couldn't help but praise her. When Ariel Mu was refining potions, it was like a different person. The alchemy cauldron in front of him reached this level in just 5 years. Such talent and diligence. In terms of potion refining, there is no one in the cultivation sect who can compare to her peers. Just as the words fell, a loud bang echoed in the ears of everyone. Instantly, smoke scattered and filled the air. The furnace actually exploded. Ariel Mu walked out coughing and fanning the smoke, with a hint of black soot on her face. Aurelia Luo quickly stepped forward to express her concern. She had just praised junior brother so much. How did the furnace explode? Ariel Mu chuckled and pointed to the apron she was wearing. It was bought for her by the master, and has fireproof and heat-insulating effects. Then she quickly walked towards the alchemy cauldron, waiting for the familiar feeling to come. Ariel Mu continued to make the refining process very seriously. Ariel has undergone several baptisms in the crucible. Aurelia Luo was startled. How could it be getting more and more frequent? If the explosions continue, the courtyard may disappear. Aurelia Luo was afraid of being bombed and ran off to deal with Merchant Association affairs. Blue Autumn Yun is not afraid of explosions. His focus is on the alchemy cauldron. It can stay in little senior sister's hands for so long. This is definitely not an ordinary product. Just a second ago, she was praised for her outstanding talent. The next second, she began performing fancy furnace explosions. Little senior sister, you truly deserve it. After continuing to blast the furnace for half an hour, Ariel Mu finally entered a state. The refined herbs gradually turned into the shape of Dan pills. A moment later, a rich Dan pills fragrance emanated. The slightly warm Dan pills fell into Ariel Mu's hands. Blue Autumn Yun took over the Dan pills, which had a shiny color and a rich texture. If Mu Province capital finds out that she, at her age, can refine high-quality Dan pills, they will definitely try every means to recruit her aggressively. Soon, Ariel Mu collected these Dan pills. It seems that Blue Autumn Yun is also showing some interest in potion refining. So they quickly searched in their storage ring. Before long, belly bands and silk stockings were flying everywhere as she tossed them around. Finally, she found a thick scroll. This was the complete guide to potion refining that Fourth Elder had given her. Blue Autumn Yun blushed and held the scroll in her hands. Her eyes, however, could not help but stare at the chest band and other items on the ground. Dressed in both a maid and a chef's outfit. Amazing, truly amazing. Little senior sister does indeed have a wild side in her heart. Ariel Mu hurriedly protected a pile of clothes, warning him shyly. If you look again, I will report to Little Elegant. Blue Autumn Yun smiled awkwardly and immediately shifted his gaze to the scroll. The Dan pills are still being refined continuously. Unconsciously, he had been reading for 4 or 5 hours straight. He stood up and stretched lazily. Although the content of potion refining is extensive and complicated, for him, it has all been deeply ingrained in his mind. And at this moment, Ariel Mu is still diligently studying potion refining, while the first senior sister is nowhere to be found, busy with who knows what. Blue Autumn Yun just walked out of the backyard. I smelled a refining Dan pills aura. Following the scent through the corridor and courtyard, I arrived in front of a building. The sign hanging on the door read, "For Ion Refining Hall," in 3 large characters. Inside, there are more than 10 alchemy cauldrons, and many alchemists are manipulating flames to refine medicinal herbs. Blue Autumn Yun looked around and finally walked towards an unoccupied alchemy cauldron. The middle-aged alchemist next to him glared at him sideways with a very arrogant tone. "You look unfamiliar. Are you a new alchemist?" Blue Autumn Yun glanced at him and calmly replied, "So what if I am not?" The middle-aged alchemist shouted loudly, "If you're not here for a reason, then get out." Lin Luo, upon hearing the commotion, hurried over. She immediately approached and asked, "What's wrong, Master Mingzhang?" And Mingzhang, relying on being the most powerful alchemist here, arrogantly tried to kick him out. Lin Luo quickly intervened to mediate. This young man is the junior brother of Miss and a distinguished guest of the Merchant Association. Mingzhang, hindered by the young lady's status, did not dare to continue to trouble further. Blue Autumn Yun was filled with anger. If Lin Luo hadn't arrived early, he would have been thrown into the furnace. The teenager was accidentally attracted by the fragrance of the medicine and arrived at the potion refining hall. But unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, he was driven away arrogantly by the little people. Lin Luo hurried over when he heard the commotion. She suddenly had a headache. The 2 of them are a Missy's junior brother from the Merchant Association, honored guests. One is the highest level alchemist in the Merchant Association. It's not good to offend either of them. After hesitating for a moment, she could only lead Blue Autumn Yun to a secluded corner. She clasped her hands together and implored Blue Autumn Yun to be more accommodating. Blue Autumn Yun also didn't want to make things difficult for the junior steward. He waved his hand, telling her that she could refine wherever she wanted. Blue Autumn Yun carefully wiped the alchemy cauldron clean. But who knows that Mingzhang is like a dog, biting at whoever he catches. He can't stand even the slightest sound. Blue Autumn Yun gave him a sideways glance. A trace of spiritual energy circulated in her hand. If she wasn't afraid of causing trouble for the first senior sister, she would have thrown this guy into the furnace a long time ago. At this moment, several nearby alchemists couldn't help but be a little surprised. They were amazed to see this young man in front of them, so unskilled in his movements, yet able to produce flames directly on his first try. This remark immediately reached Ming Zhang's ears. He loudly reprimanded the two of them. However, he still did not put Blue Autumn Yun in his eyes. Lin Luo was afraid that Ming Zhang would continue to cause trouble, so she stayed here for the time being. Besides, she knew not everyone could become an alchemist. She just needed to wait for Blue Autumn Yun's fresh excitement to fade. At that time, she could comfort him and ask him to leave. After sensing the temperature of the flame, Blue Autumn Yun closed her eyes and recalled the steps of potion refining. Mind power gently moved several medicinal herbs to float above the alchemy cauldron. Then they crushed them. All of them were thrown into the furnace. Lin Luo just wanted to remind, but it was already too late. She is not an alchemist, but she does understand some basic knowledge of potion refining. It is best to refine refined herbs one after another. Focusing on the refining process is the key. It seems that this junior brother is not only inexperienced but also unaware of the most basic steps of potion refining. Under the scorching flames, several medicinal ingredients gradually begin to merge together. Soon, the shape of a Dan pill slowly emerges. Lin Luo was stunned to see that it had succeeded. It was unbelievable that so many medicinal ingredients had been successfully refined at once. The flames were very obedient under Blue Autumn Yun's control. Even his technique is elegant and beautiful. And on the other side, Ming Zhang is unaware. According to his estimation, this young man either burns the medicine to ashes or it doesn't burn at all. There is even a possibility of the occurrence of the low-level operation of the blast furnace. Just because he dared to ignore himself earlier, Ming Zhang was determined to use action to tell him. Not everyone can become an alchemist. Relying on his profound experience over the decades, a fragrant Dan pill slowly floated out. The surrounding alchemists were all attracted by the scent of the medicine. The first-rank high-quality Dan pills truly live up to Master Zhang's reputation. He is really amazing. Ming Zhang was flattered by the praise, feeling refreshed and exhilarated. He felt like he had reached the pinnacle of his life. The young man successfully refined top-ranked Dan pills on his first attempt. However, he was still subjected to strong ridicule from the alchemist. At the height of Ming Zhang's triumph, but suddenly found that Lin Luo was not looking at him. Instead, he has been focusing intently on Blue Autumn Yun. Ming Zhang crossed his arms and revealed a very mocking smile. Humph, let's see how long you can hold on. After a while, a group of alchemists also shifted their attention to Blue Autumn Yun. Even the smile on Ming Zhang's face gradually disappeared. He felt that this kid was having it a bit too easy. A few minutes later, a fresh medicinal fragrance accompanied by wisps of blue smoke wafted out from the alchemy cauldron. Blue Autumn Yun's fingers moved slightly. The Dan pills emitting a faint smoke fell into his hand. The alchemists present were all shocked. He actually succeeded. What a surprise! And to refine a high-quality potion on the first attempt is simply unbelievable. Is it only a high-quality Dan pills if Blue Autumn Yun casually glanced at it with drooping eyelids? Then he directly threw it out in front of everyone. It turned out that it's not top quality, so he had to refine it again. Lin Luo hurriedly caught the Dan pills. She held it in the palm of her hand, feeling so sorry. A high quality, the first-ranked Dan pills could be equivalent to half a month's salary for her. How could he just throw it away like that? Blue Autumn Yun turned around and took out a few more medicinal herbs from the medicine cabinet. Indifferently she said, "What's the use of keeping a failed pill after refining it?" The surrounding alchemists were discussing heatedly. You told me that the high-quality Dan pills are failed pills. Ming Zhang was so angry that his teeth itched. To him, this was a blatant humiliation. A few minutes later, under the watchful eyes of everyone, a Dan pill with perfect luster and aura was born from the alchemy cauldron. You can tell at a glance that this is a top-quality Dan pill. He turned his head to look at the Lin Luo Merchant Association. If you don't mind, just take it. Lin Luo excitedly reached out his hands. Yes, we want it. Blue Autumn Yun casually threw the Dan pills to her. Lin Luo even carefully and hastily collected them, unwilling to let others have another look. Without saying a word, she hastily ran to find the eldest miss. At the same time, Aurelia Luo was quietly watching Ariel Mu refining Dan pills in the backyard. Ariel Mu is also very serious. She knows that the potion refining competition this time is related to the condition of senior sister's grandfather. She must not be careless. And as long as she can refine one more high-quality Dan pill, the operation of the Merchant Association will be easier. She is very anxious hope that she can refine another high quality. But she did not expect it to be just a very ordinary Dan pills. She was very afraid that her poor performance would delay senior sister's matters. She even suggested that senior sister could bring back the former chief alchemist. Little senior sister is focusing on potion refining to help the first senior sister fulfill her wish. But the success rate is still less than 60%. Under this helplessness, she proposed the idea of finding back the thoughts of that alchemist. Aurelia Luo shook her head slightly. With a gloomy face, she told her that after that alchemist found out about her grandfather's illness, he took the opportunity to pressure her into marriage, even using it as a threat. If she didn't marry him, he would leave the Merchant Association, and Ariel Mu was the best alchemist she could find at the moment. However, it's almost impossible to obtain that medicinal herb given the current situation. She helplessly slammed her hammer on the table. Is she really going to lose an important person? Memories came to mind involuntarily, and tears the size of beans fell from her eyes. Is she really going to submit to that guy? At that moment, Lin Luo ran over in excitement. She was panting heavily from exhaustion, which startled Aurelia Luo. She thought the Merchant Association had run into another problem. Lin Luo quickly adjusted her breathing and reassured her that the Merchant Association had stabilized. She took out a jade box from her bosom as she spoke. Aurelia Luo curiously opened it. A strong fragrance of Dan pills wafted out. The two of them widened their eyes in astonishment. These were actually top-quality Dan pills. Aurelia Luo immediately asked where she got it from. She pondered silently in her heart. Ming Zhang simply couldn't do it with his abilities. Could it be that Xiao Lu, who used to intimidate her, has come back again? And Lin Luo gets angry whenever he is mentioned. She is very certain that it's not that guy. Then she couldn't help but feel a little pleased and told the two of them. The person who refined these Dan pills is none other than Blue Autumn Yun. The moment she said this, both of them were dumbfounded. After all, they had never heard that junior brother knew potion refining before this. Moreover, he was just consulting with Ariel Mu. How could it be him? Seeing that neither of them believed it, Lin Luo decided to take them over to have a look together. But they haven't gone inside yet. Neither of the two believed it, so Lin Luo decided to take them over to take a look. But they haven't gone in yet. Just saw a group of cultivators going crazy at the entrance. None of them can bring themselves to believe that they've spent 20 hard years on potion refining. They can't even beat a naive kid who doesn't even understand the basic knowledge. Even Ning Zhang on the side is so angry that he wants to hit the wall. Lin Luo looked around, but did not see Blue Autumn Yun's figure. So, he brought a few alchemists over to let them explain the situation. After hearing everyone's account, both of them gasped in shock. Junior brother is indeed terrifying. And at this moment, Blue Autumn Yun is strolling on the street. He came to a roadside stall selling novels. After listening to the boss's introduction, without saying a word, he picked up a volume of a yellow-covered book. Just as he was about to take out money, he hesitated slightly. It seemed that he didn't have a single penny on him. The first thing this man did after joining the world was to go buy bamboo slips. But who could have expected that he had not brought any money with him at all? Fortunately, his several senior sisters arrived just in time. Without saying a word, they helped him buy everything. By the way, they also dragged him back home. But they had just returned home when the door was locked. The three women surrounded him without saying a word, each smiling as they stared at him. Blue Autumn Yun's heart raced as she watched. Could it be that they were going to start a real battle so soon? Before he could react, Aurelia Luo had already appeared in front of him. She asked him very seriously whether he was an alchemist or not. Blue Autumn Yun awkwardly smiled and quickly gave her a negative answer. But Lin Luo on the side interrupted. In Liling City, only 3 people can refine the first-rank top-quality Dan pills. Even Miss Mu cannot do it. How could he not be one of them? Blue Autumn Yun was suddenly very surprised. He never expected that even little senior sister couldn't do it. He originally just wanted to play around casually. Could it be that he has overdone it again? At this moment, Aurelia Luo suddenly suggested that he refine again in front of everyone. Ariel Mu on the side was also very curious. She followed closely, asking Blue Autumn Yun to demonstrate the potion refining skills properly. Blue Autumn Yun agreed upon seeing this, and calmly started to operate the spiritual energy to make the flames in the alchemy cauldron vigorous before he began refining the potion. In the surprised gazes of the crowd, a top-quality Dan pill appeared in his hand in no time. Blue Autumn Yun casually picked it up and threw it towards Aurelia Luo, who caught it in a fluster. After witnessing his capability, she immediately decided to leave the matter of participating in the competition to him. She was seen holding Blue Autumn Yun's arm with both hands, with a look of hope and anticipation on her face. Even her tone sounded slightly coquettish. Blue Autumn Yun can't withstand such an attack. Immediately agreed to it. Aurelia Luo joyfully embraced Blue Autumn Yun in a bear hug. Blue Autumn Yun's mind also couldn't help but wander into inappropriate thoughts. But suddenly, as she laughed, she started crying. Ariel Mu and Lin Luo were suddenly at a loss too. Blue Autumn Yun gestured to the two to leave. Then he gently placed his hand on her shoulder, listening attentively to her story. Aurelia Luo choked back her words as she accused Blue Autumn Yun. Those merchant associations are all watching and laughing at her. Everyone thinks that a girl like her definitely won't be able to hold on. The alchemist at home was also unable to work. The former chief alchemist even took advantage of her situation to force her into marriage. Blue Autumn Yun's eyes turned cold and resorted to using marriage as pressure. He silently noted the name Zhao Lu in his heart. Then helped senior sister wipe away her tears and rest assured. I will definitely beat up the merchant association that bullied you at the potion refining symposium. Aurelia Luo's cheeks quickly flushed. An unprecedented feeling surged in her heart. This man can casually refine top-quality Dan pills after experiencing his amazing skills. Aurelia Luo immediately decided to entrust the task of participating in the competition to him. From that day on, Blue Autumn Yun was assigned to a separate potion refining area. Being able to refine pills alone is so much fun. And Lin Luo brings snacks made by senior sister Luo to serve him every day. This made her can't help but feel that this behavior is quite similar to the gestures of young ladies trying to please their beloved. But she quickly convinced herself that it was impossible. They are just senior sister and junior brother. They shouldn't behave recklessly. Just as she was about to leave, it seemed like she suddenly remembered something. She turned around and told Blue Autumn Yun that if there was any need, please be sure to speak up. The Merchant Association will try their best to help resolve it. Blue Autumn Yun's corner of the mouth twitched. She almost choked on her saliva. He did encounter a difficult problem. And it's not just any regular problem, it's a huge one. According to his understanding, in the past potion refining symposiums, as long as one can refine second-rank high-quality Dan pills, victory is within reach. But now, no matter how he does it, it always turns out to be top quality. He suddenly found that he couldn't control it. Blue Autumn Yun was extremely frustrated. Nowadays, people from Boundless Pavilion are searching everywhere. Achieving top quality at the age of 16 will definitely attract their attention. He doesn't want to go back with them. He still wants to stay here and continue his sweet love affair with the young lady. I really didn't expect it. I don't know how to become weaker. It has become his most troubling problem now. Hearing this, Lin Luo was a little confused. Blue Autumn Yun didn't expect her to be able to help anyway, so he sent her away. Then he tried several more times with the alchemy cauldron himself. The results were exactly the same as before. They were all top-quality Dan pills. In a fit of anger, he decided to quit. Why not go out for a walk and relax instead of getting stuck here? Maybe you'll even get something out of it. You can also collect the ingredients needed for the prescription along the way. He soon arrived at the black market of Liling City. But it is much more efficient than the Merchant Association on the surface. His arrival quickly caught the attention of a shirtless man. The shirtless man walked straight over and stood in front of Blue Autumn Yun. Before he could speak a word, Blue Autumn Yun flashed and appeared behind him in an instant. Then a leg swiped past, giving him a fatal blow. The man was also stepped on by Blue Autumn Yun as he landed. Blue Autumn Yun's face was very gloomy. He asked where the Dark Merchant Association is. The man with bare arms glared fiercely at Blue Autumn Yun and shouted loudly for him to let go. Blue Autumn Yun forcefully applied pressure with his heels. With just a little more force, this man's arm would be broken. The man gritted his teeth in pain. He told Blue Autumn Yun the location of the Merchant Association. But Blue Autumn Yun had just released her grip. The man then fumbled for a dagger from behind. Unfortunately, before he could take it out, his vision suddenly flipped. His body uncontrollably flew backward. He didn't stop until he crashed into the wall with a dull thud. The onlookers were all shocked and dismayed. He obediently returned to his original position, not daring to continue causing trouble, waiting to find the next target. The man is single-mindedly trying to hide his identity. However, he can easily shock everyone with just a casual move. Feeling depressed, he decided to go out for a walk to clear his mind. He soon found the largest merchant association in the black market. Upon entering, he saw a woman wearing a fox mask. The woman quickly scanned him. Seeing that he was dressed casually and still very young, she immediately classified him as a rookie. The woman politely asked him if he was buying or selling goods. Blue Autumn Yun told her that he was both buying and selling goods. Without saying a word, the woman decided to take him to the selling area first. Blue Autumn Yun knew the tricks here very well. This was just to see if he could present valuable treasures. Only if the value was high would she consider continuing with further services. Blue Autumn Yun waved her hand and immediately chose the cheapest trading area. The woman thought to herself, "Sure enough, he is a poor guy. Only the most destitute people would choose the lowest grade trading area." After realizing that she couldn't profit from the young man, the woman turned around and left cleanly and neatly. It's fortunate that the entrance to the lowest level trading area is the worst decorated. It's very easy to find. After passing through the dark corridor, enter the hall. Inside are individual windows. The black cat at the reception is stretching its tired body, planning to leave. But she immediately sat up straight when she saw Blue Autumn Yun. Blue Autumn Yun told her that she was here to deal with some Dan pills. Black Cat remained silent for a moment. Doubts arose in her mind. Dressed plainly and looking very young, could she be the noble alchemist? However, she continued to patiently receive him. She asked him to place the Dan pills on the table for appraisal. Black Cat asked Blue Autumn Yun to wait for a moment. She then took the jade box. She carefully opened it. A faint shimmer leaked from the seams. The strong smell of medicinal fragrance instantly woke up Black Cat's drowsy mind. My goodness, these are unexpectedly top-quality Dan pills. Black Cat quickly got up and opened the locked window and door, then invited Blue Autumn Yun to sit at their own seat. She couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. This single transaction is equivalent to the total turnover she has been handling for decades. If the transaction is successful, what a great achievement it would be. But she really has nothing to entertain them with. In desperation, she thought of herself. I heard that those high-end clients all have some quirks. But looking at the young man's handsome face, she didn't seem to be at a loss herself. She knelt beside Blue Autumn Yun's legs, blushing with embarrassment as she said, "Excuse me, may I use my hand?" I don't have much experience, but I will try my best. These words left Blue Autumn Yun looking utterly confused. Black Cat continued to approach. Then perhaps you prefer other parts. If not, the mouth is also acceptable. Blue Autumn Yun blushed instantly. What does this Black Cat receptionist want to do? A man was actually able to receive such treatment on his first visit to the black market. The Black Cat woman went to great lengths to entertain him, coming up with all kinds of ways, using both her hands and her mouth. Blue Autumn Yun suddenly felt a little confused. He sat there blushing, demonstrating an unparalleled level of dedication. But he quickly pushed the Black Cat attendant aside. Tell her that as long as she helps speed up handling the matter for herself, he really doesn't need it. Black Cat hesitated for a moment and then immediately stood up. Trembling, he took a few documents and asked him to sign them here. Blue Autumn Yun did not hesitate at all. He neatly signed his name on the documents. Black Cat stared blankly at the words on the documents. Excited tears welled up in their eyes. They could hardly believe that it was so simple to become their own client. She asked Blue Autumn Yun to wait here for a moment. While wiping away tears, she quickly ran out. After waiting for about half an hour, footsteps could be heard in the lobby. A middle-aged man dressed in splendid attire arrived at the lobby, followed by Black Cat and a group of attendants. He politely bowed to Blue Autumn Yun and introduced himself with the nickname Blazing Leopard. But Blue Autumn Yun continued to bow her head and drink her tea. It seems a bit dismissive not even to say her real name. Blazing Leopard's expression was serious. In a place like the black market, everyone tries their best to conceal their name. And his name is even more taboo. No one dares to ask about it on ordinary days. The man in front of him asked for his name as soon as they met. Could it be that he wanted to manipulate him? Based on his many years of experience, he could feel that this young man was definitely not simple. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to reveal his name. I am Priscilla Lee, the president here. May I know how to address you? Blue Autumn Yun had just finished speaking when the tea in their mouth sprayed all over Priscilla Lee's face. He coughed for a long time before calming down. You, a muscular man with a rough appearance, are called Priscilla Lee. The others behind them obviously hadn't heard the president's name before either. They couldn't help but laugh. Priscilla Lee turned around with an angry stare, exuding a murderous intent. Those people were so frightened that they immediately knelt down on the ground. Blue Autumn Yun also immediately stepped in to mediate, but still couldn't help but laugh heartily. Priscilla Lee, Blazing Leopard Pussycat. You can tell your parents dote on you, ha ha ha. After a long while, Blue Autumn Yun finally managed to stop laughing. This time, he will handle the goods and wait for his valuation. Priscilla Lee immediately looked serious. She invited him to go to another place to discuss. Priscilla Lee walked through the long narrow tunnel with Blue Autumn Yun. They soon arrived at a lavishly decorated hall. They entered and had someone lock the door behind them. Inside the room, several Black Cat attendants were constantly busy serving drinks and snacks. And each one of them looked stunningly beautiful. This man ventured into the black market alone to collect medicinal herbs, because the Dan pills he brought out were too precious, attracting the biggest local crime boss. After taking her seat, Priscilla Lee asked Blue Autumn Yun about the origin of these Dan pills. Blue Autumn Yun waved her hand reassuringly, saying that the source was clean and she only needed some money. But Priscilla Lee was not at ease about it. After all, these Dan pills are not easy to come by. She suspected that they must come from a major sect, so she had to be cautious. Blue Autumn Yun suddenly felt speechless. How come I am not even confident in the pills I refined myself? If you don't believe it, I can give you an alchemy cauldron for a live demonstration. Priscilla Lee was stunned for a moment. She then ordered the servants to fetch the alchemy cauldron. After a short while, two burly men brought a brand new alchemy cauldron over. This alchemy cauldron has a chance to increase the quality of potion refining, as well as enhance the control of flames and spiritual energy. Blue Autumn Yun was suddenly stunned when he heard this. It was only then that he understood what was going on. The tattered alchemy cauldron that was previously placed in the corner is equivalent to a damaged spiritual artifact, not only failing to enhance, but also increasing the difficulty of potion refining, inadvertently honing Blue Autumn Yun's potion refining skills. After switching to the high-level alchemy cauldron provided by Lin Luo, it was difficult to adapt. It then became challenging to lower the quality of the Dan pills. Priscilla Lee asked suspiciously what was wrong. Blue Autumn Yun waved his hand. Nothing, just not used to the alchemy cauldron being so good. Immediately, his robes fluttered. A stream of energy spread outwards from his body. Before long, the hall was filled with powerful spiritual pressure fluctuations. Priscilla Lee was greatly shocked. This is indeed a wind element spiritual energy variation spiritual root. This young man is truly extraordinary. The herbs floated in sequence and entered the alchemy cauldron. Before long, a pill in the shape of a Dan pill was formed. With a light flick of her finger, Blue Autumn Yun completed the refining process, and the Dan pill appeared in the palm of her hand. Priscilla Lee trembled as she looked at the Dan pill, which turned out to be a second-rank top-quality Dan pill. This meant that the young man was at least a fourth-rank alchemist. After understanding the origin of the Dan pills clearly, he then made an offer to acquire Blue Autumn Yun. Blue Autumn Yun couldn't be bothered to haggle with him. Don't be fooled by his seemingly carefree attitude. Actually, he is secretly thrilled inside. By conservatively estimating, he can earn about 20,000 spiritual stones this time, so he won't have to worry about money for a while. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he took out the list of materials he needed. Priscilla Lee picked it up and took a look. She immediately instructed her assistant to take care of it. The black market is very efficient. They managed to prepare all the materials needed by Blue Autumn Yun in just half an hour. Priscilla Lee took out an exquisite storage ring, and all the materials he needed were inside. Unfortunately, the stock of Heavenly Abundance herb was depleted. However, the rewards for the top few at the Potion Refining Symposium in a few days included. With your skills, winning should be a piece of cake. He also gave him the storage ring and alchemy cauldron as a gift. Blue Autumn Yun is already starting to figure out ways to flatter himself with this storage ring. But there is indeed a small matter that he needs to take care of. This man is too powerful. It even attracted the biggest underworld boss in the black market to come and fawn over him. Priscilla Lee listened very respectfully. He was quite pleased in his heart. The favors from a fourth-rank alchemist are much more valuable than spiritual stones. So Blue Autumn Yun mentioned to him about some small characters from Luo's Merchant Association who don't know the severity of the situation and are making secret moves, which really displeased him. He ordered Priscilla Lee to investigate those small characters and to bring them all down. The more he can bring down, the better. And make sure to keep them alive. Let them taste the flavor of bankruptcy. When this was said, Priscilla Lee was suddenly a little nervous. He was well aware that the forces besieging the Luo's Merchant Association were not to be trifled with. In Luling City, many merchant associations are colluding with the city lord. If the black market were to suddenly make a move, it would definitely face various forms of suppression. With a big wave of his hand, Blue Autumn Yun was unwilling to listen to this nonsense. He told him in a very calm tone, "There is nothing that cannot be done, only whether to do it or not." He then patted Priscilla Lee on the shoulder. He knew that just by exchanging these Dan pills, he could make her do these things. It was indeed a bit embarrassing. So he took out a jade bottle from his arms as a reward and instructed her to do it beautifully. Priscilla Lee hesitated and was about to refuse. However, she could tell it was not a negotiation, but an unquestionable command. He curiously opened the jade bottle. The next second, his expression suddenly changed drastically. There are actually 2 third-rank top-quality Dan pills inside. The man in front of him is actually a 5-rank alchemist. Priscilla Lee was so scared that she sat paralyzed on the ground. He never imagined that he would encounter this. In this small Luling city, encountering a super genius. Don't say it's just Luling City. No one in the entire blue vast domain can do anything to him. He secretly speculated that this man is definitely not just a young man. He must have cultivated some advanced rejuvenation cultivation method. The stewardesses around looked at each other in confusion. They couldn't understand why the president, who is knowledgeable and experienced, would be scared into such a state. They couldn't help but be curious about what exactly was inside the jade bottle. But a single glance from Priscilla Lee made them shrink back in fear. Priscilla Lee was very clear in her heart. If the Dark Merchant Association could have such a backer, then there was no need to worry about just lingering in this small lulling city. He immediately clasped his fists and bowed in salute. He vowed to do his utmost as instructed by the superior. If the superior is willing, he is even willing to offer himself. Blue Autumn Yun was slightly surprised. He did not have such a preference yet. Just as he was about to leave and reveal his identity, Priscilla Lee immediately lowered her head nervously, telling him there was no need. A small merchant association like theirs was not worthy of knowing his name. She assured him that their whereabouts would also be kept confidential. Blue Autumn Yun waved his hand and walked away. As Priscilla Lee watched his back, she broke out in a cold sweat. Such a big shot coming to the black market clearly meant they were going to do dirty work. Asking for his name would be seeking death. After witnessing Blue Autumn Yun's strength, Priscilla Lee agreed to help him without saying a word. Until she watched him leave. Priscilla Lee's rapidly beating heart finally slowed down a bit. Then she suddenly turned around and glared angrily at the attendants. How can you treat such an important person like me without any respect? Do you have no eyes? The fox attendant was so scared that her face was covered in cold sweat. Who could tell that this was an important person? Priscilla Lee immediately demoted her to the lowest level of receptionist. Then she turned to Black Cat and handed over the position of Merchant Association Manager to her. Black Cat stood dumbfounded in place. She was so happy that she almost fainted. Now there is only 1 day left before the Lilling City Potion Refining Symposium. Aurelia Luo arrived at the front gate of the courtyard, feeling very nervous. He felt too overwhelmed that day. He was comforted by Junior Brother, as if he were a child. She adjusted her breathing slightly. And then she slowly pushed open the door. Blue Autumn Yun was testing next to the alchemy cauldron. Seeing the two people coming in, he hurriedly greeted them. Perhaps it was because he had read too many pulp fiction books recently. Unconsciously, he had learned some tactics used by male protagonists. In just a few words, he made Aurelia Luo blush and her heart race. And she came this time precisely to take the two of them out to relax. Blue Autumn Yun didn't even think about it and ran out. The remaining 3 women followed behind to watch. After a while, Ariel Mu got tired. She wanted to find a place to rest for a while. So Aurelia Luo left Lin Luo here. She continued to stroll around with Blue Autumn Yun by herself. Blue Autumn Yun, due to being in seclusion for too long, is full of curiosity about everything here. What kind of cloth do women use for their menstrual periods? Indian miracle oil sold at roadside stalls. Cucumbers sold at the stall. The two walked around in circles. Aurelia Luo was so tired that her face turned red and her neck thickened. Her whole body's clothes were soaked through. Blue Autumn Yun saw the situation and quickly helped her down to rest. Then immediately displayed spiritual energy. A refreshing breeze blew by. Aurelia Luo's hair and clothes were sent floating, exceptionally cool. Blue Autumn Yun smilingly used the wind control technique to help create a breeze. Is this better now? Soon, a rose-shaped ice popsicle slowly formed in his hand. Aurelia Luo took the ice popsicle and observed it carefully. She had never seen the spirit technique being used like this before. Blue Autumn Yun rubbed his head and mentioned that it was also his first time using the spirit technique for someone else. Blue Autumn Yun continued by creating an ice pop and chewing on it noisily himself. Aurelia Luo blushed and lowered her head. Is this her first time using it for someone else? Just then, a merchant walked up to the two of them. The two of them then each selected a hairpin for each other. The playfighting was really infused with a bit of the sour scent of a young couple. The YouTuber was itching from the hate. Until the late night hours, several people met at the North Street intersection as agreed. Ariel Mu waved her arms at the two people. After seeing Blue Autumn Yun sporting a new look, Ariel Mu couldn't help but be astonished. Blue Autumn Yun chuckled and told her that it was the first senior sister who helped her with the makeover. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo was greatly surprised. Miss actually knows how to help others with their hair. The young man entered the world in order to collect medicinal herbs. But he did not expect to unexpectedly gain the favor of the miss of the house. Lin Luo looked puzzled at the woman's meticulous care. Miss of the house usually goes to great lengths to avoid contact with the opposite sex. Now she even personally cooks desserts. This is a treatment that not even Patriarch had before he got sick. Could it be that Miss of the house is in love? The man who can control and conquer her has appeared. Amazing, what a big news. Nosy Soul is burning in this instant. Lin Luo just wanted to ask something. Unfortunately, after making eye contact with Aurelia Luo, she immediately quieted down and covered her mouth. Luling City is prosperous with commercial trade. It is one of the wealthiest cities in Mu Province capital. The night market is brightly lit. They soon arrived at a restaurant belonging to Luo's Merchant Association. Aurelia Luo was busy introducing it to them. The food inside is quite unique. It's a pity that junior brother didn't come to try it. So she let Blue Autumn Yun choose which one to go to. Little Autumn clearly wants to go to that one. She keeps looking inside. Ariel Mu looked slightly puzzled at a nearby building. There were some women with revealing clothing and heavy makeup there, luring customers by flirting and posing. They kept calling out, "Dear guest, come in and have some fun!" Blue Autumn Yun immediately became anxious. I'd better be cautious with little senior sister's words. I didn't see where that came from. At this moment, a heavily made-up woman next to them waved at Blue Autumn Yun. "Young man, don't be cowardly after being tempted. Come in and have some fun after watching for so long." Aurelia Luo and Lin Luo quietly stood on the side. Let's see what he's up to. And Blue Autumn Yun immediately reached out and stopped her. She firmly told her that she would never go in. Only Ariel Mu was still looking inside non-stop, curious about what they were talking about. At this moment, a figure caught Aurelia Luo's attention. Blue Autumn Yun followed her gaze in confusion. There was a commotion at the entrance of the restaurant. Then two young men, reeking of alcohol, walked out. The women quickly stepped aside to make way, apologizing and smiling as they bid them farewell and inviting them to come back to play, using polite words. Aurelia Luo recognized these two bastards at a glance. She said angrily through gritted teeth with a dark face, "The despicable fellows, traitor alchemist Zhao Lu who betrayed the Merchant Association and the president of Shanghai Merchant Association, Yong Fuqian, who has always been targeting us, are actually colluding together." And those two suddenly stopped in their tracks. They stumbled towards us with drunken expressions. One of them stammered, "Lu, Miss Luo of the house, long time no see. Is Patriarch's body still okay?" Lin Luo, standing in front of Miss of the house, couldn't help but scold him severely. "Zhao Lu, you bastard. The Merchant Association nurtured you for 10 years, and you actually sided with others. Shameless." Yong Fuqian on the side continued, "Oh, housekeeper Luo, you can't say that. A fine bird chooses a tree to perch. Luo's Merchant Association has already declined. Shouldn't others be allowed to leave?" "Leave if you want to leave. Just hurry up and go." Lin Luo angrily pointed at the two of them. "Don't be too pleased. We have found a more powerful alchemist. Just wait to be humiliated at the Potion Refining Symposium." Zhao Lu glanced at Aurelia Luo and the others. Finally, his gaze settled on the only male, Blue Autumn Yun. "Is it that kid? She is the young miss from a wealthy family. But she is coveted for her beauty by an alchemist in the family. Now the woman's grandfather is afflicted with a severe illness. The alchemist took the opportunity to force her into marriage. Just because the woman refused, he colluded with other merchant associations to seek revenge together. Coincidentally, they unexpectedly ran into each other the day before the potion refining symposium. Alchemist Xiao Lu deliberately came to provoke. Lin Luo sternly told him, "I no longer need you." Xiao Lu looked closely at Blue Autumn Yun, who was young and lacked the noble aura of an alchemist. Her hands were fair, and showed no signs of potion refining for a long time. Just looking at this guy, he can replace himself. Xiao Lu laughed heartily, finding it amusing. He randomly found someone to join. Aurelia Luo, are you giving up on yourself? Aurelia Luo ignored and turned around, wanting to leave with her companion. However, Yongfu Qian waved his hand. The guards behind him spread out to block their way. Miss Luo, don't be in a rush. Let's have a good chat since we finally meet. Why leave in such a hurry? Yongfu Qian clapped with a smile. Come over here, everyone. This is the miss of the house Luo who brought the alchemist here. She wants to compete with this rotten onion. Isn't it funny? The onlookers were all whispering among themselves. They had never seen Blue Autumn Yun before, and he didn't even have the attire or emblem of an alchemist. They couldn't sense any powerful spiritual energy from him either. It seems that the previous rumor about Xiao Lu forcing a marriage proposal and then seeking revenge by joining the Shanghai Merchant Association is true. Xiao Lu sneered and said, Miss Luo, even if you resort to finding someone of low quality to save face, you still won't agree to marry me. Fine, then you can wait for news of Patriarch Luo's death. Yongfu Qian added sarcastically, There is still a chance now. Miss Luo, why not just marry Master Lu directly and have us help manage the Merchant Association? It would be better than forcing yourself into this situation. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeve and asked the onlookers for their opinions. The crowd around him started to make noise, mostly negative comments about Luo's Merchant Association. They said that she was just a woman and should spend time accompanying Patriarch Luo instead of managing the Merchant Association. Aurelia Luo looked coldly at the troublemakers. It's unbelievable that Luo's Merchant Association has been reduced to a point where anyone can trample on it, being publicly humiliated in this way. At the moment of sorrow and indignation, a warm feeling spread between Aurelia Luo's palms. The young man stood side by side with her, holding her hand tightly. Senior sister, I'm here. A simple sentence, but it made Aurelia Luo's nose tingle. It's really good to have someone accompany her at this time. Blue Autumn Yun scanned around. These guys are all finished but still want to come out and act disgustingly. The black market should be operating in secret by now. At this moment, Blue Autumn Yun tightly held Aurelia Luo's hand. And all of this was seen by Xiao Lu. Aurelia Luo never allows any member of the opposite sex to touch her on regular days. Now, she was holding hands without any reaction. A wave of jealousy surged in Xiao Lu's heart. Blue Autumn Yun spoke out at this moment. If you want to see the excitement of Luo's Merchant Association, I suggest we leave. Otherwise, there won't even be a chance to beg for mercy later. He then raised his middle finger to everyone. The first place in the potion refining symposium must be Luo's Merchant Association. From tomorrow onwards, Luo's Merchant Association will also be renowned in the Mu province capital. He finally revealed a friendly smile. But I am looking forward to seeing you weep and kneel before me. This miss of the house usually hates contact with the opposite sex. But now, she doesn't feel a hint of disgust while holding hands with junior brother. And all of this is being watched by the alchemist, who covets her beauty. Blue Autumn Yun naturally wouldn't indulge someone who is trying to steal her man. So, Blue Emperor raised his middle finger. He spat insults at this group of random people. There was immediately an uproar around. How dare these little brats talk big? Xiao Lu was also very angry. He stammered and said, How dare these nameless people act recklessly? Seeing him like this, Blue Autumn Yun mimicked Xiao Lu's tone and said, What's wrong with acting recklessly, my son Xiao Lu? Xiao Lu snorted. Even my name is used in this disrespectful manner by someone like you. Blue Autumn Yun smiled faintly. Can't grandfather call by the name of a young child? Zhao Lu is filled with anger. Dare you repeat what a little devil grandfather said? Blue Autumn Yun gestured for a confrontation. No matter what, I raised you since you were a baby. Zhao Lu was almost laughed to death. When was he ever insulted like this before as a second-rank alchemist? After holding back for a while, he couldn't help but angrily say, "Bastard, your dad is my grandpa." Blue Autumn Yun laughed as soon as she heard it. So, I don't want to recognize this son. Yong Fu Qian was afraid that Zhao Lu would be angered and quickly pulled him back. The alchemist recommended by Luo's Merchant Association only knows how to talk. Miss Luo lacks vision. But Aurelia Luo didn't take his words to heart at all. A slight smile couldn't help but appear on her face. This kid is really too naughty. And Zhao Lu was completely infuriated by her smile. Immediately ordered the guards to take action. Slaughter this kid in front of him. The guards were stunned on the spot, waiting for Yong Fu Qian to give orders. And at this moment, he was also furious, glaring with anger. What are you looking at? Hit it! Nowadays, everyone can bully the Luo's Merchant Association. What difference does it make to hit someone? Aurelia Luo was surprised and quickly took out a spiritual artifact to help deal with the situation. Blue Autumn Yun immediately stood in front of her. I only saw some spiritual energy scattered around him. Senior sister said that all the things today would be handed over to me. I saw him punching out. The guards couldn't even reach the hem of his clothes. Zhao Lu and Yong Fu Qian were so scared that they took a step back. This kid is unexpectedly fierce. Blue Autumn Yun instantly appeared in front of the two. With one punch, he knocked Yong Fu Qian down. He then used one hand to pinch Zhao Lu's neck and lift him up. Kid, what do you want to do? Let go quickly. Blue Autumn Yun exerted a slight force. I, the first senior sister, am someone of my caliber that you can match with. Aurelia Luo hurried over to stop. Junior brother, you must not act recklessly in Liling City. Please do not be impulsive. Blue Autumn Yun stared at Zhao Lu. There is no point in letting you personally experience what cruelty is. After that, she threw him to the ground. Zhao Lu lay on the ground coughing non-stop. Blue Autumn Yun turned around and said, "You just wait for me tomorrow." Then turned around and left with Aurelia Luo and others. He was originally the strongest Blue Emperor in the Cultivation World. But now, he is refining Dan pills for a woman in the mortal world. All of this is because the alchemist in the woman's family wants to forcefully take over her. The Potion Refining Symposium is one of the grand events of Liling City. The next morning, a crowd had already gathered in the central square to watch. Blue Autumn Yun encountered some troubles as soon as she entered. Is House Luo out of competent people, letting this young kid with yellow hair represent them? Blue Autumn Yun feels annoyed for a while. They immediately threw this person into the pool. The people around were all shocked by his actions, their mouths wide open. Immediately, they automatically formed two lines to make way for him. He soon arrived at the location of Luo's Merchant Association. He looked around but did not see the figures of the two senior sisters. Lin Luo told him apologetically. You, little senior sister, just jumped vigorously. Almost had a wardrobe malfunction, and had to run to the restroom with a bunch of needles and thread. My little missy knows you like desserts. In order to keep you in good shape, she stayed up all night last night and made a big pile of them. Resting late last night, so it's possible that I came later as well. Lin Lu approached Blue Autumn Yun and said in a low voice, Miss has never been so kind to a boy before. Master, should you consider it? Blue Autumn Yun nodded while eating snacks, saying, Consider? I have already thought about it. Lin Luo's nosy heart became lively again and asked, So what is the result of your consideration? Are you two going to be together? I might get some candy to celebrate this. Blue Autumn Yun clenched her fist and squinted her eyes, determined to succeed. Lin Luo was also very excited and clapped her hands in approval. Before she could finish her excitement, Blue Autumn Yun continued, Such a talented pastry baker must be kept to herself. It would be unbearable to see someone else acquire him. Lin Luo was suddenly speechless in her heart. What's going on? At this moment, a figure caught her attention. The woman in front of her was dressed in a bright red robe that accentuated her curvaceous figure, making it hard to look away. She also wore a red flower hairpin on her head. It was the day they went shopping together when Blue Autumn Yun picked it out for her. Her appearance instantly stunned Blue Autumn Yun. The gentle and intellectual look has transformed into a glamorous and mature style. Lin Luo couldn't help but feel surprised. What an enchanting outfit. Miss is not usually like this on normal days. Aurelia Luo sat down next to Blue Autumn Yun. She asked with a smile, "Are the dim sum delicious?" Blue Autumn Yun stood upright. Occasionally, her gaze would sneakily drift towards the beautiful legs beneath the skirt. Truly, Senior Sister's legs were terrifyingly alluring. Aurelia Luo was meticulously dressed to match this large floral hairpin. It happened to be red, aiming for good luck. Blue Autumn Yun patted her chest. With victory in hand, Senior Sister is looking forward to watching the show. Aurelia Luo's pretty face blushed instantly. She whispered in a voice only she could hear, "I will wait for you to return victorious." As the opening performance of the Potion Refining Symposium concluded. Under the call of the host of the symposium, the Potion Refining Symposium is about to begin. All the alchemists have been coming down from their resting lofts one after another. Walk onto the potion refining platform that attracts the attention of tens of thousands of people. There are also many spectators in the audience cheering for their beloved alchemist. Rock, cheer up, you look great today too. After winning the championship, be sure to sing and dance. Stop it, my brother Zhuang Lu is the handsome one. Blue Autumn Yun is extremely proud and arrogant. His gaze shifted casually as he scanned the area. He happened to catch a glimpse of Zhao Lu, who was involved in the conflict the previous night. Zhao Lu stared intently in this direction, his face full of anger. He planned to completely crush him at the Potion Refining Symposium. The rest of the people are also quite unfriendly towards Blue Autumn Yun. They feel that the words he said last night were too arrogant. Of course, there's also the most important one. Aurelia Luo, the most beautiful flower in Liling City, everyone wants to pick. Blue Autumn Yun is really annoyed by this group of people staring at her. She turned around and made a hard gesture towards Aurelia Luo. Aurelia Luo blushed and smiled shyly. She also imitated and returned a hard gesture to her. Everyone on the stage watching the alchemist was going crazy. Blue Autumn Yun felt comfortable in her heart. She wanted to despise me, attack my morale, let's see who is tough. But there is something that made him a little concerned. The first Senior Sister's expression seems a little off. What's with that shy crimson color? The uploader wanted to ask, are you a big fool? So obvious and you still don't know? But in an instant, he felt as if he had forgotten something important. One is the battle-hardened strongest Blue Emperor. One is the second-rank alchemist of the Small Merchant Association. These two people are simply not comparable, right? On top of the building near the square, the big shots of Liling City are sitting in a high position. Overlooking the Potion Refining Symposium, City Lord took the lead and asked, "Who do you think has the best chance of winning the Potion Refining Symposium this year?" The flatterer on the side picked up a drink and took a couple sips. This year's most promising candidate is still Fei Ma, who has retained the second-rank alchemist title for 2 consecutive terms. This person is dedicated to studying potion refining. Recently, they successfully refined an exorcism dan that is close to second-rank top quality. Undoubtedly, their strength has improved during this time. City Lord immediately smiled upon hearing this. After all, Fei Ma is an alchemist under his command. But others nearby have different opinions. They believe that although Fei Ma is strong, he may not be the best this year. It is said that there is also a powerful alchemist named Zhuang Lu from the outer city, who is quite outstanding. Another president of the Merchant Association continued to add that there is also a newcomer named Rock who, it is said, became a second-rank alchemist shortly after coming of age, displaying remarkable talent. The smile on the city lord's face gradually disappeared. Leopard has a wide range of sources for black market intelligence. Undoubtedly, you have also collected a lot of information. Who do you think has the potential to win the championship? Priscilla Lee was suddenly shocked. Involuntarily, she thought of that young-looking Grandmaster Alchemist. The adult who secretly helps the Luo's Merchant Association is also very close to Aurelia Luo. It is undoubtedly infuriating to see such closeness between them. Priscilla Lee exhaled a whiff of alcohol. Has anyone noticed the person from Luo's Merchant Association? The city lord hesitated slightly. He thought for a moment that Leopard was referring to that Xiao Lu. But soon, he was met with opposition from everyone. After all, the news of the failed forced marriage and departure from House Luo had already spread. Xiao Lu deserves it too. Priscilla Lee chuckled inwardly. That guy probably won't even know how ridiculous he looks being bullied later. His confidence suddenly skyrocketed. He threatened to tell everyone that someone young is the alchemist Blue Autumn Yun he mentioned. The president of the Merchant Association was first stunned. Then they burst into laughter together. They all thought Priscilla Lee was just joking. Yong Fu Qian also sneered on the side. He's not too bad at fighting, but he's not even worthy to shine Xiao Lu's shoes in potion refining. He then looked at the city lord and requested to personally handle him after the potion refining symposium. The city lord naturally agreed since he didn't mind either way. Everyone present eagerly awaited to divide up House Luo's assets. Only Priscilla Lee knows clearly. Blue Autumn Yun's orders have already begun secretly planning. Find an opportunity to give the city lord a benefit again. These fools won't last long either. Just wait and see how much longer you can laugh. Presumably, those young talents will probably feel disillusioned later. Just don't know what will happen if things work out. Whether that adult will be willing to graciously keep in touch. If I could really get connected, it wouldn't matter even if I were a lackey for life. The majestic Blue Emperor was actually looked down upon by a small alchemist. Even wanted to snatch his woman. Not enough after last night's lesson. Blue Autumn Yun plans to spare his life. Let him fully experience what cruelty is. After a dragon dance, firecrackers sound off in unison. The potion refining symposium has just officially begun. Next, the staff started introducing the alchemists one by one. Each alchemist stood up. Either a large number of genuine fans or fake fans stood up, applauding and cheering, creating a spectacle. The slogans were also shouted very loudly. Rock, rock, you're the only one who's not a rookie. You can sing, you can refine potions, and you look quite good. I don't know if it's intentional or unintentional by the official. Blue Autumn Yun was placed last. Blue Autumn Yun was feeling sleepy by the time his turn for introduction came. He yawned and stood up. The onlookers, however, didn't seem to have a favorable opinion of him. They thought he was too arrogant. In the midst of this chaotic atmosphere, Aurelia Luo suddenly stood up. She did not cheer, clap, or chant slogans like those female fans. Instead, she placed her hand over her chest, symbolizing that she is the first in her own heart. Blue Autumn Yun formed a heart shape with both hands to show acknowledgement. The originally proud alchemists were suddenly struck by a heavy blow. Their self-righteous momentum was instantly extinguished. Blue Autumn Yun shook her head helplessly. Why bother provoking hostility when she had already been bullied earlier? Not enough dog food to eat, huh? Even the host's mouth twitched for a long time. It was only the beginning of the next round of drawing lots. According to the rules, the player who drew number 1 is the current champion. They will have to accept challenges from the following numbered players in order. The winner will then become the new champion. What Blue Autumn Yun doesn't know is that the staff have already been bribed and compromised. Blue Autumn Yun drew number 1, while Xiao Lu drew number 2. Blue Autumn Yun looked at the number in her hand. She already understood what was going on in her heart. But he smirked slightly. Even if others didn't tamper with it, he also wanted to draw a number for himself. Now it's even better, so you all can stop playing. After drawing the lots, the order will be announced. Blue Autumn Yun's name was written in the first place. All the alchemists looked at the bulletin board. This kid actually came out first. They all knew that the closer they were to the front, the more disadvantaged they would be. This kid must have been calculated by someone. Aurelia Luo clenched her fists in anger. 100 alchemists drew lots, and Blue Autumn Yun happened to draw number 1. How coincidental is that? Lin Luo was also angry and upset. These guys must have used some underhanded means. Even Ariel Mu is very conflicted. She understands the great pressure of being the first one to perform. The prescription refined by Blue Autumn Yun will be known by the following alchemist. This will give them time to prepare more complex Dan pills. Aurelia Luo nervously gazed at the figure of the young man. Just lightly said, "I believe in him." For the secret joy of others. Blue Autumn Yun is completely puzzled. Do I really look that weak? Just because I look young doesn't mean I have no reputation. To be judged as weak just based on that is unfair. These people have such simple minds. They will definitely suffer losses in the future. He calmly stepped onto the potion refining stage. There's no need to wait for the future. As a senior now, I will give you some care and love. However, Blue Autumn Yun did not notice. The real reason others look down on him is simply because he has long, thick hair. Blue Autumn Yun paid no attention to the crowd. Then, under the gaze of thousands of people, he proceeded. Retrieve an alchemy cauldron covered in rust, looking like a broken pot. The alchemists couldn't help bursting into laughter. Is this person a joker? They actually brought a pickling pot to participate in the potion refining symposium. The president of the Merchant Association upstairs was also laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, I finally understand. This guy is an undercover agent. He's here to take down Luo's Merchant Association. Priscilla Lee looked disdainfully at the group of people. She could only smile now. You'll be crying later. The man joined the potion refining symposium for his beloved. The purpose is to embarrass the alchemist, who coveted the beauty of that woman. In front of the crowd, he took out a rusty alchemy cauldron that looked like a broken pot. He didn't even pay attention to those mocking remarks at all. He just casually glanced at the auxiliary herbs on the table beside him. Then he took out the materials he needed from the storage ring. As he gave the order, those medicinal materials all flowed into the alchemy cauldron along with the spiritual energy. Several knowledgeable alchemists were surprised. Black fruit peel, glowing grass, rain spirit foliage. All of them are high-level medicinal materials. Could it be that he wants to refine advanced Dan pills with this broken cauldron? An alchemist quietly approached the champion contender Fei Ma and asked him for his opinion. Fei Ma calmly told him, "What else is there to see? I really don't know if this kid is stupid. That alchemy cauldron is almost scrap. It simply cannot provide any amplification. Just wait and watch the show of overestimating one's abilities." Hearing Fei Ma say that, Zhao Lu is already laughing behind the scenes. But what he doesn't know is, this worn-out alchemy cauldron was intentionally scavenged from the black market by Blue Autumn Yun. It's definitely a negative return on investment. After the experiment, it can significantly reduce the quality of the medicine. There is no need to worry that the quality is too high to control. As the temperature rises in the alchemy cauldron, the glowing grass slowly decomposes into fine dust particles. It glitters and emits a beautiful glow in the flames. The observing judge's eyes flickered as the alchemist glanced over. Glowing grass is very fragile. It disperses easily with just a slight warming. The fluorescence material will also be destroyed. Basically, it rarely encounters such a glowing situation. And the more fluorescence there is, the more it can showcase the alchemist's fire-controlling skills. It's just that with so much fluorescence, I'm afraid even some veteran alchemists in the city might not be able to achieve this. The fiery red flames in the furnace intertwine with the pale blue potion from the refining herbs. As time passes, the potion becomes clearer and purer. The audience below all looked bewildered. They couldn't understand what terrifying refining technique was being used. They had never seen such a scene before. Blue Autumn Yun, on the other hand, continued unperturbed, the flames of potion refining behaving like obedient pets under his control. This is not just potion refining, this is art. The mocking gradually faded away, and the insults ceased. Everyone's attention was focused on those two colors. Aurelia Luo excitedly looked at the brilliant colors. How's the potion refining going? Is it going smoothly? Ariel Mu is also fascinated. This is the strength that only a third-rank alchemist or even higher can possess. Amidst much anticipation, the Dan pills gradually take shape. A purple Dan pill with exquisite texture slowly appears before everyone's eyes. The crowd could not help but talk one after another. Oh, it's a purple pill, second rank, high-quality healing Dan pill, not a hemostasis Dan. The alchemists were a bit confused. The selected medicinal herbs should have been used to refine second-rank high-level Dan pills, hemostasis Dan. But in the end, what appeared was actually a purple pill. Zhao Lu smirked slyly. The purple pill is actually the lowest level of second-rank Dan pills, with a difficulty slightly better than the first-rank Dan pills. It's surprising that such a product was presented for the competition. He seemed so cool just now. Turns out he only managed to refine this worthless thing after all that effort. The audience was in an uproar. What's going on? I waited for so long just to see this. In the midst of the commotion, Blue Autumn Yun calmly flipped her wrist. Another Dan pill slowly rose from the alchemy cauldron. The texture is bright red, and the fragrance carries a hint of blood. After smelling it, the body's blood and chi flows smoothly. The potion refining master next to it was instantly horrified. It's a double Dan furnace with hemostasis Dan. Hemostasis Dan is already more difficult than regular third-rank Dan pills. It's likely to directly secure the first place. However, Blue Autumn Yun doesn't have a strong desire to show off. It's just because his skills are too strong. The alchemists all looked on the verge of collapse. Just by refining a very difficult third-rank Dan pill, you were able to win. And you even went on to refine an extra second-rank Dan pill. How much do you want to win by for it to be satisfying? Don't be so mean. Such a broken furnace, and yet you can still pull off these tricks. What are we supposed to do? Alchemist deliberately tampered during the match to defeat Blue Emperor. But this time, he ended up truly shooting himself in the foot. The host also stood by not knowing what to say. The potion refining symposium usually lasts for 3 days. However, this time it is about to end in 30 minutes. The referee is also at a loss. This young man not only bullied a group of alchemists, but also bullied this old alchemist. Blue Autumn Yun placed the Dan pills in the jade plate and handed them to the host. Check to see if the medicine has been successfully refined. The host took the jade plate. With such a potent fragrance, is there still a need for inspection? He swallowed, bit his teeth, and said, "In personal opinion, the final score is excellent." The other judges also each gave a full score of 10 points. The audience couldn't recover from it, exchanging whispers with each other. This one started with a perfect score. How could alchemists break through later? Wouldn't that be equivalent to winning the championship directly? Under the host's reluctant gaze, Blue Autumn Yun quickly put away the 2 Dan pills. Then she smiled and made a heart-shaped gesture to Aurelia Luo below the stage. Aurelia Luo's happy face blushed as she nodded to indicate that she received it. Her excited emotions were hard to express. And it was a complete domination and overwhelming victory in the true sense. The group of alchemists behind had no power to fight back at all. Junior brother is really handsome. The host quickly took out a flag with a 10-pointed star on it and placed it on the potion refining platform. At this moment, Blue Autumn Yun is the defender. The others have become challengers. Zhao Lu almost stumbled. In order to publicly torment this person, he deliberately tampered with the drawing. He hoped the second one to enter the arena would win by crushing the opponent. But it seems that he has turned into the first victim instead. Immediately following, the host announced the second contestant, Zhao Lu. He was completely shocked. How on earth is he going to do this? Definitely going to be embarrassed. As soon as he goes up, that Zhao Lu will be the first person to make a fool of themselves. A hand suddenly clapped on his shoulder. Brother Lu, it's your turn to go. Don't even think about winning the championship, just show the style of us. Zhao Lu looks utterly despondent. Style? What style is he talking about? It's obvious that he wants to see a joke. Zhao Lu grits his teeth, trembling all over. He thought he was just dealing with an ordinary guy. Never did he expect to be pushed to such an extent. Zhao Lu slumped on the ground despondently. He lowered his head weakly and said, I forfeit. When these words were spoken, the audience below the stage was stunned. There was a chorus of boos from the audience. The host sighed helplessly, then looked at the third alchemist. The third alchemist who appeared, bowed to everyone and excused himself as he had something to attend to at home. Anyway, it's no big deal as the first one forfeited in embarrassment. The host continued to shout, Next, and the sound of forfeit came one after another. The host was so angry that he directly threw the list onto the ground. Angrily asked, Who wants to go? Just tell me directly. The alchemists looked at each other, all wearing bitter expressions. No one wanted to be the first to embarrass themselves. Priscilla Lee is not surprised at all. This person really didn't show any mercy. In the end, the host could only helplessly walk onto the stage. The host informed everyone that the remaining contestants all forfeited. Therefore, the champion of this potion refining symposium is Luo's Merchant Association alchemist Blue Autumn Yun smiled and took the alchemy cauldron, holding it above her head. At this moment, the fireworks went off. Colored paper fluttered down like falling flower petals. Many young girls, who were lost in their life paths, had starry eyes, gazing infatuatedly at Blue Autumn Yun on the potion refining stage. Countless young girls waved flags, screaming and wailing. They waved their arms together and shouted, Master Blue Autumn is invincible. We loyalists will support him for life. Charming and handsome potion refining, we are all little clouds. Several alchemists have been seriously injured. Not only were they abused, but even their accumulated fans were lost like this. Blue Autumn Yun was quite scared by the group of screaming female fans in the audience. Big Waves 2 Stormy has experienced quite a lot, but this kind of thing is a first for him. But in the end, he underestimated the power of his female fans. They even went as far as launching a crazy pursuit, demanding activities, like signing autographs and hugging. He quickly grabbed Aurelia Luo, and they ran wildly together. They ran for a whole street before stopping. Finally, they ran and hid in an abandoned water tank at the edge of an alley. Blue Autumn Yun looked at the various lipstick marks left on the clothes. He never expected that the outcome of winning the championship would be somewhat tragic. This is the outfit that Little Elegant sewed herself. How should he explain when he returns home? The strongest Blue Emperor won the championship as expected at the Potion Refining Symposium. Unexpectedly, he ended up attracting a group of crazy fangirls chasing after him. The two of them had no choice but to hide in the water tank. Blue Autumn Yun looked at the lipstick marks all over her body, and couldn't help but sigh at the tragic outcome of winning the championship. In this narrow fish tank, the two of them leaned closely together. Two slender jade legs curled open on either side of Blue Autumn Yun. The movements were quite charming and ambiguous. Blue Autumn Yun swallowed saliva. Because the two were too close, his eyes didn't know where to settle. Aurelia Luo was the same. It was the first time she had been so close to a man, and her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Aurelia Luo panicked and tilted her head to look away, but she accidentally noticed a yellow scroll falling out from Blue Autumn Yun's arms. As the scroll slowly fell to the ground, it happened to flip to a jaw-dropping illustration. Aurelia Luo was first startled. Then her breathing started to become somewhat erratic. A man and a woman were huddled together in such a small space. The atmosphere became warm to the extreme. She was seen breathing more and more rapidly. Her beautiful eyes, filled with water, stared straight at Blue Autumn Yun. My mind suddenly went blank. Unconsciously, I closed my eyes and slowly leaned in. Blue Autumn Yun was also a bit flustered. What kind of situation is this? This is the first time I've experienced it. What should I do? At a critical moment, a rough roar suddenly came from outside. Just now, I saw them stopping here for a quick search. After hearing the sound, Aurelia Luo quickly stopped the kissing action. Alertly holding onto the water tank, she quickly considered how to deal with it. In an instant, Aurelia Luo's spiritual energy burst forth, causing her clothes to flutter in the air. Blue Autumn Yun's gaze shifted instinctively downward. She felt a wave of dizziness in her head and thought, "Oh no, I died again." At the moment when Aurelia Luo's spiritual energy erupted, the water tank was shattered into countless pieces. The crowd searching suddenly gathered their gaze together. The next second, Aurelia Luo pulled Blue Autumn Yun to leap away just as dozens of sharp blade lights attacked one after another. Aurelia Luo couldn't avoid them, and could only use Ling Xiao to resist. Soon, a burst of spiritual energy sparks appeared in the air, just as they were about to leave. Another 7 or 8 cultivators jumped onto the eaves to launch attacks together. Yong Fuqian stood in the alley looking up. The gorgeous Lady Luo said, "You can really run, huh?" Aurelia Luo's beautiful eyes looked coldly around. She was only at the middle foundation stage, while her junior brother was at the refinement stage. The situation was very unfavorable. Unable to do anything else, she had to jump down with her junior brother. Yong Fuqian walked away with a smile, waving his paper fan. "I didn't expect you would actually find a master. But this time my harvest is also not bad. Not only did I acquire the #1 beauty of Liling City, but I also conveniently gained a powerful alchemist puppet." Zhao Lu also took a step forward when she saw this, feeling extremely delighted. What does winning the championship matter? What does defeating a group of alchemists on your own matter? In the end, everything still falls into one's own hands. He slowly approached Aurelia Luo. "In the end, you still belong to me." But suddenly he stopped, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the two people, looking at their disheveled clothes. My mind couldn't help but start to wander. You two, actually fooling around in the water trough. As my gaze shifted downward, there was also a well-known yellow-skinned novel titled, "Kissing Senior Sister," on the ground. Damn, you guys even brought a best-selling book to liven up the atmosphere. It can be said that his heart was truly struck by a force of 10,000 points at this moment. Aurelia Luo said nonchalantly, "Junior brother, did you bully him too harshly in potion refining? Why is he so defeated?" Blue Autumn Yun tugged at Aurelia Luo's skirt, helping to cover her long legs. Zhao Lu was so angry that she was almost in tears. "How dare you touch my legs in front of me? I might resort to violence." Yong Fuqian clapped his hands. "It's better to act sooner rather than later, when there are many dreams and the night is long." He prepared other helpers just in case this time. Speaking of which, there were dozens of people dressed in black. The cultivator wearing a mask attacked from the rooftop. However, from their attire, it can be seen that they are all black marketeers. Alchemist felt unwilling after being humiliated at the symposium. So he specifically called upon the people from the black market, wanting to give them some education behind their backs. Seeing the arrival of those people, Yong Fuqian quickly made way. Then, he showed a look of triumph. "Have you seen it? Give up hope. The strength of the underground is something Miss Luo is very clear about." Aurelia Luo bit her lip. This guy actually managed to find assistance from the underground. "I'm afraid this time escape is truly impossible," he confidently said to Priscilla Lee. "Brother Leopard, please make your move. There will be a big reward once successful." But Priscilla Lee ignored him. I saw him quickly take a few steps to Blue Autumn Yun's side. Then he heavily knelt down on one knee. "I arrived late and caused Master's anger. Such a servant is not worthy of Master's action. I will execute them right away." Yong Fuqian was suddenly dumbfounded. The underworld boss knelt down in front of that Blue Autumn Yun. What the hell is going on? He found it hard to understand what was happening before his eyes. In shock and confusion, The person brought in was surrounded by the cultivators from the black market. Even if he tried his best to explain, he still couldn't avoid the sound of screams coming from the alley. Before long, Yongfu Qian and the others were already beaten black and blue, and Priscilla Lee even bowed down and requested to escort them back. Blue Autumn Yun did not refuse either. Aurelia Luo found the scene in front of her somewhat unbelievable. What exactly is the situation? Coincidentally, they returned to Luo's merchant association at that moment. A servant hurriedly ran out from the courtyard. The condition of mists of the house has worsened. I have already summoned a famous doctor, but it will take some time for them to arrive. Aurelia Luo was suddenly startled when she heard the news. The whole body suddenly felt a bit shaky. How could it be unstable again after just stabilizing a bit? Then he immediately asked Blue Autumn Yun for the flame spiritual fruit and, feeling worried, insisted on accompanying her. After all, he also had some understanding of medicinal principles as an alchemist. Aurelia Luo hesitated slightly. But Grandpa's injuries are too dangerous, I'm worried. Before finishing speaking, Blue Autumn Yun held her in her arms. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Aurelia Luo's eyes suddenly became moist. This shoulder is the best support for her. But Blue Autumn Yun has a strange and inexplicable feeling. Maybe one day your grandfather will become my grandfather. The two of them had just arrived in front of the house, and felt a swirling cold air spreading out. An elderly person, with a dignified and aged appearance, was lying on the bed. He suddenly sat up, and began to cough continuously. Blue Autumn Yun observed carefully for a while, feeling a strong vitality emanating from the icy surroundings. It seems that Patriarch doesn't have any hidden injuries. But to think that Grandpa is actually a feathered spirit beast. Aurelia Luo hurriedly ran to his side to feed him medicine. The Patriarch raised his hand to stop her. No need. Icy venom has invaded the sea of spiritual energy, and the deadline is approaching. It should be today. Aurelia Luo tries to hold back her urge to cry. In that case, she decided to return to Luotian Palace to ask her father for help. The Patriarch told her calmly, "The fate of the Frosty Dark Sparrow clan is such. It's not easy to break free from it." Aurelia Luo choked with sadness and said, "There's no poison in this world that can't be cured. Please tell me, I will find a way." Patriarch's expression was serious. This kind of icy venom probably can only be found in the ice flame domain of the vast platform. Upon hearing Azure Flame Vermilion Sparrow, Blue Autumn Yun, and Aurelia Luo, all three were momentarily stunned. She doesn't even have the qualifications to come into contact with spiritual beasts of that level. Mentioning the Azure Flame Vermilion Sparrow Patriarch, a deep sense of reverence appeared on his face. It is rumored that the strongest among the Azure Flame Vermilion Sparrow clan is given the title of Shushu. Their imposing figure and majestic aura rival that of dark clouds covering the sky. The Azure Flame Vermilion Sparrow Shushu possesses extraordinary charisma. The rumored sacred objects are far more inferior in comparison. Blue Autumn Yun's mouth twitched. What's the matter with Shushu acting coy and asking him to carry her? Even when angry, she roars like a kitten. Then, as soon as he touches her head, she curls up in his arms and acts cute. Blue Autumn Yun fell silent. It seems that there may be some reasons for the decline of the white plume race in the past tens of thousands of years. Patriarch continued. So, this spiritual beast is something an ordinary cultivator cannot see in their lifetime. Perhaps only Boundless Pavilion is qualified to negotiate with it. Aurelia Luo remained silent. Is it true that Boundless Pavilion, the #1 cultivation sect in the cultivation world, really has no way to deal with this? Blue Autumn Yun pondered for a moment. After all, he is senior sister's grandfather. Let's help him out this time. Blue Autumn Yun scratched his head. I think I have some feathers. Patriarch, the poison of ice and cold is reaching its critical point. Only the feathers of the Azure Flame Vermilion Sparrow can cure it. Blue Autumn Yun decided to do it for the sake of becoming his grandfather in the future. So he decided to take out the feathers of Vermilion Sparrow. When these words came out, both of them turned their heads simultaneously to look at him. They could hardly believe what they heard in their ears. "Wait for me for a moment." Saying this, Blue Autumn Yun pushed the door and walked out. Due to the overly violent spiritual energy of feathers of Vermilion Sparrow, if activated directly in front of someone, not to mention the Patriarch, even Liling City would be burned to ashes. After Blue Autumn Yun plucked the feathers, he quickly took out a small object and tinkered with it. The feathers in his hand made a sizzling sound. Before long, a feather with a pendant was formed. Then he used spiritual energy to corrode and process it to make it look like an ancient heirloom. Aurelia Luo knelt anxiously in front of the bed, whispering prayers. "Grandpa, please be safe." But the Patriarch didn't have much hope. Azure Flame Vermilion Sparrow is so noble. They treasure its feathers immensely, considering them a symbol of their tribe. How could they easily give away its feathers? It must be that the child has misunderstood. Aurelia Luo couldn't stop trembling all over. She didn't know how to respond. Tears were also uncontrollably falling. Grandfather placed his hand on her hand and patted it twice. Then he slowly began to reminisce about the childhood fun. Aurelia Luo forced a bitter smile. Seeing the coldness growing stronger, the Patriarch spoke of his only regret. "Unfortunately, he couldn't see you married off. Nor could he help you choose a husband. I really hope that someone can take good care of you." Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. Blue Autumn Yun ran in holding a beautifully decorated pendant, saying it was his family heirloom. He explained that the accompanying feather was from an azure flame vermilion sparrow, as mentioned by his ancestors. "I don't know the truth either. As the feathered spirit beast Patriarch, naturally, one can feel it. The remaining majesty and nobility of the high-level feathered spirit beasts." He shivered all over on the spot with bulging eyes. He coughed up a mouthful of old blood right away. The residual coercion is so powerful. It's really the flame feathers of the azure flame vermilion sparrow. Does Blue Autumn Yun intentionally pretend to be ignorant? Is it useful? The shock of the Patriarch was written all over his face. But what he had always dreamed of. Now it appeared so easily before him. Perhaps only, holy cow, can express this complex emotion at the moment. Blue Autumn Yun then gave the pendant to the dazed Aurelia Luo. Aurelia Luo blinked her eyes, also an acute dazed look with her mouth slightly open. Aurelia Luo held out the item with both hands again and handed it to the Patriarch for him to take a look. The Patriarch trembled as he held the feather. The eagerly awaited treasure of the Frosty Dark Sparrow clan had finally been obtained. His expression was so excited that tears almost flowed. As he took the feather, a storm of flames erupted. The temperature in the room suddenly increased. The freezing cold was instantly consumed. An excited hoof-stomping sound broke through the room and shot straight into the sky. Blue Autumn Yun immediately pulled Aurelia Luo and quickly rushed out to hide. A barrier quickly formed and enveloped the entire building. Patriarch found a way to be rescued. Aurelia Luo's excitement is like pear blossoms with rain. Blue Autumn Yun held in her arms, shedding tears continuously. Blue Autumn Yun patted Aurelia Luo's shoulder and comforted her softly. "Isn't it good that the first senior sister is saved? Why are you crying again?" Aurelia Luo buried her head in Blue Autumn Yun's shoulder. She was also puzzled. How come all her grace and etiquette in front of junior brother seemed to have disappeared? She had completely turned into a childlike figure. Blue Autumn Yun gently stroked her cheek. "Good baby, don't cry, don't cry." Aurelia Luo's expression was very complex. You should know that she is the head of the Merchant Association and the first senior sister of Verdant Miss Peak. In any case, she is capable and independent. But for some reason, in his presence, she feels like she can let go of all burdens and freely release her emotions. The outpost said, "Hey, you two go book a room quickly. It's really exhausting." Aurelia Luo grabbed his face and said, "I'm older than you. Don't call me baby. How embarrassing." Blue Autumn Yun smiled and asked her how he should address her. Aurelia Luo glanced slightly shyly at the ground. "Just call me Aurelia. It's simple, friendly, and not too cheesy. Blue Autumn Yun's eyes widened. Aurelia, the first senior sister, blushed slightly and nodded immediately. The Blue Emperor has a special liking for yellow scrolls ever since descending to the mortal realm. He always enjoys applying what he learns. Just a few words are enough to make the first senior sister blush and her heart race. Blue Autumn Yun suddenly felt a bit conflicted. The seniority ranks are a bit confusing. No matter what, you are also the first senior sister. Aurelia Luo blushed with a pretty face. Although she didn't say much on the surface, in her heart, she was thinking, "You still remember that I am the first senior sister." Such repeated teasing really makes people daydream all day long. Now mentioning seniority, and such is just too mean. The resentful look made it difficult for Blue Autumn Yun to handle. He could only follow along and stand foolishly to the side as punishment. He really didn't know how to handle this situation. After a moment, Aurelia Luo's emotions also gradually calmed down. She let out a small sigh. "Junior brother, those feathers are your family heirloom, right? Such a precious item was gifted to us like this." Blue Autumn Yun had to come up with an excuse to get by. She told her to get through the current situation first. After all, things unused would just gather dust in the room. But he was very clear in his heart that Shushu's long hair grew extremely fast. If he was willing, he could easily pluck a bunch to make an azure flame-feathered robe and show off all over the street. However, it might lead to chaos in the cultivation world. Aurelia Luo nodded slowly. "This treasure is extremely rare. Senior sister cannot compensate you for it." At the same time, a strange thought of offering herself emerged in her mind. But how can one bring oneself to say such words? As she pondered aimlessly, Blue Autumn Yun suddenly placed both hands on Aurelia Luo's shoulders. She looked at her with a serious face. Aurelia Luo's heart started beating rapidly in surprise. Blue Autumn Yun's face kept getting closer. Aurelia Luo's anxious eyes blinked rapidly. Gently biting her lip, she closed her eyes. Feeling like Blue Autumn Yun was sniffing her own aura, she was speechless. The guy was taking advantage of her again. Did he really think she wouldn't be angry? At this moment, Blue Autumn Yun suddenly looked at her with a serious expression. He said 5 words lightly. "You are under icy venom." Aurelia Luo was slightly taken aback. Due to the rapid spread of the icy venom on Patriarch's body, she unconsciously found it had already invaded her own body. And her attention was entirely focused on Junior Brother, completely unaware that she had been poisoned. Blue Autumn Yun took out an alchemy cauldron just in time for the early discovery. Just need to help Senior Sister refine Dan pills to remove the poison. As the flames danced, the medicinal herbs rolled in the furnace. Aurelia Luo was shocked by the sophisticated operation and skills displayed. This was even more exaggerated than at the potion refining symposium. Soon, a warm and hot red Dan pill was successfully refined. He held the Dan pill in his hand. Senior Sister can take this Dan pill now. Aurelia Luo's thoughts were varied. She had no idea how terrifying Junior Brother's level of potion refining was. She had just reached out to take the Dan pills. Upon careful consideration, Blue Autumn Yun realized that they were actually third-ranked top-quality Dan pills. He didn't want Aurelia Luo to catch on, so to be safe, he decided to personally take them for her. So he came forward and used his hand to pry open her mouth. He directly pushed the Dan pills into her mouth. Aurelia Luo couldn't help but glance at Blue Autumn Yun. "Do you think I'm a child, just like feeding candy pills?" Blue Autumn Yun carefully observed Aurelia Luo's body. Let her catalyze the Dan pills quickly. When the medicine takes effect and spreads throughout the body, there will be a warm stream flowing inside. The sensation will be most noticeable at the points where the meridians converge. Senior Sister needs to mark the number of times the warm stream appears at the points where the meridians converge. When the warm stream stops, come and find him quickly. Seeing Blue Autumn Yun being so serious, Aurelia Luo can no longer be careless. Quickly run to the adjacent unoccupied living quarters. After taking the Dan pills, a surge of heat indeed surged through the body. The whole body couldn't help but become hot and dry. Aurelia Luo took off the red robe. Take a writing brush and record every appearance of the heat flow in the body one by one. She sat cross-legged on the bed, swinging in hand, slowly absorbing and refining spiritual energy. As the body temperature rises, crystal-clear beads of sweat continuously slide down the jade-like body. It took a while before the refining process finally ended. Just as she was about to change into clean clothes, she suddenly remembered that Blue Autumn Yun would inspect the markings later. So, she took off her outer garments again in order to reveal the symbols that had been marked. She had to wear revealing undergarments and shorts to display those markings. She couldn't help feeling a little shy. Clearly just senior sister and junior brother, but they had to meet each other so candidly. After a long time, she timidly poked her head out. "Junior brother, I'm embarrassed to go out, so please come in." Blue Autumn Yun didn't think too much about it. "All right, I will come in then." When he looked up for a split second, his whole body felt a tingle of shock. Patriarch gains the method of cracking with the help of Blue Emperor. However, the first senior sister unexpectedly catches icy venom, a cold poison enters her body. Luckily it was discovered early. Blue Autumn Yun immediately refined Dan pills for treatment. After Aurelia Luo took the Dan pills. According to Blue Autumn Yun's instructions, record the hot flow one by one. But she is really embarrassed to go out. So Blue Autumn Yun was asked to come in. The scene in front of her made Blue Autumn Yun's scalp go numb. I saw Aurelia Luo standing shyly in front of me. Her rare, jade-like figure captivated the sight. Especially her extremely charming long legs are perfectly revealed at this moment. Straight and fair, it's hard to look away. Blue Autumn Yun couldn't help but swallow subconsciously. Luckily, he has strong self-control. Otherwise, it might lead to a big mistake. Following that, he couldn't help but have a nosebleed. Aurelia Luo quickly stepped forward to show concern. However, he waved his hand, saying, "It's okay. Let the blood flow freely." Seeing this, Aurelia Luo didn't say much more. She pointed to her abdomen. There were no major blood vessels here, but there was a warm flow passing through, so she drew an arrow. Blue Autumn Yun took a sharp breath. This arrow just hit the nail on the head. Aurelia Luo listened with deep confusion. Blue Autumn Yun immediately waved his hand to explain that it was nothing. The number of appearances of the hot stream is the number of layers of icy venom. In other words, there are 5 layers of icy venom in the abdomen. Blue Autumn Yun looked up with a look of righteousness. Next, you need to gently press on the intersection of icy venom. Spiritual energy catalyzes the surrounding hot stream to devour it. So, it is reasonable for me to assist senior sister next. I have no ulterior motives. Aurelia Luo's cheeks quickly turned crimson. Being peeped at, flirted with, and now even being touched by this guy. I haven't even married him yet. The host is giving you two a disdainful look. Are you interested or not? Blue Autumn Yun looked serious. Holding on to the spiritual energy, senior sister, I got on it. Aurelia Luo blushed and gritted her teeth, saying, Go ahead. Just as she said it, she felt the ambiguity was too great. So she added, Junior brother, don't mess around. If you touch me randomly, I will stick to you for the rest of my life. And it's the kind of attachment that can't be shaken off. Aurelia Luo originally intended to give a serious warning. However, after saying these words, it turned into something without any threat. Blue Autumn Yun suddenly felt ecstatic, thinking, Wouldn't that be wonderful? But then quickly shook her head to remind herself. No, how could I behave so indiscreetly? Blue Autumn Yun gritted her teeth and silently recited famous quotes to invigorate herself. There is righteousness in the world, arrows aimed at the navel, bah. There is righteousness in the world. Senior sister is gasping for breath. That's not right either. He couldn't remember, so he didn't bother to recite it. Blue Autumn Yun quickly gathered spiritual energy and catalyzed it towards Aurelia Luo to dispel the icy venom. The warm flow of spiritual energy invading the body also made Aurelia Luo shiver involuntarily, causing her to make some strange noises. She hasn't breathed a sigh of relief yet. Blue Autumn Yun immediately placed spiritual energy on other parts of her body, after catalyzing the spiritual energy. A faint chill slowly emanated. At this moment, Aurelia Luo was already flushed all over. Blue Autumn Yun focused on the eyes, observed the nose observed the heart, and the heart observed the thighs. He tried his best to help dispel the layers of icy venom, but joyful times always pass quickly, despite Blue Autumn Yun's efforts to reduce the efficiency. As the icy venom gradually disappeared, Aurelia Luo suddenly became limp and collapsed completely into Blue Autumn Yun's arms. Blue Autumn Yun carefully observed Senior Sister's reaction, realizing that he had adjusted the dosage of the medicine incorrectly. Suddenly, a surge of demonic energy was felt above Aurelia Luo's body, leaving him puzzled. The dense and numerous spells extended from her face down her entire body, covering every inch of her skin. Blue Autumn Yun was suddenly startled. This is the Luotian curse. Thousands of years ago, there was a Luotian clan in the cultivation world. They mastered the water elemental spirit technique to the highest level, and once held a prominent position in the cultivation world. The girls of the Luotian clan were all beautiful, pure, and elegant like water spirits. The Luotian clan tightly controls their bloodline. Once a girl is born, she will be bound by the Luotian curse to constrain her behavior. The curse can only be lifted on the night of her wedding. Rumors say that the Luotian curse will manifest when there is excessive intimacy with the opposite sex. Once crossing the forbidden line of a young girl, the Luotian curse will trigger a vicious curse punishing both parties. However, as time passed, it gradually declined like most sect families, silently withdrawing from the peak position. Now, it is unknown where the Luotian race has migrated to. In short, when intimacy becomes excessive, the Luotian curse will issue a yellow card warning. When boundaries are crossed, the Luotian curse will show a direct red card for punishment. Blue Autumn Yun is very puzzled about why the Luotian curse suddenly appeared. It seems like they haven't done anything inappropriate themselves. The strongest Blue Emperor wanted to help the first Senior Sister remove the icy venom. Unexpectedly, he accidentally triggered the rumor of the Luotian curse, which says as long as you cross the forbidden line of the maiden, the Luotian curse will trigger a malicious curse that punishes both parties. Blue Autumn Yun looked at her, feeling a bit at a loss. If Aurelia Luo were awake, she would probably angrily point at herself and scold. Blue Autumn Yun shuddered and quickly withdrew her hand from her thigh. It's a good thing she didn't do anything too out of line. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome if she broke Senior Sister's Luotian curse. However, the moment she pulled back, Aurelia Luo's face showed a look of pain. The dense text vaguely revealed the ancient chanting sound. Those words detached from Aurelia Luo's body and transformed into black watery masses. The watery masses rapidly changed shape to become the form of dragon claws. Then, without saying a word, it fiercely stabbed towards Blue Autumn Yun. Blue Autumn Yun reached out with a divine palm. The claws instantly stopped in front of them, and could no longer move forward. The water emitted a sharp and piercing sound, continuously raging forward in an attempt to kill. Blue Autumn Yun clenched their hand tightly. The ferocious water mass instantly dispersed into a wisp of blue smoke. This blow would probably kill a Golden Core stage cultivator on the spot. Unfortunately, it met him. He looked at the first Senior Sister on the bed and slowly said, "It seems that this is no ordinary Luotian curse. The first Senior Sister must have a story." As soon as the words fell, those curse-like characters quickly disappeared from her body. The Luotian curse was broken just like that. Blue Autumn Yun's vision went dark for a moment. What's going on? I didn't harm the first Senior Sister. I just helped to deal with icy venom and gave it a slight touch. Then, the Luotian curse was broken just like that. Blue Autumn Yun felt like crying without tears. What should she do if Senior Sister finds out? How should she explain it to her? The person involved was unconscious, but Blue Autumn Yun was clear-headed. This situation is really hard to explain, isn't it? In the midst of his frenzy, Aurelia Luo suddenly gritted her teeth and uttered a painful wail. A mouthful of old blood sprayed out on the spot. Blue Autumn Yun also did not care about anything else at this time. Hastily rushed forward to check her physical condition. What a cruel Luotian curse. Once lifted, unable to cultivate, even appearance will be destroyed. In such a chaotic cultivation world, how can women survive? Nowadays, spiritual energy is contaminated and the meridians are chaotic. The sea of spiritual energy is also on the verge of bursting. How can the curse be lifted? Blue Autumn Yun is recalling various encounters from memory. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration strikes the blood of the azure flame vermilion sparrow. He then takes out a jade bottle, drops the blood of the azure flame vermilion sparrow into his mouth, slowly diluting it. Use your powerful spiritual energy to refine the violent power. Then hold Aurelia Luo's cheeks and make her open her mouth. Feed the refined blood into her mouth with your own mouth. Feeling the warmth of the lips, she slightly opens her eyes. She can feel the familiar scent. It is indeed her junior brother. The eyes that opened quickly closed again. The wrist hooked around Blue Autumn Yun's neck. Lips and tongue moved slightly. Blue Autumn Yun did not have time to worry about various feelings at this moment. She worked hard to control the diluted vermilion bird blood and repair Aurelia Luo's injured body. Blue Autumn Yun sucked in with her mouth, absorbing the excess power back into her mouth. Foundation stage couldn't bear too much of this. Just like that is enough. Blue Autumn Yun was dripping with sweat, exhausted after completing the dispelling curse. A faint light shimmered on Aurelia Luo's legs. A small mark flickered with a gentle glow, slowly branding her skin. Blue Autumn Yun was completely dumbfounded. He went crazy and began rubbing Aurelia Luo's legs with his hands. It seemed like he wanted to rub it away. However, this seems to be of no use at all. The fleeting memory of joy remained on the inside of his leg. Blue Autumn Yun looked at the scene in front of her in confusion. The first senior sister is also mine now. 2 days later, Blue Autumn Yun sat alone on the eaves, silently contemplating everything that had happened recently. He chewed on a medicinal herb that replenished vital energy. Over these 2 days, Patriarch Luo's vital energy gradually improved. Aurelia Luo has completely recovered from the trauma of the Luotian curse. His physique and meridians have also seen a huge improvement. Another spiritual sigil has emerged, belonging to the first senior sister. Blue Autumn Yun is a bit frustrated, feeling like she was born single in her past life. In this life, she just woke up and already got 2 younger sisters. And they have received the blessing from the heavens, leaving behind a spiritual sigil. One is an immortal maiden, renowned throughout the cultivation world with a heavenly spirit body. The other is from the Luotian race, exuding an aura of a mature lady. Those legs can be played with for thousands of years, and still not enough. Thinking about neat pillows and such is simply unbearable. Blue Autumn Yun smiled bitterly and shook her head. Juicing is a minor matter. It's not very difficult to improve one's physical fitness. But it is very difficult to elevate one's physical fitness to match the primordial spirit stage. Blue Autumn Yun recalled some final prescriptions written by Shushu. Enchanting demon physique, transcendent body, celestial spirit feathered body. The spiritual blood of these 3 rare physiques must also come from young women who are innocent and unworldly. Spiritual blood is not ordinary blood. They are not their own wives. It's not easy to ask for them. I don't know if I can gather them. For now, I can only continue with short-term prescriptions. As for this, it's just a small matter. What really makes Blue Autumn Yun feel headache and helpless is not sure how to handle the relationship between the 2. One is the childhood sweetheart heavenly spirit body, the other is the beauty of the nation, the first beauty of Liling City. Both of them have been marked with the Heaven's Way certification. Blue Autumn Yun suddenly felt a little awkward. After all, she had never had any romantic experience in her past life. How should she approach the 2 cultivating couples suddenly? He has also heard about the matter of reincarnation. But when it comes to experiencing it personally, he also doesn't know how long he can live. As Blue Autumn Yun was deep in thought, suddenly a small narrow shadow fell upon his face. Aurelia Luo wanted to sneak up behind Blue Autumn Yun and playfully cover his eyes. However, Blue Autumn Yun suddenly lay down, with his gaze fixed on her own skirt. There is no need to mention Blue Autumn Yun's vision. Naturally, he can see clearly and perfectly. Aurelia Luo quickly covered her skirt hem, and sat angrily beside him. "Junior brother, what did you see just now?" Blue Autumn Yun laughed and quickly changed the subject. She turned to her and asked if she was feeling better. Aurelia Luo lowered her head shyly. Thanks to Junior brother's help, his health is now fine. Instead, he has become more relaxed. And upon waking up, he vaguely feels that his chest is slightly fuller. It is said that the most effective way to increase chest size is through touch. Could it be that Junior brother did it secretly? Although she is very puzzled, she also feels that it is unlikely. After all, Junior brother stared mostly at the face and legs. Aurelia Luo turned her head, leaving Blue Autumn Yun with a stunning profile. The warm glow of the setting sun spilled over her hair and cheeks. The green hair fluttered in the wind, with the sun halo touching the tips. The profile was exquisitely beautiful. Blue Autumn Yun was momentarily stunned. Unable to resist, she raised her hand and lightly touched Aurelia Luo's cheek with her fingers. Aurelia Luo felt a little flustered for a moment. During the healing process, she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. She faintly remembered a scene where the two of them had kissed. Blue Autumn Yun just lightly touched her. She blushed and quickly pulled her hand back. Aurelia Luo felt a little frustrated suddenly. What was this trying to flirt, but not really flirting? Blue Autumn Yun smiled and changed the subject again. Are senior sister and patriarch both doing better now? Aurelia Luo didn't hesitate and gave him a definite answer. Blue Autumn Yun then looked elsewhere. Please forgive me once, senior sister, for helping. He was indeed feeling a bit guilty. Hopes senior sister can forgive him a little when she finds out that the Luotian curse has been broken by himself. Aurelia Luo looked puzzled. Forgive? Forgive what? We are grateful to you for saving me and my grandfather. Blue Autumn Yun immediately sat up and asked how she planned to express her gratitude. The next second, Aurelia Luo suddenly approached and jokingly said, "How about offering yourself as a thank you gift? Too bad senior sister is 3 years older than you, if you don't mind." "You are already mine. How can this be considered repayment?" Blue Autumn Yun hurriedly explained. "I said senior sister is even more beautiful and full now. The jade body technique has worked." When these words were spoken, Aurelia Luo immediately wanted to reward him with a headshot, but ultimately couldn't bear to do so. Speaking of which, junior brother and junior sister are here too. Where is there any chance for me? Aurelia Luo smiled gently. That junior brother likes sweets. I will stay by junior brother's side and make desserts. Keep making them until junior brother gets tired of them. Blue Autumn Yun continued her words. Senior sister can also learn to make other snacks. So I will continue to eat until senior sister gets tired of it. Aurelia Luo hurriedly spoke out her true feelings. How could anyone get tired of it? Blue Autumn Yun touched her hand. That's even better. Little Elegant takes care of the daily living, and senior sister is in charge of desserts. Let's live a happy and shy life together. The future is unclear, so let's just go with the flow. If you are willing to stay by my side, then I won't let anyone down. After a long time, Aurelia Luo calmed down a bit. Baking is not a bad idea. But she doesn't have much experience in taking care of others. However, she is willing to give it a try. When junior brother didn't respond, Aurelia Luo turned her head to look. But she has no experience in taking care of others. However, she is willing to give it a try. Seeing that junior brother did not respond, Aurelia Luo turned her head to look. At this time, Blue Autumn Yun had already closed her eyes and fallen asleep. Aurelia Luo looked at the young man beside her. I took junior brother's words seriously. From now on, you are the only one in my heart. She looked around, and no one was there. She gently kissed Junior Brother's cheek. Women of the Luotian race are not easy to flirt with. As the patriarch gradually recovers, the Luo's Merchant Association has also resumed normal operations. As for those groups that besieged Luo's Merchant Association, they have all been taken care of. They have experienced what it feels like to go bankrupt. Outside Liling City, Blue Autumn Yuan and others are packing their belongings next to the Long Bird. Patriarch Luo is instructing and advising Aurelia Luo on various matters. The patriarch repeatedly advised her not to miss out on this young man. Aurelia Luo lowered her voice and asked him to speak more softly. He had already repeated this sentence dozens of times since waking up in the morning. The patriarch looked serious. You know what you know, yet you still don't take action. This person will definitely become someone important. Following him will surely be to your advantage. Aurelia Luo blushed naturally. It's only natural that someone caught Aurelia's I wouldn't be lacking. Patriarch suddenly paused. Mrs. Joyful and playful attitude, as well as these words, could it be? Aurelia Luo quietly glanced at Blue Autumn Yuan, who was playing with Long Bird behind her. With such a talented person, how could Aurelia let it go? Then she looked up again. She told her grandfather that she had fallen in love with Junior Brother. At this moment, Long Bird spread its wings and was preparing to fly. Lin Luo turned his head specially to remind. Miss President is about to set off. After Patriarch learned of Mrs. intentions, he immediately wanted to go and have a good talk with Blue Autumn Yuan. Aurelia Luo hurriedly stopped him and told him that she could handle this matter herself. Patriarch smiled and, before leaving, reminded him to take good care of Aurelia. Aurelia Luo rolled her eyes. Patriarch then pretended to cough as if nothing had happened. The moment when the bird flew into the sky, Blue Autumn Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, finally left. He has been staying at Luo's Merchant Association for these few days. The patriarch always seems to coincidentally run into Blue Autumn Yuan, whether intentional or not. In addition to thanking for the treasures received, the patriarch shifts all the conversation topics to Aurelia Luo. Although he also wanted to tell the patriarch straightforwardly to put his mind at ease. But he broke the Luotian curse and planted the spiritual sigil. He really couldn't bring himself to speak about it. Several hours later, the Long Bird broke through the clouds with a cry. It carried everyone back to the primordial Immortal Mountain. At this time, Elegant Ling is sweeping the courtyard of Verdant Mist Peak. She looked up when she heard the noise. She saw that Blue Autumn Yuan and others had returned. She was even more delighted and ran over to give Blue Autumn a big bear hug. She didn't know why. Just 10 short days apart felt as long as half a year. Ariel Mu also happily came over to say hello. At this moment, Elegant Ling's cheeks were slightly blushing, with a hint of a faint breathlessness. Blue Autumn Yuan was not sure if it was just his imagination. He always felt that there was a hint of desire in Little Elegant's eyes. Little Elegant immediately went to cook after feeling something was wrong. After a while, Blue Autumn Yuan also followed and arrived in the kitchen. He just lifted the curtain and walked in. He then saw Little Elegant chopping vegetables. Asked how his days in Liling City have been. Blue Autumn Yuan was also helping on the side. Tell her that Liling City is very bustling. When she's free, we should take her there to have a good stroll. Little Elegant suddenly changed the subject. I see you're acting a bit strange today. Blue Autumn Yuan looked at her puzzled, wondering what was strange about her. Elegant Ling playfully pointed to her own cheek. How cute and strange you are. The sudden romantic words caught him off guard. It was like a direct hit that left him speechless. After he realized what had happened, he went over and patted Little Elegant on the head. Oh, you still know how to flirt. Little Elegant shyly shrunk her neck a little. I missed you quite a bit after not seeing you for 10 days. Blue Autumn Yuan suddenly blushed. She actually flirted with me. But then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Then he felt the spiritual energy within his body flowing rapidly away. After Elegant Ling felt completely comfortable all over her body, she couldn't help but approach and directly slam him against the wall. Heavenly Spirit Body is indeed a super rare constitution. The juicing level far exceeds that of the first senior sister, making Blue Autumn Yun shiver in just a moment. Inwardly, he is desperately begging for this little girl to suck a little less. Half an hour later, Elegant Ling walked out of the kitchen with a satisfied heart and full of energy, holding a plate. Only Blue Autumn Yun was left there panting. She thought she could avoid the pressure by staying at a distance. Unexpectedly, she was squeezed dry as soon as she returned. Several people arrived at the living room, and little Elegant was the first to speak. Senior Sister Lu asked, "Has Blue Autumn, that big fool, caused any trouble for you?" Aurelia Luo smiled and said, "Junior brother is so outstanding. How could he cause trouble? He even helped us a lot." Little Elegant was very puzzled about how he could be of great help. After all, in his understanding, Blue Autumn Yun is someone special. He is such a big fool that he can't even wash his own clothes. Aurelia Luo quickly took out a package, saying that this is a gift she brought for junior sister from Luling City. Little Elegant was delighted to see the gift. But Aurelia Luo felt apologetic in her heart. Junior sister and junior brother were childhood sweethearts. But she suddenly developed feelings for junior brother, which made her feel like she was taking something that belonged to someone else. "Do you want to start a harem?" Then Aurelia forced a wry smile once more. It seems that little Elegant does not object to herself. Isn't she supposed to be in seclusion? Aurelia fell silent for a moment, and then gave a cold smile. "I didn't expect senior brother to be so capable. He even managed to charm Moon Han. And they have been meeting in the little forest every day." Elegant Ling nodded silently. Senior sister is right. He has been living a single life all the time. And this lifetime, he has just been reborn. He now has two partners, who are as beautiful as flowers. Above the primordial immortal mountain, there is a first cloud pavilion, where clouds linger, and a gentle breeze blows. It is most suitable for preaching and discussing cultivation, and therefore designated as a teaching venue. At this moment, disciples keep coming. The hundreds of empty seats are gradually being filled. The newly admitted young disciples are quite excited. Today's teaching is about a powerful spirit technique. If mastered, it can greatly enhance combat abilities, an important assurance for showing off and impressing others. There is still some time before class starts. A new disciple, Gu Zhou, takes out a scroll and calls everyone over, saying he has something interesting to show them. Several new disciples are quite curious and gather around to see what mysterious thing it is. Gu Zhou immediately spread out the scroll. "This thing is much more interesting than novels. This is the ranking of beautiful women within the cultivation sect. I finally borrowed it from senior brother with great difficulty." Several people's eyes lit up as they quickly scanned the first scroll. Unfortunately, there are no photos here, only descriptions. The crowd immediately suspected whether there was any truth to it. Gu Zhou disdainfully refuted the joke. "Joke, Moon Han's first place is well deserved. Not only is he outstanding in appearance, but his cultivation level is also profound. It is said that he achieved core formation stage in just 2 years after starting cultivation. The cultivation level is profound, and the aptitude is outstanding. His appearance will also become better and better. It is certain that he will definitely become famous in the blue vast domain within 10 years. The newcomer on the side also chimed in. He had also heard a certain senior brother mention it before. He had seen Moon Han's appearance a while ago, and couldn't fall asleep all night. Gu Zhou sighed softly. "Ah, there's nothing we can do. We couldn't collect sect masters to wreck disciples' roster. I heard that Moon Han, the Immortal Maiden, has been going out quite frequently lately. Just wait and see." He then continued reading. "The second name is Aurelia Luo from Verdant Mist Peak, Xuanji Elder's eldest disciple. She is a mature and tall beauty with exceptional looks. Particularly, her pair of slender legs are simply mesmerizing. In terms of appearance and figure, she is even slightly better than Moon Han, but her flat chest resulted in a lower score." Everyone sighed in disappointment, as it was a half-body photo, and couldn't see her legs. It's a pity not being able to appreciate her fully at the moment. The third new entry, Disciple Elegant Ling, is said to have talents no less than Moonhan and possesses an otherworldly temperament like a lotus flower. She just joined but already entered the top 3 directly. Elegant Ling had previously taken Blue Autumn Yun to the square for cultivation. Immediately someone echoed. It was the girl with dual spiritual roots, who was very beautiful and had long hair. Unfortunately, it seems she has a childhood sweetheart with a disabled spiritual root. She even went to the scarcely populated Verdant Mist Peak for him. The next one, Ariel Mu from Verdant Mist Peak, has a pure and cute, silly and adorable appearance, soft and charming, very attractive. You all should have seen her when she entered the sect. As for her strengths, there's no need to say much, right? Several people gathered around, looking at the photo. Their gaze all stopped at the stretched-out clothes. They gasped in unison and said, "The world in her cleavage," expressing the same sentiment. Just as he was about to speak of the 5th person, he was suddenly interrupted by a disciple. He said, "Have you guys noticed? It seems like there are only 3 female disciples from Verdant Mist Peak. They all made it to the leaderboard." The quality of beauties from Verdant Mist Peak is exceptional. I also want to join Verdant Mist Peak. Blue Autumn Yun is indeed clever. I admire her. Gu Zhou immediately put away the scroll. He said indifferently, "What is there to envy about Blue Autumn Yun? Xuanji is just a hangout elder who completely spoils their disciples, providing no guidance or care. What gains can be made there? Immortal cultivation ultimately depends on strength. Especially we male cultivators should work hard and strive to cultivate diligently." But Blue Autumn Yun is very powerful. He even defeated the 2nd elder's last disciple, senior brother Xiaosu. He mentioned that Gu Zhou is gradually becoming gloomy. The wind element spiritual root is powerful in the early stages. Moreover, senior brother Su is also not showing any mercy towards him. If you don't believe me, just wait a few more years and you'll see. Once the advantage of Blue Autumn Yun's spiritual root fades, they will basically rank at the bottom. So, fellow cultivators, cultivating is the right path. When we become high-level Golden Core cultivators, we won't worry about finding a beautiful cultivating couple. Let the beautiful women on the rankings be our goal to strive for. Several new disciples nodded in agreement. Just at that moment, a young man quietly approached them. "Is there a spot available here?" he asked. "Yes, brother, you can come over here," they replied. Gu Zhou looked up and found the young man quite familiar. Suddenly, he remembered something. Blue Autumn Yun. Blue Autumn Yun nodded. "You know me." Gu Zhou turned around, waved his hand in a dismissive manner. "Don't know you, no seats available, please move to the back." The man had just joined the sect when he was invited by the cultivation sect's #1 beauty to a small grove. The 2nd and 3rd beauties both became his wives one after another. This inevitably made the cultivation sect disciples jealous one after another. Gu Zhou has always had a contentious relationship with Verdant Mist Peak as a disciple of the 2nd elder. Senior brother Xiaosu, who is responsible for cultivating him, will certainly not show Blue Autumn Yun any favor. Others, on the other hand, act out of jealousy, not allowing him to sit in the better seats in the front. No harm in not learning. This kind of course is of no use to him. If not for accumulating credits, it's fine not to attend. Soon he skipped over a few people and arrived at the back. Some disciples couldn't help but mock and laugh. "Haha, look, that guy really sat at the very back." Gu Zhou also chuckled. "He only deserves to sit there. Come on, let's continue." Just as a few people were about to continue watching the beauty ranking list, a disciple suddenly pointed ahead and said, "Hey, quick, look, that tall and beautiful woman is Aurelia Luo, right?" Everyone's attention was immediately drawn over. "Huh, isn't it only new disciples who can study? Senior sister Luo, why is she? Wait, isn't the innocent girl next to her Ariel Mu? There's also Elegant Ling. I heard she took leave when she was trying to break through the foundation stage and hasn't been coming to class." Now she's here. Could it be she made a breakthrough? Several people looked at each other in disbelief. 3 of the top 4 beauties suddenly appeared at once on the leaderboard. A disciple swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was indeed a coincidence. I wonder if Moon Han, the first on the leaderboard, will show up. The appearance of the 3 young ladies at Verdant Mist Peak immediately attracted countless attention, while the 3 of them were simultaneously searching for the figure of Blue Autumn Yun. Aurelia Luo couldn't help but be curious why he was sitting so far back. And after Elegant Ling caught sight of him, she couldn't help but raise her arm and give a middle finger gesture towards Blue Autumn Yun, who was looking in this direction. Senior sister, do you still need to think about it? That big fool must be slacking off again. Just his little tricks. And Blue Autumn Yun, upon seeing their figures, smiled faintly. She extended her hand to make a finger heart gesture. Elegant Ling and Aurelia Luo blushed at the same time. This guy actually made this gesture in front of so many fellow disciples. However, the 2 were too shy to respond back. Ariel Mu looked around, feeling embarrassed as she was stared at by a group of people. The back is also quite good. There are too many people. Let's hurry over there. Looking at the trio of women, they are about to walk over. Gu Zhou immediately summoned up the courage to stand up. He smiled at the group of people and said, "Are you Immortal Maidens here to attend the lecture? There are a few empty seats here. If you don't mind, please come and sit down." Aurelia Luo ignored the group of people as it was obvious they were trying to strike up a conversation. She didn't want to talk to other male cultivators in front of Blue Autumn Yun and make him feel uncomfortable. Elegant Ling grabbed Aurelia Luo's arm. "Senior sister, the seats here are indeed quite good. The view is also clearer. It seems crowded behind us, and we may not find a seat." Gu Zhou is so happy that he can't stop smiling. He immediately took action to help wipe the tables and chairs. Yes, the seats here are excellent. We can see clearly the steward's teaching movements." Aurelia Luo hesitated, considering that Little Elegant's words are also reasonable. Seeing Aurelia Luo hesitating, Gu Zhou and the other disciples were so happy that they were about to explode. They all pitched in to tidy up. The space here is big enough to invite them to sit down. After tidying up, a few people dispersed and took their seats. There were 2 empty seats between them, and the seats of Elegant Ling and the other 2 women. They intentionally kept their distance to show respect for the 3 beautiful women. They didn't have time to be happy for long. Elegant Ling waved to Blue Autumn Yun, asking her to come over and sit beside them. Blue Autumn Yun stood up and walked over. He looked at Gu Zhou and the others, who looked as if they had turned into stone, feeling quite puzzled. Weren't they just standing up a moment ago? In the envious and jealous gazes of the onlookers, Blue Autumn Yun walked towards the 3 girls. Blue Autumn Yun deliberately turned his head and said to them, "Oh, the seats here are really good indeed. No obstructed views, and the table is very clean." Gu Zhou was suddenly infuriated by this. This man has too many admirers, causing his fellow disciples to reject him one after another. These women, however, are determined to support Blue Autumn Yun. In the eyes of everyone going crazy, Blue Autumn Yun plopped down between 3 girls. On his left side was a fair and beautiful childhood friend. On his right side is a long-legged mature woman who outshines the crowd. Behind him is the world in her cleavage, little senior sister. A few people are very intimate and not tired of each other. Looking at them like this, Gu Zhou and others were heartbroken. The lovelorn aura and AI's sorrowful voice spread. The entire first cloud pavilion was filled with a bitter atmosphere. Just then, a young man in a Taoist robe walked up to the platform. He glanced at the crowd and nodded in satisfaction. The newcomers were very excited. It seems that everyone is prepared for learning. Most of the beginner disciples learn low-level spirit techniques that come with the cultivation method of the cultivation sect. However, in order to motivate them to cultivate, there should be a skill that they can use at critical moments. The elders then decided to pass on the most cost-effective technique from the second-rank spirit technique. Cultivation sect steward Tao Yu is a disciple who stayed in the cultivation sect after completing their cultivation studies to become a steward, responsible for teaching in place of the elders when they are unavailable. He picked up his arm and demonstrated the technique of this spirit technique. Flames intertwined between his arms, making a rustling sound against his sleeves. Blue Autumn Yun boredly propped up his chin. This person appeared to have mastered it skillfully, but actually only had a superficial understanding of it. I estimate that the other elders have not seen through this spirit technique that seems simple, but actually conceals vastness beyond. The performance in front of him was truly an eyesore, and he didn't want to watch anymore. Just as he was about to pull out the yellow leather novel from his sleeve to read, his arm suddenly felt a slight itch. He looked to his right, and saw Aurelia Luo lying on the table, her fingers occasionally poking his arm playfully. What is Junior Brother up to? Blue Autumn Yun lowered her head and whispered behind her sleeve. The person's words are boring, and I've already learned what he taught. I'm just idle right now. Shall I chat with Junior Brother instead? Her bright big eyes blinked at Blue Autumn Yun. Although she is a Yuejia character, her cuteness at this moment is no less than that of other girls. Blue Autumn Yun nodded and engaged in casual small talk with her. However, as they chatted, his gaze uncontrollably shifted to her beautiful legs. Aurelia Luo raised an eyebrow. However, one slender leg suddenly lifted and rested on the other thigh. The hem of the skirt slid down, revealing the entire long leg in Blue Autumn Yun's sight. It became even more clear. It could be said to be true. Legs for days. In every sense of the word. Blue Autumn Yun couldn't help but think to herself. She knew that she was looking at the legs, but she intentionally lifted them up. Could it be that she is teasing me? However, in the face of the teasing by his future wife, Blue Autumn Yun remained unfazed. He felt shy at this moment, wondering how they would face each other on the bed in the future. Blue Autumn Yun ignored Aurelia Luo's reproachful gaze. He touched his chin and said, "It would be nice if I had a lace garter. Senior sister has long, slim, and fair legs. Adding a garter as decoration would be so tempting. White would be more suitable than black, and even more tempting. Is it appropriate to be so blunt as to give Blue Autumn Yun the cold shoulder like that?" Even though she looked shy and didn't agree verbally, she's already considering whether she should give it a try in her heart. Aurelia Luo's eyes shifted slightly. She beckoned Blue Autumn Yun with a wave of her hand. Junior Brother leaned in and whispered something to you. Blue Autumn Yun curiously leaned to the right, only to hear Aurelia Luo whisper softly, "I want to be with you day and night, yeah." When this was said, Blue Autumn Yun's face immediately turned red. This kind of breath, with a strong seductive voice. The whispering in his ear intensified the lethality. It's a scenario only seen in cultivating couple during dual cultivation. Blue Autumn Yun quickly left with her back straight. Damn it, she whispered such seductive words in my ear that I couldn't handle it. He felt that his spiritual energy was being absorbed again. He saw Blue Autumn Yun looking shy. Aurelia Luo covered her mouth and giggled. It seems like she was saying, "How was that? Provoking me? Do you realize how tough I am?" Blue Autumn Yun turned her head away, temporarily unable to look at Aurelia Luo. Elegant Ling on the left let out a sigh. She stretched her arms and waist lazily. So that's how it's done. Her gaze suddenly fell on Blue Autumn Yun. What happened? Blue Autumn Yun smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just came to see you." Elegant Ling was suddenly puzzled. "See me? What's there to see?" Blue Autumn Yun smiled faintly. "You look beautiful no matter where you are." Elegant Ling shyly patted Blue Autumn Yun's thigh. Accidentally, she felt something. Elegant Ling quickly withdrew her hand, her face blushing. Even her ears turned red. This guy actually reacted to her. Blue Autumn Yun went crazy immediately. "Sister, your damn timing for slipping your hand is truly impeccable." Elegant Ling blushed, but she was extremely happy in her heart. Having a reaction indicates desire. It's great that this guy has thoughts about me. Blue Autumn Yun feels the spiritual energy flowing away once again. Absorbing from both sides at the same time is too intense. He quickly focuses his mind and silently absorbs the spiritual energy to prevent being squeezed to the point of not being able to move. Ariel Mu has already listened to the explanation of this spirit technique for the 4th time. Surprisingly, she still doesn't understand it at all. She suddenly feels out of place compared to the others, who were playing around earlier. Ariel Mu reached out and held Blue Autumn Yun's shoulder, gently massaging it. She felt that among the group, Blue Autumn Yun had the highest talent. He always gave her a sense of hiding his true abilities. His strength should be more than what he displayed. In any case, she chose to please. Perhaps she could learn to refine potions by consulting with Spirit Technique Potion Refining in private. Blue Autumn quite enjoyed it, and felt extremely relaxed inside. Originally, she thought that starting immortal cultivation all over again would be very boring. But the situation turned out to be completely different from what she imagined. 2 beautiful women were surrounding her, and someone was giving her a nice shoulder massage from behind. It turned out that immortal cultivation could be so joyful. How come she didn't realize this before? It's too comfortable. In the next life, she will continue immortal cultivation. However, while feeling comfortable, his eyelids suddenly twitched. It seems like some disaster is about to happen. He closed his eyes and leaned comfortably against the table. Tao Yu passionately lectured. The disciples suffered on the side while eating dog food, watching him having fun with 2 beautiful girls on either side. There's even someone massaging him from behind. What kind of treatment is this? Even immortals may not receive such treatment. How did he manage to raise his favorability level like this just a few days after joining? How did he do it? Gu Zhou is also feeling sour. Damn it, the top few beauties on the list are actually trying to please him. What kind of magic does this guy have? Just as the words fell, a stunning female cultivator who can control a flying sword arrived gracefully. The flying sword under her feet slowly shrank and transformed into an earring, returning to her ear. Moon Han gently flicked his hair and walked towards a seat. This man alone dominates the ranking. 3 out of the 4 beauties. Even the number 1 beauty has taken the initiative to come over now. Moon Han's sudden appearance surprised everyone. Even the lecturer Tao Yu was taken aback. After all, even he rarely saw this immortal maiden, and now she appeared here. Could it be that she has come to observe his work? Suddenly filled with motivation, the spiritual energy in his hands burned even brighter. The surrounding disciples couldn't help but see her as if she were an immortal maiden. They couldn't help but praise how beautiful she was. Such temperament truly lives up to the title of being ranked first on the list. Different from several other beauties, Moon Han appears very rarely. Her portrait is not even on the list. Everyone wishes they could imprint her face in their minds. Eyes almost glued to it. Yet amid the intense gaze of the crowd, Moon Han sat in front of Blue Autumn Yun. The crowd was instantly filled with resentment. Damn, why is Moon Han Immortal Maiden also sitting next to that guy? In front, behind, left, and right, the 4 most beautiful women from the cultivation sect are all here, damn it. This has shattered the hearts of the crowd with envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, at this moment, Blue Autumn Yun was nervous and jittery. He felt the gradually rising scorching killing intent on both sides. Moon Han turned around and nodded slightly at Blue Autumn Yun. It's nice to see you again during this time of cultivation. Elegant Ling also forced a smile. Blue Autumn, she's looking for you again. Aurelia Luo also smiled brightly. Junior brother seems to be popular with the ladies. Even she can come here to accompany you. Are we a bit unnecessary? Blue Autumn Yun was surprised and quickly patted Moon Han's shoulder. Moon Han, senior sister, you are a good person. Moon Han looked puzzled. Everyone saw Blue Autumn Yun handing out good person cards. Elegant Ling and Aurelia Luo only breathed a sigh of relief. However, they also need to do something. Elegant Ling fed Blue Autumn some orange slices with a smiling and affectionate look. Aurelia Luo fed junior brother some fruit pulp with a small spoon, and this also tasted very delicious. Feeding each other by taking turns, the two girls looked like they were announcing ownership of this man to Moon Han. In no time, Blue Autumn Yun's mouth was filled with food. Her cheeks bulged and she couldn't swallow. But the two girls still continued feeding her. Moon Han looked at the two people in surprise. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a box of cookies from the storage ring. She picked up a small bear-shaped cookie and offered it with a sincere look on her face. "You're still causing trouble at a time like this." Blue Autumn Yun sprayed food directly. Lowering her head, she coughed and sprayed the food out. A lot of fruit pulp choked into her nasal cavity, causing continuous sneezing. The loud noise interrupted Tao Yu's lecture. Tao Yu turned around in confusion. He found that everyone's gaze in the room was not on him. He looked at the several beautiful women beside him again. Someone pitted Blue Autumn Yun and patted her shoulder. Someone hurriedly helped him by handing him a glass of water. There was also someone carefully wiping the stains off his body. What is this cultivation? This is enjoying life. Tao Yu felt a sourness in his mouth and angrily slammed the textbook on the desk. What the heck are you guys doing? Moon Han in front turned around and sat up straight, looking at Blue Autumn Yun with confusion, not understanding why sharing cookies would make them burst out laughing. And what did their looks mean as they glanced at him? The next second, she quietly took out a floral handkerchief with a bear pattern, very girlish. Clearly, it was embroidered in a girl's boudoir style. Her innocent expression seemed to be asking if she should help you wipe it off. Elegant Ling and Aurelia Luo glanced at Moon Han, who had not yet exploded. They just kept a gentle smile and looked at Blue Autumn Yun, seemingly saying, "What are you looking at? Go on." Little senior sister Ariel Mu enjoys watching the excitement and is not afraid of trouble. She widened her eyes, looking forward to seeing how Blue Autumn Yun would choose in the end. Blue Autumn Yun's eyes widened. "Sister, are you trying to harm me?" Handkerchiefs with this kind of embroidery are usually regarded as tokens of love and given to lovers as keepsakes. Why don't you use this to wipe for me? Blue Autumn Yun ignored him. Moon Han personally got up to help wipe the side of his face. Gentle like a big sister taking care of her little brother. The sound of a broken heart filled the entire First Cloud Pavilion cultivation sect, the #1 beauty on the beauty list. Almost everyone's goddess. She actually helped him wipe his cheeks herself, using a handkerchief that was personally embroidered. What a jerk! Blue Autumn Yun's mind quickly flashed with the word danger. He quickly glanced at the reactions of the two wives out of the corner of his eye. Then, he quickly avoided Moon Han's inner wailing like all the other disciples. Big sister, this is the third time we've met. Why are you so enthusiastic about passing me biscuits? What do you mean by taking care of me like this? No, this is not taking care. This is murder. What kind of grudge is this? Isn't it just because I didn't satisfy you last time? I'll make it up to you when I have the chance. Can you hold on for a few more minutes? Blue Autumn Yun's brain is spinning rapidly, using all of his lifelong brain power, and suddenly a spark of inspiration. He looked gently at Elegant Ling and said, "Little Elegant, for some reason, the oranges passing through your hands are unusually sweet. The sweetness is so overwhelming that I can't bear to swallow. I just want to savor this brief and sweet moment. You won't blame me, will you?" Elegant Ling's anger subsided, and she was somewhat in a daze. This fool said such cheesy words to himself for the first time. She blushed shyly and lowered her head. What nonsense is the fool talking about with so many people watching? Blue Autumn Yun patted Elegant Ling on the head. He then looked at Aurelia Luo, the first senior sister. Before I didn't know what happiness was. Now I know. Happiness is when someone is willing to make dessert by hand and feed it to you personally. I'm too happy to even chew. It's all your fault for making me so happy. Now my mind is full of your yes sound just now. Aurelia Luo's body trembled slightly. She apologized in a low voice. I will also feed you from now on, junior brother. Please don't look at me first. Finally, Blue Autumn Yun looked at Moon Han with a pleading expression and said, "Thank you, there's no need. I have little elegant and senior sister taking care of me, so I won't trouble you." After hearing Blue Autumn Yun's nonsense, several people, Elegant Ling and Aurelia Luo, are in a cheerful mood. They took out handkerchiefs and continued to help wipe off the sprayed fruit pulp and other items. Ariel Mu couldn't help but sigh. Little Autumn is indeed clever. The stunning beauty of the cultivation sect actually took out her own handkerchief to wipe this man's mouth. This move made both his main and side wives jealous. Blue Autumn Yun quickly resorted to using the flirting technique to cleverly defuse the situation. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the two blushing faces. This is too exciting. Back then, being surrounded by a group of tribulation crossing stage experts was not as dangerous as this. Fortunately, the yellow skinny book he is reading is rich in content and must be praised. He should continue to read more in the future. The crowd of fellow disciples all widened their eyes. This damn situation can actually be bluffed through. Many people also suddenly realized. It seems like they now understand the reason for their single status. The rejected Moon Han did not feel sad or upset. Instead, she quietly watched from the side. She kept opening and closing her mouth as if trying to remind someone about an unclean area. But she was afraid of upsetting Blue Autumn Yun and did not speak up. She had a completely gentle and lovely look, very lovable. Did this guy save the whole universe in his past life? He is actually being so well taken care of by the 4 beautiful women from the cultivation sect. What kind of ridiculous luck is this? Tao Yu was stunned as well. Even after scolding and yelling, he forgot what he was supposed to do next. He was so angry that he was shaking, and he finally figured it out. He had thought that the new disciple was quiet and ready to learn. Turns out, he was just being fed dog food emotionally. In the end, he watched quietly as they showed affection. As an outstanding disciple who had graduated many years ago and was now halfway to becoming an elder steward, he unexpectedly started eating dog food too. Bitterness filled his mouth, and the anger brewing in his chest grew stronger and stronger. Tao Yu couldn't help it, and once again angrily slammed the books on the table. He shouted loudly, "That coughing guy, stand up! Who are you? Which mountain are you from? And who taught you, elder?" Blue Autumn Yun hadn't spoken yet. The other new entry disciples clamored to answer one after another. He is Blue Autumn Yun, a disciple of 4th Elder Xuanji from Verdant Mist Peak. The name of Blue Autumn Yun is very famous within the cultivation sect, because he first manifested the dual variation spiritual root. And then he also defeated the 2nd Elder's direct disciple in a higher realm. Even the steward has heard of his name. Why is this person so popular with women? Is it because he has some special qualities? The girls next to Blue Autumn Yun looked at her with concern, which made him even more irritated. Good gracious, missing classes for 7 consecutive days, and causing trouble as soon as entering the class. Do you think this is a place where you can act recklessly? Neglecting your studies and lacking ambition, such behavior truly brings disgrace to the disciple, and is a shame to the cultivation sect. Other disciples also nodded in agreement, all cheering for Tao Yu. The entire First Cloud Pavilion suddenly became very lively. Blue Autumn Yun was a bit confused about what she had done wrong. Why did these people seem to hate her so much? Not sure if it's an illusion. He felt as if there were burning flames around him. It seemed like a group of dark sect disciples were unleashing their fiery anger. When the atmosphere was at its peak, Elegant Ling and Aurelia Luo glanced disapprovingly at the new disciples on both sides. Those disciples noticed they were being stared at by the beautiful women. Their voices gradually softened, and the flames simmered down. Eventually, they fell silent and just grinned foolishly at the 2 women. Tao Yu's mouth twitched. These dogshit new disciples are really rubbish. They are so cowardly even when they are well-fed. But just as he was about to get angry, suddenly he found Moon Han staring at him with her eyes fixed. The anger on Tao Yu's face vanished and turned into a silly smile. Moon Han, the Immortal Maiden, is really beautiful. She truly deserves to be my goddess. Tao Yu suddenly realized that Moon Han is the sect master's closed-door disciple. He didn't believe that two people with such different statuses could be together. Moon Han is likely here at First Cloud Pavilion as the Immortal Maiden. She is ordered by the sect master to listen and observe the qualities of the new disciple and instructor. If he doesn't handle this matter well, it will be troublesome if it gets reported. Tao Yu snorted coldly. Then he started various forms of criticism and education. His emotional speech directly called Blue Autumn Yun to the podium for criticism. Elegant Ling and Aurelia Luo are anxious. According to the rules of the cultivation sect, the authority of teaching and imparting lessons is very powerful. It directly affects the credit assessment of new disciples within the cultivation sect. If their scores are too low, they may even be demoted to the menial chores department. Aurelia Luo worriedly watched Blue Autumn Yun, hoping he could withstand Tao Yu's harsh criticisms. It would be troublesome if he caused any trouble. Tao Yu looked at Blue Autumn Yun coldly. I have been in the cultivation sect for several years. I have never seen such an arrogant person like you before. A 10,000-word self-criticism is due tomorrow to Gu Zhou, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. He deliberately imposed excessive punishments, hoping for Blue Autumn Yun to resist. This way, he would have a reason to deal with it. However, surprisingly, Blue Autumn Yun asked the steward to calm down. In fact, I have already mastered this spirit technique. When these words came out, the whole venue was in an uproar. Everyone widened their eyes. How dare you say such bold words? This is the windbreaker/second-rank spirit technique. You've been skipping classes continuously, and you haven't mastered several basic spirit techniques solidly. How dare you talk big? Are you trying to show off in front of girls like crazy? Elegant is also somewhat incredible. Blue Autumn Yun does have great talent. However, saying she has mastered it proficiently is indeed a bit overstated. Elegant Ling focused on listening to a lesson. She only learned some superficial knowledge. It will take some time for her to become familiar with and proficient in applying it. Aurelia Luo also knows how difficult this spirit technique is. She also spent a lot of time before mastering it. Tao Yu was amazed and looked at Blue Autumn Yun, who was worried about not being able to punish properly. Now it's getting interesting. So she decided to make him demonstrate it in front of her. Blue Autumn Yun hesitated for a moment. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to do this here? He felt a bit annoyed by the steward's deliberate provocation. He decided to teach him a lesson. Tao Yu narrowed his eyes. Deceiving the cultivation sect steward elder is a serious offense. Failure to demonstrate will result in severe punishment. Blue Autumn Yun's eyes widened slightly as she took a small step back. Her voice trembled slightly. I have indeed mastered it. But how about taking some time to recuperate today, since I'm not feeling well? Tao Yu chuckled as she watched Blue Autumn Yun's subtle movements, realizing that this person was indeed talking nonsense. You are feeling unwell, right? Okay, then there should be no problem showcasing at the arena tomorrow. If you pass, I will give you the certificate indicating the end of your coursework directly. However, if you fail to pass, all the courses under my responsibility will be marked as unsatisfactory for you. Blue Autumn Yun's voice trembled. Isn't this too serious? Can we choose a different consequence? How about I clean the toilets if I don't pass? Tao Yu laughed. You're backing out now? Let's go with doing some dirty work as the consequence. Now you're scared. What about all the boasting and showing off earlier? Okay then, since you're willing to do the work, let's add this condition. If you fail, all courses will be considered unsuccessful in addition to cleaning the toilets. If you pass, I'll give you the academic certificate. Additionally, I'll apologize and clean the toilets for you. Tao Yu did not give Blue Autumn Yun a chance to negotiate. She directly announced the end of the class. At this time, Gu Zhou and others felt secretly pleased. After holding in a lot of anger, they finally felt somewhat relieved. He actually admired Blue Autumn Yun for daring to claim that the course could be completed in a day, which was truly amazing. He intended to remind her when she had to write a 10,000-word self-criticism. He found several girls comforting each other, as if soothing a baby. He suddenly had a black expression on his face, like a piece of charcoal. Several friends beside him pulled Guizhou away and said, "Don't look, it will be uncomfortable for a week if you see it, and for a month if you see it again. Let's go, anyway, this person will be unlucky tomorrow." The man was surrounded by 4 beautiful women from the cultivation sect in front, behind, left, and right. The sight broke the hearts of all who were there. Even Steward, who was in charge of teaching, couldn't bear to watch. He deliberately decided to give him a hard time. The next day, the Cultivate field was packed with new entry disciples practicing various spirit techniques, their attacks constantly flashing. Talia stood with hands behind back, moving around the Cultivate field. She scanned the new entry disciples' Cultivate progress. A burst of fire suddenly exploded forward. The wooden stakes were instantly engulfed and burned by the flames. Next to me, Ariel Mu's joyful shout came from one side. "Wow, that's great, it worked. The flame burst technique can be used like this too." At that moment, a burst of fireball surged forward like a fiery dragon. The flames instantly hit the wooden stake. Brilliant red flames filled the field of vision. The wooden stake turned into a pile of ashes in an instant. This is the correct practical method. Practice it again. Taoyu's mouth twitched. In addition to being angry, he was also shocked. The fierceness displayed by this flame is astonishing. The flame burst technique is a basic fire attribute spirit technique that belongs to the middle level of the first rank. It is relatively easy to learn, and one can grasp the basics in about a week. The difficulty is not very high, and the corresponding destructive power is not particularly great. But Blue Autumn Yun's usage completely exceeds the destructive power of the flame burst technique. Taoyu pondered and then slowly walked forward. Watching Blue Autumn Yun, who was surrounded by the 3 sisters from Verdant Mist Peak, another wave of sourness rose in her mouth. "Young man, I see that you can still execute the first-rank high-level spirit technique quite well. Show us the Windbreaker slash." To be honest, I'm not feeling very well today. Of course, what Blue Autumn Yun said is also true. He said he is now sucked by 2 women every day. I really can't take it. Taoyu doesn't care about this at all. He has given a day's time already. He demands Blue Autumn Yun to show up immediately. If it doesn't pass, all his courses will be considered unqualified. Blue Autumn Yun didn't say anything more. He walked up to a wooden stake. His palm extended, releasing spiritual energy outward, causing his clothes to float. Layers of wind slowly wrapped around his arms. Taoyu carefully observed Blue Autumn Yun's condition. The flow of spiritual energy in the body is very different from the technique Windbreaker slash. If it weren't for the airflow wrapped around his arms, one might even mistake Windbreaker slash for another spirit technique. Has this guy actually modified a spirit technique? How can a spirit technique be easily modified like this? Only elders from the cultivation sect can accomplish such a thing. Just at this moment, a disciple suddenly exclaimed, "This guy actually has 14 streams of chi swirling around his arm." Taoyu came to his senses and couldn't help but be surprised. Windbreaker slash has a brief charging period. Spiritual energy is transformed into streams of chi coiling around the arm. When it reaches a certain level, it will transform into successive slashes. The number of streams of chi coiled around the arm determines the subsequent number of slashes. In general, a Windbreaker technique cultivator is considered qualified if they can accumulate 7 streams of chi. 14 streams is already close to the limit. However, at this moment, Blue Autumn Yun has actually accumulated 17 streams of chi. Someone of his level can only gather up to 13 streams of chi at most. Moreover, bearing 13 streams already puts a significant strain. If not handled properly, there is even a risk of completely crippling the entire arm. But the guy in front of them looks relaxed as if he is not burdened at all. The streams of chi are gradually becoming sharper and are spreading outward. Taoyu widened his eyes. "You can release 17 streams of chi. You can strike the wooden stake. Today, as long as your 17 streams of chi can disperse outwards, I, Taoyu, will devour this wooden stake on the spot." Then, The 17 streams of chi tore through the air swiftly, transforming into 17 slashing strikes. The white light interweaved and bloomed in the air. There was a faint sound of the sword breaking through the wind. Under the slashing strikes, the wooden stake transformed into a pile of broken wood. The whole scene suddenly erupted into an uproar. The second-rank spirit technique had actually been put into real combat, and it was still 17 strikes. Aurelia Luo blinked her eyes. Although they had witnessed it once last night, it still seemed unbelievable. Elegant Ling took a deep breath to calm herself down. When I was young, there was an old man dressed in rags. Take Blue Autumn to Ping in town. She heard that there are knowledgeable old people in the town. They said the spiritual artifact they carried was quite advanced. It may come from some major families or powers. However, when asked, they didn't say anything. Tao Yu had an expressionless face as he covered his mouth and coughed lightly, seemingly trying to break the silence and awkwardness. Internally, he was in a state of panic. His mind was filled with images of yesterday's conflicts. What panic? It's completely pretend. This kid is deliberately tricking himself. The proof of passing the course is easy to come by. But cleaning the toilet? Isn't it humiliating for a steward? His brain quickly turned, and he suddenly thought of something, looking up abruptly. Bring out the 10,000-word self-criticism. If this guy can't come up with a 10,000-word self-criticism, then he has an excuse to act evasive. Since Windbreaker / can be executed, he must be dissatisfied and will definitely not write that self-criticism. Gu Zhou heard Tao Yu shouting, "Self-criticism!" and immediately pushed through the crowd to walk over. He picked up a thick stack of paper and handed it over. "Steward Senior Brother, this is Blue Autumn Yun's self-criticism." Tao Yu took it and almost vomited blood upon seeing it. This guy really wrote a 10,000-word self-criticism. Have you already mastered Windbreaker /? Why do you still have to write a self-criticism? Are you toxic? He glanced through and found not just one, but 5 10,000-word self-criticisms. What the heck is going on? Tao Yu, holding the thick stack of paper, was a bit confused. In the past few days, it seems that Blue Autumn Yun is the only one being punished. Why are there 5 self-criticisms here? He quickly flipped through them, and found that among the 4, the handwriting was elegant and full of spiritual energy. It looked like the handwriting of a beautiful girl. Then he noticed that the signatures at the end of the self-criticisms were all from Blue Autumn Yun. Many disciples gathered around Tao Yu. Just by lifting their heads a little, they could see the content of the self-criticisms. At a glance, the few people who made eye contact also understood. Nima's sister helped with the writing. Blue Autumn Yun looked at the thick stack of paper in surprise. Turning around, she exclaimed, "You helped me write the self-criticism." Aurelia Luo doted on Blue Autumn Yun and worried that junior brother would sulk and not write it. If there is a punishment, it would be troublesome. So she stayed up all night to help write 10,000 words. Elegant Ling nodded, and I also thought he wouldn't write it. In the middle of the night, covered with a blanket, I racked my brains to come up with 10,000 words. It turns out he wrote it. Ariel Mu was also in tears, with tears shimmering in her eyes. If I had known you guys would help me write, I wouldn't have struggled so much. I stayed up all night writing, all night long. Now my mind is full of apologies. The 3 girls, with beautiful faces, blinked their eyes together and looked at Blue Autumn Yun, seeming to be aggrieved and complaining about why she didn't tell them. Blue Autumn Yun made Tao Yu clean the restroom to write a 10,000-word self-criticism, knowing full well the hardship involved. What he didn't expect was that several girls also suffered to help him write. His heart was filled with warmth. Tao Yu held the inspection tightly in his hand, and slowly transformed it in his hand. The inspection he wrote on the spiritual technique passed. Once again, he brazenly refused to lose face. But cleaning the toilet? As a steward, how can he establish himself in front of the new disciples by doing this in the future? What else can I do? I can only continue to be shameless. I'm giving up being a decent person. Tao Yu picked up the head and revealed a rogue smile. Blue Autumn Yun reflected on having someone else write for her. You are disrespecting the rules of the cultivation sect. He looked at Elegant Ling, Aurelia Luo, and Ariel Mu again. What are you thinking about now? This is Blue Autumn Yun's reflection, but you are writing it for him instead. You think the rules are just child's play. Aurelia Luo frowned and replied, Steward Senior Brother, I will write the reflection myself. Our ghostwriting services are our own mistake and have nothing to do with Junior Brother. Tao Yu interrupted Aurelia Luo immediately after realizing his guilt. Do you have a say in this? Are you the steward or am I the steward? You ignored discipline and continue to cover up. It seems that it needs to be reported to be dealt with by the cultivation sect. None of you can escape today, and all will be punished. As for you, Blue Autumn Yun, get ready to be demoted to the menial hall. Blue Autumn Yun stared coldly at Tao Yu. Even if Tao Yu offended him, he could choose not to make a big deal out of it. But Tao Yu actually insulted his sister. Tao Yu was proud and eager for Blue Autumn Yun to make a move. This way, he would have the opportunity to get back at him thoroughly. Just as he was about to continue provoking, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly came from beside him. A majestic steward actually had to clean the toilets of the entire cultivation sect. Even more surprisingly, the top 4 beauties of the cultivation sect all helped Blue Autumn Yun write a 10,000-word self-criticism. As expected, Moon Han also succumbed to it. Just as Tao Yu was about to continue provoking, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly came from beside. Steward, you said that hiring someone to ghostwrite is considered sheltering. Then I am also guilty of sheltering. Tao Yu was greatly surprised to not notice someone appearing by her side. When she turned around, she was surprised to see it was Moon Han. All the disciples were also amazed. Moon Han actually helped Blue Autumn Yun write a self-criticism. Tao Yu was completely dumbfounded. Moon Han, as the sect master's closed-door disciple, actually helped this kid write a self-criticism. What kind of reasoning is this? Moon Han stood beside Blue Autumn Yun with no expression on his face. His voice was devoid of joy or sorrow, making it difficult to figure out. Tao Yu quivered as she said, Of course not. Moon Han nodded slightly and said, I heard you were going to punish someone else just now. Are you going to protect me just because I am a sect master's disciple? The invisible aura emanating from Moon Han made Tao Yu speechless, and sweat covered his forehead. Moon Han stayed in seclusion all the time, a typical cultivator homebody. But just at this moment, she appeared and seemed to be targeting him. This was really a stroke of bad luck. Moon Han moved her slender wrists to write a lengthy self-criticism, causing my hand to ache. Tao Yu was so scared that she was shivering. After all, Moon Han, the Immortal Maiden, is the sect master's most favored disciple. If she speaks even a little to the sect master, she might be done for. Tao Yu nodded quickly and smiled, looking at Blue Autumn Yun. I am willing to bet and admit defeat if Junior Brother performs well in his studies and gets full marks. As for cleaning the restroom, I will do it. The restroom in the first cloud pavilion will definitely be cleaned thoroughly, and I welcome Junior Brother to inspect it. At this moment, Tao Yu's attitude is gentle and completely different from his previous arrogance. In addition, Junior Brother Yun, I will personally apologize to you later. In the future, feel free to ask if you need my help. Senior Brother will definitely assist you. Tao Yu feels heartbroken. Let's get through this current situation first, and then find an opportunity for revenge later. Otherwise, how can we continue to survive within the cultivation sect in the future? Blue Autumn Yun smiled and said, Okay, let's go with Senior Brother's suggestion. But there's something I didn't explain clearly. The bet we made wasn't just about the restroom in the first cloud pavilion, but the entire cultivation sect's restroom. Tao Yu's face turned green instantly upon hearing that it was the entire cultivation sect's restroom. Junior Brother, are you joking? There are thousands of people in the cultivation sect. When will I finish cleaning up? Blue Autumn Yun just looked at him lightly. That Senior Brother seems to be having second thoughts. Tao Yu wanted to erupt, but Moon Han stared at him expressionlessly. He swallowed the saliva and struggled inwardly. In the end, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out, Fine, I'll do it. Blue Autumn Yun continued immediately. As for Verdant Miss Peak, there's no need to trouble them. I'm afraid of dirtying senior brother. No need to be grateful. Tao Yu shuddered all over, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fellow junior and senior disciples had tears in their hearts, and they left one after another. The closer they were to this person, the more uncomfortable they felt. It was better to focus on cultivation than to stay beside and endure unnecessary suffering. And Blue Autumn Yun has also gained another title, the Immortal of Constant Love. Returning to this moment, Blue Autumn Yun felt two strong auras of killing intent behind her. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down from her forehead. Things were not looking good. She was on the verge of collapsing. She had barely managed to deceive them yesterday, but it probably wouldn't be as easy today. He felt a deep pain inside, completely unable to understand Moon Han's actions. There is no deep grudge between them, so why is she making things difficult for herself? Ariel Mu obediently stayed on the side and made way, becoming a gossiping bystander with a curious heart. Blue Autumn Yun's shoulders were gently tapped, and two wafts of fragrance hit the nose. Blue Autumn Yun broke out in a cold sweat. Blue Autumn, you indeed have a close relationship with Immortal Maiden Han. She even helped you write a 10,000-word self-criticism. Blue Autumn Yun turned around, just about to explain when Aurelia Luo lightly placed a finger on Blue Autumn Yun's lips. Smiling, she gestured for silence. Junior brother, no need to say anything, both Little Elegant and I understand. Haha, men. Elegant Ling's face was full of jealousy at this moment, and she said indignantly, You said at the beginning that it had nothing to do with others. But she keeps coming to you time after time, and you just can't resist it. Look at Immortal Maiden Han, still looking at you. The look in her eyes is so affectionate. Aurelia Luo continued with a smile. Not to mention, her posture is so pitiful. Presumably, only by having such a posture can Immortal Maiden match up with Junior Brother and Little Elegant, and I won't be third wheels. Blue Autumn Yun was very frustrated and quickly grabbed the hands of the two girls. Wait a minute, it's really a misunderstanding. I have only met her a few times. There is no messy relationship between us. Please wait a moment. Blue Autumn Yun immediately turned around and begged for mercy. Moon Han's senior sister, please say something. I am about to die. Moon Han blinked her eyes for a moment, then pointed to a small grove nearby. Can we talk in the grove over there? Blue Autumn Yun stood frozen in place. At this moment, she had an impulse to set the mountain on fire. Elegant Ling turned angrily and said, Senior sister, let's go! Aurelia Luo nodded with a smile. She winked at Blue Autumn Yun and said, Senior sister, let's get along well. I look forward to hearing good news from you. Blue Autumn Yun awkwardly extended her arm. The two sisters ignored it and walked away. Ariel Mu followed the two of them and left together. The crowd could only watch as Blue Autumn Yun sighed, with her head tilted upwards. At that moment, Moon Han walked over. Can you chat with me in the small grove? Blue Autumn Yun's mouth twitched. All right. Today, I will go with you to have a deep conversation in the small grove. I'm curious to see what you have to say. The first goddess of the cultivation sect repeatedly asked this man to meet her in the small grove. What does she want to do? There is a small slope covered with peach blossoms in Guiyuan Sword Valley, known as Lover Slope. Many cultivating couples with hidden feelings often stroll around here from time to time. When they arrived here, Blue Autumn Yun immediately became hesitant. If they really went inside, things could get complicated. So, they changed their plan and went to the nearby attic instead. Many fellow disciples passing by were quite surprised. Some of them stopped by the roadside. When did Moon Han and Immortal Maiden have a cultivating couple? Moon Han ignored those who were pointing and talking. She generously took Blue Autumn Yun up the attic and sat down after finding a vacant seat. Blue Autumn Yun said in silence, Elder sister, just tell me if there's anything on your mind. Moon Han took out a peach blossom he picked downstairs and put it behind his ear, then sat back and looked at Blue Autumn Yun. I'm not that old to be called elder sister. I might even be younger than you. Blue Autumn Yun looked at Moon Han up and down, noticing his attractive appearance and well-defined curves. No matter how you look at it, you seem to be around 17 or 18 years old. May I ask, Immortal Maiden, how old you are? Moon Han looked very sincerely into their eyes and said, 15. Blue Autumn Yun was surprised that being 15 could have such long legs like yours. If they grow a bit longer, they might catch up to my senior sister. Moon Han lightly lifted the robe and touched his thighs. It might be due to diligently cultivating his body techniques. What about your chest? After saying that, Blue Autumn Yun quickly covered her mouth. She felt crazy for blurting out such vulgar words. She thought to herself, "Oh no, I'm doomed." Quiet for a few seconds, Moon Han gently touched her perky chest. I practice the Cultivate Jade body technique to maintain my looks and figure. It shouldn't be too surprising, she said. Blue Autumn Yun was speechless for a moment. She realized she had blurted out some inappropriate words in her excitement. If it were another girl, she might have received a slap across the face. But this Moon Han Immortal Maiden answered in all seriousness. Is being straightforward a bit too much? Come to think of it, she really does resemble her own disciple a bit. Blue Autumn Yun shivered. If it were her own little disciple, they could banter together. But dealing with a girl who takes everything seriously like this is troublesome. She has no idea how to handle it. Without waiting for him to speak, Moon Han spoke first. According to age, I should call you brother. But then she suddenly paused. It seemed calling him brother felt a bit awkward. She wanted to add a bit of emotional color to her tone. Big brother Blue Autumn. Blue Autumn Yun quickly waved his hand in refusal, saying, No, I couldn't dare. He was so scared that he almost knelt down to beg for mercy. If he were to be called that in front of his wives, he would probably have to face their anger head-on. Moon Han saw Blue Autumn Yun on guard and sighed softly. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. But then she suddenly had another thought. No, you seem quite pleasant, and you also have the dual variation spiritual root. If we were to practice dual cultivation, it would be a good match. In some time, I will also be at the age to find a cultivating couple. When Blue Autumn Yun heard this, he almost choked. He coughed wildly for a while, then looked faintly at senior sister Moon Han. If you have something to say, just say it. Please, I beg you. He heard that Moon Han rarely went out except for seclusion. He actually wanted to see what this little hermit-like girl had to say to him. Moon Han closed his eyes to collect his thoughts. Have you heard about the recent task announcement from Blue Vast Domain? Over the years, there have been quite a few demon cultivators from the dark sect appearing in the cultivation world. In order to prevent chaos, major forces within Blue Vast Domain have united to organize the Demon Execution Order to eradicate the dark sect. The task has been disseminated to various regions where cultivation sects are responsible for assigning their disciples to carry it out. The cultivation sects are highly cooperative in this endeavor. Firstly, they can eradicate the dark sect in exchange for stability within the region. Secondly, this can enhance the disciples and allow them to gain experience through trials. With the experience of life and death battles, disciples will also undergo tremendous transformation. Those who perform outstandingly in the Demon Execution Order mission not only will receive rewards from the cultivation sect, but also be appreciated by the Blue Vast Domain. These people even have the qualifications to enter the Blue Vast Domain and the ancient immortal cultivation ruins jointly controlled by various major sects to seek significant opportunities. In addition, the Demon Execution Order will also serve as an important bonus point for the Cultivator Youth list of the Blue Vast Domain. Upon making it onto the list, one will receive great attention within the Blue Vast Domain. As long as someone makes it onto the list, they will basically soar to great heights. Even the cultivation sect will benefit from the glory. If a disciple on the list is chosen by a major sect, they will be allocated a large amount of resources as compensation for the disciple. If lucky, they may even be supported for development as a sect under their command. Moreover, the rewards for each ranking list are extremely tempting. For example, The Dan Refining List offers the insights manual from a potion refining master. The Beast Taming List, on the other hand, rewards with a spiritual beast cub that inherits the bloodline of a sacred beast. In any case, the Demon Execution Order holds great significance for both individuals and sex. Blue Autumn Yun is puzzled and confused. So what Senior Sister Han meant after saying so much is? Moon Han said very seriously, although Guiyuan Sword Valley has a place in the Mu province capital, it has been weak for many years without making any remarkable achievements. If this continues, it will definitely be replaced by other cultivation sects. I have been silent for 2 years since I started. It's time to do something. At this time, a servant dressed as a disciple came to the attic, looking at Moon Han nervously. It turns out to be the Immortal Maiden Moon Han of the cultivation sect. He coughed and placed a menu on the table. Would you like to order some tea? Blue Autumn Yun scanned the menu. Emerald Sound Tea, Miracle Spirit Tea, and there's also an Earth Leaf Tea that I've never heard of. Blue Autumn Yun randomly pointed at the Earth Leaf Tea. The disciple dressed as a servant twitched at the corner of his mouth, wondering what this guy was up to. He shook his head and left without offering the mediocre tea to the cultivation sect goddess. In a moment, 2 cups of dark tea were brought over. Blue Autumn Yun pushed 1 cup in front of Moon Han. Senior Sister has high ambitions. I admire her lofty aspirations. But what does it have to do with me? Moon Han immediately took over. Of course, it is relevant. I want you to team up with me, and the merits can be shared equally. This way you can gain the attention of the cultivation sect. I have water earth with triple spiritual roots, while you possess the water with mutants ice wind element spiritual roots. I have an advanced spirit technique. If we cooperate in cultivation, we will definitely reach a higher realm. Blue Autumn Yun narrowed her eyes slightly. Senior Sister should be able to find a cultivator with the same spiritual root as you. It is not necessary to have a variation spiritual root in order to cultivate together. Upon hearing this, Moon Han continued, during the battle with you, I found that your spiritual energy is particularly strong. It should be long-lasting. I do not like short-lived cultivation. It would be best if we could endure together for several months or even years. Blue Autumn Yun looked at Moon Han strangely as she listened to his words, finding them increasingly strange. Upon careful thought, it seemed similar to dual cultivation. Could it be that she also wants to absorb my energy? She is originally the #1 goddess of the cultivation sect. She has always cultivated in seclusion and rarely leaves her home. But now she unexpectedly frequently appears for the man in front of her. She even invited him to the small grove 3 or 4 times. Faced with Blue Autumn Yun's question, Moon Han hesitated with words on the tip of his tongue. After a pause, he looked at Blue Autumn Yun and said, "You look pleasing to the eye, not letting me feel disgusted. Your meaning is to praise my handsomeness. You are a fan of my looks." Moon Han doesn't know how to respond. He nodded blankly, acknowledging that he does have some delicate features. Blue Autumn Yun looked at the scenery outside the window with a dark expression. Being recognized for her looks despite being talented did make her feel somewhat disheartened. However, it has to be said that she does have good taste. She is willing to accept this praise. Moon Han was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he felt that this person was a bit shameless. After a while, she took out a small jade box from her robe and placed it in front of Blue Autumn Yun. "This is the spiritual advancement Dan pill given to me by the sect master when I first joined the cultivation sect. It can increase the probability of breaking through levels. However, I did not need medicinal assistance for my foundation stage and core formation stage breakthroughs, so you should be able to make use of it. I do not know the method of refining Dan pills, like Blue Autumn Yun." After thinking for a moment, Blue Autumn Yun also took out a jade box. "I do not like owing things to others. Inside, there is some spiritual elixir that can help you stay clear-minded and prevent falling into demonic ways." Moon Han was surprised to find that the medicinal fragrance emanating from this jade box was extremely strong. Its value was even higher than her own third-rank Dan pills. She was quite puzzled. How could a novice disciple have such valuable Dan pills? I'm not very interested in the demon execution order or the youth rankings. I am quite content with my current cultivating life. It's getting late now, so I'll take my leave. After he left, Moonhan picked up the jade box and gently opened it. Inside was a pile of very high-quality refreshing Dan pills, and the fragrance of the medicine was refreshing. Just smelling the scent made her feel revitalized. In addition, there is a book inside. Moonhan curiously flipped through the pages, her eyes widening. A hint of blush rose on her cheeks. This book is interesting. When he returned to Verdant Mist Peak, it was already afternoon. Blue Autumn stood at the gate for more than 10 minutes. He gritted his teeth and walked in. He was anxious. Last time, he had to deceive and coax to calm them down. This time, it seems that the two of them were filled with murderous intent and not easy to placate. Blue Autumn couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes, being too charming is also a kind of sin. He entered the attic and knocked on Ariel Mu's door first. After the door was opened, Ariel Mu looked at Blue Autumn, who had a worried look on his face, and asked in confusion, "Little Autumn, weren't you supposed to be on a date with Moonhan, senior sister? Is it over?" Blue Autumn was almost choked by a sentence. He grinds his teeth and says cautiously, "Little senior sister, be careful what you say." Ariel Mu quickly changed her tune and said, "I'm sorry. What does Little Autumn want from me?" Blue Autumn sighed. "How are Little Elegant and the first senior sister doing? What is their condition?" Ariel Mu told him that both of them were a bit excited. They went back to their rooms after eating. Little Elegant didn't cultivate, and Sister Aurelia didn't go to take a bath with me. Hearing this, Blue Autumn felt uneasy. So he decided to find a way to coax them. He decided to go to Elegant Ling's room on the first floor first. Just as he was about to knock on the door, a voice from inside said, "Come in." Blue Autumn was startled and gently pushed the door open to peek inside. Elegant Ling was tidying up the room. Before he could say anything, Elegant Ling spoke first. "I thought you were spending the night outside and not coming back." Elegant Ling folded his slender legs and looked at Blue Autumn, saying softly, "It's quite unexpected for you to come back so early." He quickly explained, "How could I not come back? Little Elegant, you misunderstood." He just sat down next to Elegant Ling. However, he was quickly pushed away by her with disdain. "Don't sit next to me. You smell like Moonhan. Stay away from me." Elegant Ling sullenly sorted out her clothes, looking like she didn't want to deal with him. Blue Autumn scratched her head and sat down across from Elegant Ling with a small stool. "Little Elegant, don't misunderstand. There's really nothing between us. Look at your pale face. Don't be angry." Elegant Ling huffed. "Flirting with girls must be so much fun for you. If you're happy, then I'm happy too. There's no need to be angry." Blue Autumn continued, "There's nothing going on." But Elegant Ling got even angrier. "Just because someone pursues you, you think you can get away with anything. Are you trying to say that the world doesn't revolve around you?" Blue Autumn's head ached for a moment. She fell silent for a few seconds, then took out a beautifully crafted storage ring that she had originally intended as a birthday gift for her. It seemed more important to cheer up the girl now. "Little Elegant, could you take a look at what this is?" Elegant Ling turned her head to indicate that she didn't want to look. However, the brilliance of the storage ring under the reflection of sunlight is particularly dazzling. She couldn't help but glance to the side. She couldn't help but open her mouth slightly when she saw the ring. Is this a storage ring? The exquisite design of this storage ring looks valuable at first glance. Flying on an artifact and owning a storage ring that can hold a bunch of beautiful clothes is her dream. She can hardly believe that one of them has actually come true. Elegant Ling suddenly looked a little envious. She seemed to be hesitating whether to accept or not. Before she could make a decision, Blue Autumn directly put the storage ring on her finger. Elegant Ling neatly put away the stack of clothes. With her hands holding her face, she looked at Blue Autumn Yun and said, I'm not really angry. If I were angry, I wouldn't even talk to you. I'm just a little sad and jealous. Blue Autumn Yun was slightly startled. You're jealous. Elegant Ling lowered her head to look at the storage ring on her finger. Yes, I'm jealous. My childhood sweetheart was taken by another woman. Elegant Ling looked at Blue Autumn Yun with a grievance. What can I do? I want to stay with you all the time. If the items are upset and ignore you, what should I do if you don't come to me? I'm afraid you'll be taken away and never talk to me again. Blue Autumn Yun looked at the dejected girl and felt a little sorry. Leaning forward, he took Elegant Ling's hand and gently comforted her. What are you thinking about? You are my favorite cutie pie. How could I ignore you? Don't overthink it. Elegant Ling blushed and shook her head. Oh, it wouldn't be good if someone heard us. Blue Autumn Yun chuckled and said, Then let's keep it a secret, just like doing something naughty without letting others know. Elegant Ling's face turned red with embarrassment. I'm not going to do anything naughty with you. Elegant Ling playfully pulled his cheeks with both hands. Bad guy, who knows how many girls you will flirt with in the future. She crossed her arms with a serious expression. It seems like I have to find a way to become stronger. If you disappoint me by being with other girls in the future, I will come looking for you. Blue Autumn Yun smiled and lightly flicked Elegant Ling's nose. Sure, then you can beat me up. Elegant Ling pouted. I don't think I can bear to hit you. How about I destroy your house, steal your things, and leave you penniless? Then you'll have to follow me around. Elegant Ling blushed and turned away shyly. The more she looked at the ring, the more she liked it. A sweet feeling filled her heart, like eating honey. The man went to the small forest alone with the first goddess of the cultivation sect. He has made both his primary and secondary wives jealous. Now he has to appease them one by one. Blue Autumn Yun glanced at Elegant Ling and said, Why hasn't our darling broken through the refinement stage successfully these days? Elegant Ling sighed helplessly when mentioning cultivation. How do I know? I always feel like something is missing. It's always just a little short. But after adequate preparation, I find even more lacking. It's all because of that fragmented technique spiritual energy article you gave me. I can't even draw out spiritual energy for replenishment. Blue Autumn Yun raised an eyebrow. How about making it up to me tonight by letting me help you break through? Elegant Ling couldn't help but be curious. How can I help with the breakthrough? Blue Autumn Yun chuckled and said, Just let me absorb you easily. Elegant Ling was taken aback. Then, she couldn't help but recall certain dreamlike scenes. She shyly stepped back, saying, What are you saying? I would never do that to you. Don't even think about it. Living with two senior sisters, how do I handle the noise they make? Blue Autumn Yun looked at Elegant Ling and said, Are you feeling strange? I suspect you are in heat. He quickly said seriously, Okay, let's stop joking around. When I said suck, I meant providing some spiritual energy to help you break through. Elegant Ling blinked in confusion and asked, Can spiritual energy be transferred as well? Blue Autumn Yun smiled faintly and said, It may be difficult for others to achieve, but we find it quite simple. Elegant Ling followed his instructions and turned around. Blue Autumn Yun sat behind Elegant Ling, with both hands resting on her neck. The golden lines moved along with the fingers, creating complex patterns behind Elegant Ling. The acupoints where the spiritual vein and spiritual array intersect behind Elegant Ling shimmered like stars. Blue Autumn Yun gently touched those acupoints, actively injecting spiritual energy into them. Elegant Ling's body trembled slightly, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort. Her blood vessels all over her body seemed to be activated, radiating vitality, as if craving for spiritual energy. Give me more, quicker. I want more. In the continuous infusion of spiritual energy, Elegant Ling shimmered with a golden light as the sea of spiritual energy expanded. Spiritual energy is joyfully circulating within the body. The watery eyes gradually brimmed with golden light as the cultivation level rapidly increased. Far beyond his expectations, Elegant Ling's combat strength is too strong. It made him shudder with fear, and in the blink of an eye, night had fallen. It is truly worthy of being a heavenly spirit body, a bit difficult to satisfy. Blue Autumn Yun took a deep breath and wiped the sweat beads off his face. He felt like he hadn't been this tired for a long time. He walked quietly out of the corridor. To his surprise, Ariel Mu was still not asleep. She leaned out the window, looking at Blue Autumn Yun as if to ask how it was going. Blue Autumn Yun gave Ariel Mu a thumbs-up gesture, indicating that the issue had been resolved. Then she quietly made her way up to the second floor. I wonder if the first senior sister is asleep. Blue Autumn Yun hesitated for a moment in front of the door, and then gently knocked. Light footsteps were heard, and the door was quickly opened. Aurelia Luo walked out towards him. What's the matter coming so late? Blue Autumn Yun rubbed his hands. Seeing senior sister is not happy, I came over to cheer her up. Can we go in? Aurelia Luo glanced at Blue Autumn Yun and turned back to her room. Blue Autumn Yun hesitated for a moment and followed her in. It was the first time Blue Autumn Yun entered Aurelia Luo's boudoir. There were ink paintings hanging on the walls. The folding screen in the room was covered with graceful and elegant calligraphy. A censer was placed next to the folding screen. The drifting green smoke carried a distinct fragrance. Aurelia Luo sat on the bed at this moment, wearing a nightgown. Her perfect curves were revealed in sight. The alluring long legs lifted. He saw those captivating jade-like legs. Blue Autumn Yun took a sharp breath. This nightgown paired with long legs is truly seductive. If those pulp novels could use Aurelia Luo as the cover model, they would definitely sell out. Aurelia Luo casually asked if Little Elegant was appeased. Blue Autumn Yun nodded. Is Little Elegant closer to the first senior sister, and she is angry? Aurelia Luo said disdainfully. No, I'm not. What is there to be angry about? You are just his senior sister. Why should I care about your relationship with other women? Blue Autumn Yun chuckled and said, Senior sister was just joking. My relationship with senior sister is pretty good too. Senior sister did my hair and made snacks for me. That day she even wore my hairpin and pretty clothes. Aurelia Luo gave Blue Autumn Yun a stern look. I thought you had forgotten. Blue Autumn Yun tentatively sat down by Aurelia Luo's bed. How could I forget when a lifetime is still not enough? Senior sister, don't be mad. I've come to apologize. Please give me a chance, okay? Aurelia Luo looked at Blue Autumn Yun with a pleading puppy look. The anger in her heart couldn't help but dissipate. She then placed her fair and beautiful legs on Blue Autumn Yun's lap. She picked up the nail polish nearby and said, Help me paint my nails. If you do a good job, then I'll consider forgiving you. Blue Autumn Yun gently held the delicate jade-like foot, took the small brush to dip into the nail polish. However, he accidentally dripped it onto her leg. Blue Autumn Yun quickly wiped Aurelia Luo's thigh. The familiar feeling of smooth warmth in his hands. Aurelia Luo bites her lip, wanting to scold him. But seeing the young man she likes painting her nails seriously, she feels somewhat satisfied. She hums a few times, rolls her eyes, and remains silent. Aurelia Luo leaned against the wall and asked softly, Moon Han, what brings you here? A man and a woman alone together can't possibly be up to anything good, right? Blue Autumn Yun was speechless and said, Senior sister, don't joke around. There's nothing inappropriate going on. Moon Han just asked me if I wanted to join him on a hunting mission. Aurelia Luo smiled and said to Blue Autumn Yun, Why don't they find you? Come and have a good chat with senior sister. Men always have to pamper their wives, no matter what. Even the most powerful Blue Emperor cannot escape this fate. He comforted his two wives, and by the time they came out, it was already getting light. Blue Autumn Yun felt a hint of luck in his heart. Fortunately, before coming here, he found a place to refine and take the secret formula given by Shushu. The two women felt resentment in their hearts, but their appetites were greatly aroused. If it weren't for their bodies being nourished in advance, they were afraid they would have died at the hands of the women. In the future, when their cultivation levels rise, they may still be unable to withstand it, and will have to continue seeking medical treatment. Blue Autumn Yun pondered as she went downstairs. When she turned back to her room, she found that Ariel Mu was still awake, leaning against the window lost in thought. "Little senior sister, it's almost dawn. Aren't you going to rest?" Ariel Mu looked at him and chuckled. Little brother Autumn is really impressive to be able to hold out with two women for so long. He is really amazing. Blue Autumn Yun fell silent for a moment. "Little senior sister, please don't say that I did something inappropriate." Ariel Mu is very clever. "So you're saying that she did everything except for something inappropriate?" Blue Autumn Yun was at a loss for words when being blocked, so quickly changed the topic. "In a few days, Cultivation Sect is about to collect resources for offering. Tomorrow, I will start working hard on potion refining with little senior sister. Although there isn't much time left, miracles may still be possible. Little senior sister, get some rest early." Ariel Mu pointed at herself, and then pointed at Blue Autumn Yun, indicating that the two of us will do potion refining together. She lowered her head shyly. Little Autumn, in his wickedness, finally reached out his claws towards me. Ariel Mu immediately withdrew her head back into the window to go to sleep. Only Blue Autumn Yun was left looking confused. She couldn't figure out what on earth she was talking about. In the morning, Elegant Ling and Aurelia Luo sat at the dining table looking radiant. The two goddesses had a moist and satisfied look on their faces. It seems that their appearance has also improved a bit. Blue Autumn Yun picked up the porridge served by Elegant Ling. When he looked up, he found the two women propping their chins and staring at him. With a longing expression on their faces, he trembled all over and immediately lowered his head to eat. Just finished breakfast. A figure suddenly appeared outside the courtyard of Verdant Mist Peak. A disciple dressed in steward robe shouted loudly, "All from Verdant Mist Peak can come out!" Upon hearing the shout, they immediately stopped what they were doing and putting away the dishes and chopsticks. A group of people quickly walked out of the courtyard. Aurelia Luo asked in confusion, "What's the matter, junior brother?" The disciple looked at the three beautiful young ladies on Verdant Mist Peak. He glanced at Blue Autumn Yun, and a hint of envy appeared on his face. The Cultivation Sect meeting will be held in the afternoon. The person in charge of each peak must attend. Upon hearing this, Ariel Mu immediately lowered her head with a worried expression. After all, Verdant Mist Peak always ranks last at this time every year. Whenever it is mentioned, she is ridiculed by a group of people. Being singled out in front of everyone is truly humiliating for the two women. Ariel Mu never wants to experience that feeling again. She started potion refining early this year just to avoid being singled out again. But who knew that the Aurelia Luo Merchant Association ran into trouble? Dan pills have no accumulation at all. It seems that this year may be worse than previous years. Aurelia Luo quickly reassured Ariel Mu that it's not that bad. In previous years, the disciples who passed on the messages always gave us various unfriendly looks. This year, their attitude has improved quite a bit. Blue Autumn Yun is puzzled as to why this is. The three women all looked at Blue Autumn Yun together. Even the Cultivation Sect steward was taken by you to clean the toilets. Can you explain why? The Cultivation Sect usually holds a dedication ceremony once a year, aiming to remind and urge each peak to not slack off. Guiyuan Sword Valley replenishes its stock every year by requesting resources from various peaks. The main purpose is to enhance the cohesion of each peak and strengthen the sense of collective honor. The top-performing peaks will receive rewards, while those with poor performance will be punished. One prospers, all prosper. One fails, all fail. In addition, collecting resources also helps to train the disciples' abilities. In short, there are many benefits. The various peaks are basically all gathered on the square. Just as they entered the square, several female cultivators walked towards Aurelia Luo together. They have a close relationship with Aurelia Luo, who is a female cultivator from another peak. They often make appointments to bathe together. At this time, a female cultivator noticed Blue Autumn Yun behind her. Aurelia Luo quickly introduced everyone. Just then, a handsome young man walked towards the square, surrounded by many disciples. His name is Xiangxin, one of the sect master's direct disciples, and the senior brother of Moon Han. Lately, he has been quite troubled. The small homebody who is obsessed with cultivating unexpectedly has left seclusion. Being a qualified toady, he naturally is eager for junior sister to come out more, so he can communicate with her, and try to win her heart. But Moon Han remains as aloof and indifferent to him as usual. However, this is normal, after all, she is the first goddess of the cultivation sect. If she wasn't aloof, he wouldn't be fawning over her. But the news he recently heard almost scared him to death. Moon Han has been quite close with a new disciple who just joined the sect. They had exchanged pointers at the cultivation field some time ago. Publicly invited the other person into the small forest in front of many people. Then she also went to sit in on the lecture. What's more important is hearing other disciples saying that they gave the newcomer Moon Han's biscuits to eat. Remember, Moon Han's biscuits are untouchable. Once, Master Skyflame accidentally tasted Moon Han's teddy bear biscuits. Moon Han was so angry on the spot that he didn't speak to him for half a month. She took the initiative to give away the small biscuits and even helped write a 10,000-word self-criticism. It's really thought-provoking. As a noble alchemist and a direct disciple of the cultivation sect, Xiangxin, who has always had a sense of superiority, felt defeated. He was unexpectedly defeated by a new and unknown rookie. He naturally wanted to see what strength the new disciple possessed. To have captivated Moon Han like this. Unfortunately, he had urgent matters to attend to, and couldn't arrange a chance encounter. He could only look around while passing by the cultivation sect square, see if he could catch a glimpse of Blue Autumn Yun before leaving. As he walked past a few people, he suddenly heard the conversation of some disciples. Blue Autumn Yun is so popular with women. He was actually surrounded by a group of female cultivators. How many harems does he need to satisfy himself? Xiangxin stopped and looked around. Sure enough, he saw a person in new disciple robes. It must be Blue Autumn Yun. Blue Autumn Yun was having a lively conversation with a group of female cultivators. He even gave them some medicine in person. Seeing this, Xiangxin walked over with a smile. It seems a bit lively here. The female cultivators turned around and were surprised to see Xiangxin. They quickly bowed and greeted. Senior brother Qin, hello. Aurelia Luo also made a slight bow and whispered. Junior brother, you shouldn't be flirting with others. Moon Han senior brother is coming to look for trouble with you. Xiangxin raised his hand to signal everyone not to bow. Then he stared at Blue Autumn Yun and said, Earlier, this junior brother said you are an alchemist. Xiangxin is currently the most outstanding young alchemist in the cultivation sect. His potion refining skills are formidable, and he holds a very high position within the cultivation sect. When Blue Autumn Yun first joined, he also heard many rumors about Xiangxin. Blue Autumn Yun smiled. I'm just practicing for fun. I can't be called an alchemist. Xiangxin looked at Blue Autumn Yun with a gradually disdainful expression. To not even dare admit the identity of an alchemist, she must be one of those mediocre practitioners who can only refine simple Dan pills. Yet she still dares to boast in front of female cultivators. There isn't much medicinal scent on her body, and her hair is luxuriant, showing that she is not a character worthy of attention. He looked very disappointed. That's a shame indeed. He originally wanted to exchange potion refining techniques with junior brother. It would be better to practice more in the future. Only after understanding the basics can he have a conversation with me. Although he appeared to be encouraging junior brother to work hard on the surface, his tone was full of disdain. The implication was that junior brother was not qualified to speak to him. The mockery on his face was also clearly visible. Xiangxin deliberately mentioned his identity as an alchemist, wanting to firmly suppress Blue Autumn Yun, making him understand from the bottom of his heart that his status in both cultivation level and potion refining was completely overshadowed. This kid clearly brought trouble upon himself. He will eventually realize his mistakes and stay away from Moon Han. Blue Autumn Yun furrowed his brow. This guy must be a lackey. He can't catch up to Moon Han, so now he's come to pick a fight with me. The woman this man is obsessing over is the #1 goddess of the cultivation sect. But now she is having a close relationship with a new disciple joining the sect. As a sect master's direct disciple, he naturally couldn't swallow this anger. So he intentionally wanted to humiliate the other. Xiangxin looked proudly at everyone and said, "Speaking of which, I am going to participate in the potion refining symposium in Luling City. It's a pity that junior brother isn't qualified to go. Otherwise, I could have taken you along to broaden your horizons." The two accompanying disciples quickly praised. "Senior brother's potion refining skills are superb. That golden alchemy cauldron must be easily mastered." And that Xiangxin has a proud look on her face, chatting confidently about how high-level the potion refining symposium is. A group of female cultivators listened in astonishment. Blue Autumn Yun and Aurelia Luo looked strange. Because of Blue Autumn Yun's participation, the potion refining symposium turned into a mess. The second and third places were not even announced before it hastily ended. It has never been so bizarre in all the years of hosting the event. The Potion Refining Symposium is an important event in Luling City. The conference's conclusion has left not only the audience, but also the various sponsors feeling very uneasy. So many people are discussing to reschedule and hold the conference again 1 month later. So the conclusion not only left the audience upset, but also the various sponsors. Many people are discussing to reschedule and hold it again a month later. However, this time only the rankings after second place were announced. Unfortunately, Blue Autumn Yun has cast a shadow over many geniuses, and they are temporarily disinterested in holding the potion refining competition again, so it is destined not to be exciting. In order to attract talented alchemists from the Mu province capital, Luling City deliberately hid the news of the championship to draw them in. They announced externally that the event was postponed due to unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, the talented alchemist Qin is unaware of this. "Alright, I should set off as well." Xiangxin smiled gracefully. He casually took out many jade boxes and distributed them to the female cultivators. "These are some beauty-boosting Dan pills, just a little something for you all to take. Ladies, esteemed female cultivator, please accept them." Then he deliberately turned his head and smiled at Blue Autumn Yun. "Unfortunately, there are no Dan pills for junior brother." He distributed the Dan pills because he saw that Blue Autumn Yun had distributed them. He wanted to use practical actions to strike back, showing that the things he casually distributed could also outperform others. He meant to convey that others were not even worthy of competing with him. Blue Autumn Yun fell silent for a moment. A gentle smile appeared on her face. She then respectfully bid senior brother Qin farewell, wishing him victory and fame in the Mu province capital. Xiangxin nodded, inwardly feeling somewhat smug. It seemed that this person still had some sense not to offend him. He then descended the mountain with his attendants. Aurelia Luo shook her head slightly. Perhaps after this person leaves for a month, upon inquiring in Luling City, they will feel like crying. When the news is passed back to the cultivation sect, Xiangxin will also be completely trampled underfoot by junior brother. Junior brother is really too mean. This is more painful than being slapped in the face on the spot. However, she actually likes it very much. When he is gone, a slightly younger female cultivator pursed her lips. This senior brother Qin seems to be targeting junior brother Yun. Clearly, he holds a high position in the cultivation sect, yet he bullies our cute little junior brother, which is truly unpleasant. The arrogant attitude makes the girls very unhappy. So they all rallied behind Blue Autumn Yun. Aurelia Luo smiled faintly. Clearly, it was Xiangxin who was being bullied. A group of girls sympathizing with Blue Autumn Yun, this junior brother who bullies people yet manages to win sympathy, is truly impressive. She suddenly became somewhat hopeful for news. How did this group of girls react when the news reached the cultivation sect? The female cultivators opened the gift given by Xiangxin with quite a bit of confusion. Inside were high-end cosmetics popular in the cultivation world. Guided by Aurelia Luo, they also opened the jade box gifted to them by Blue Autumn Yun. Everyone's spirits were lifted upon smelling the aroma emanating from it. The jade box contained glistening Dan pills that shimmered like pearls, either second-rank Dan pills or top-quality moisture radiance Dan pills. This is what is known as potion refining, just refining for fun. If this is still considered refining for fun, then what's the point of other alchemists? This level is fully capable of standing on its own, right? After witnessing his strength, the female cultivators all stepped forward, wanting to take the initiative to get closer to this junior brother. Aurelia Luo looked at the junior sisters, whose eyes were shimmering with excitement, and quickly protected Blue Autumn Yun. On the other side of the square, Second Elder Sky Valley had a stern expression. Even the passing disciples were a bit hesitant to greet him. Ever since Blue Autumn Yun entered the cultivation sect, there had been endless troubles. Direct disciple is being educated beyond their current level. The idiot he cultivated, Steward, has also been sent to clean the toilets of the cultivation sect. As is Sherfu, he really couldn't hold back. But he couldn't just shamelessly go and bother a disciple. However, the old accounts with Verdant Mist Peak must be settled. He quickly set his sights on this cultivation sect dedication ceremony. From the current situation, their peak has already accumulated more than 1,000 Dan pills, which should place them in the top 3 among the major peaks. This means it will be in the top 3 for 5 consecutive years. Meanwhile, Verdant Mist Peak has been at the bottom for the past few years. Fourth Elder Xuanji has been away for several years and has not returned. This is a good opportunity to take over Verdant Mist Peak. In the afternoon, after the sect master and the Grand Elder appeared, the disciples representing each peak all sat cross-legged listening to the speech. The number of people representing each peak ranges from 10 to 4 or 5. As one of the 4 major peaks, Verdant Mist Peak only has Blue Autumn Yun and Aurelia Luo. Every year, Aurelia Luo is at the bottom of Verdant Mist Peak and feels embarrassed. Afraid of standing out and being ridiculed by the other peaks, she chose a more inconspicuous spot towards the back. The sect master announced the rules calmly and unhurriedly. Essentially, those with high contribution points will receive rewards from the cultivation sect, while those with lower points will face penalties. As soon as the sect master finished speaking, the second elder of Sky Valley suddenly stood up. He had a serious expression on his face as he questioned whether the rules regarding penalties and rewards of the cultivation sect were still valid. Sect Master Skyflame frowned. Junior brother, what do you mean by that? The rules of the cultivation sect are not to be taken lightly. Upon hearing this, Sky Valley nodded and said, It's good to have seen your brother mention this. Junior brother did not mean to offend. I just wanted to remind that this year's rewards will be quite special. Please have Sect Master and Grand Elder make preparations accordingly. According to the rules of the cultivation sect, if one of the 4 great peaks ranks at the bottom for 5 consecutive years, they will exchange territory with the peak with the best performance. Verdant Mist Peak has been at the bottom for 5 consecutive years. Meanwhile, Wood Forest Peak has consistently ranked in the top 3 in the contribution rankings over the 5 years. In order to set an example for the cultivation sect and lead it to progress, this rule was established, but it has never been triggered before. The sect master and Grand Elder exchanged a glance. If it weren't for Sky Valley's reminder, the two of them would have really forgotten about this matter. Aurelia Luo furrowed her brows at the mention. The second elder and Sherfu already had some conflicts over territory issues. This time, it's very likely that they will use the issue of resource allocation to make a point. This man has done 2 things since joining the sect. One is that he has been providing advanced education to second elder's direct disciple. The second is to assign the steward trained by second elder to clean the restroom. He, as the master, can hardly restrain himself. He plans to settle the old scores with Verdant Mist Peak. The number of peaks on primordial Immortal Mountain is numerous. Among them, 3 peaks near Cloud's Ascending Peak have the most concentrated spiritual energy, suitable for cultivation, known as the 4 major peaks. The other peaks are collectively referred to as sub-peaks, which have a significant difference in both size and concentration compared to the 4 major peaks. As it stands, Verdant Mist Peak currently only has 4 disciples. Other sub-peaks will naturally be envious. Second Elder Sky Valley wants to help his junior brother Sky fully seize Verdant Mist Peak, so every year he will try to find ways to increase contribution points. Blue Autumn Yun asked puzzledly, saying that it would be enough to increase the enrollment at Verdant Mist Peak. Even if the master is not there, you can find a way to appoint a steward or elder to manage it. There is no need to end up in such a weak position. Aurelia Luo sighed lightly, and said that junior brother is unaware. The master is actually not someone from Guiyuan Sword Valley, but an outsider. Several years ago, a major incident occurred in the cultivation sect. Xuanji stepped in to help, and was seriously injured in the process. In order to show their appreciation, the cultivation sect specifically bestowed upon her the title of 4th Elder, and assigned Verdant Mist Peak as her place of recuperation. Although Sherfu has a cheerful personality, but in reality, she is very guarded and has been reluctant to take on disciples. She only reluctantly accepted Ariel Mu because she found her pleasing to the eye. However, Aurelia's current biggest concern is insufficient offerings. If the Merchant Association has sufficient funds, she can also find ways to borrow some for use. Potion refining may have a considerable failure rate. Like Ariel Mu, a second-rank alchemist. She also cannot guarantee that the first-rank Dan pills will be successful every time. Blue Autumn Yun is probably at the level of a quasi-third rank. Refining high-level Dan pills can earn high contribution points. But the cost issue is also very serious. If potion refining fails, those herbs will be wasted. Of course, she doesn't know that Blue Autumn Yun's potion refining success rate is almost close to 100%. Even if there are external interferences, it may not be affected. Senior sister, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. At the same time, the sect master glanced at Sky Valley. He knew that Xuanji and Sky Valley had never gotten along. He has always had intentions towards Verdant Mist Peak. Xuanji's current status is more like a guest of the cultivation sect. She has not been restricted in any way. It is acceptable that she does not take in disciples. Other elders can find other ways to compensate for their jealousy. The key point that made Sky Flame silent was the rules. Elder saw his hesitation and immediately added, Xuanji disciple is originally those few. Even if going to Little Mountain Peak is enough for them. Please think twice, Sect Master. Sky Flame pondered for a moment, and then looked at the other elders, Sky Valley and Elder, saying, There is some truth in Elder's words. What are your thoughts? The other elders remained silent on the side. Second Elder came prepared, with words already thought out. The reasons were sufficient, indeed difficult to refute. Seeing no one responded, Sky Flame could only shake his head. Since there are no objections, this time we will go with the words of the Sky Valley Elder. If Verdant Mist Peak ranks at the bottom again this time, then we will handle it according to the rules. Upon hearing this, Sky Valley felt a surge of joy. Xuanji, this outsider, has been relegated to the sub-peak level. It shouldn't be difficult to find an opportunity to drive them away in the future. After the conversation between the sect master and the elders ended, the Grand Elder sighed softly, scanned the disciples, and waved his hand. The main disciples representing each peak stepped onto the stage. Aurelia Luo shook her head. She was about to get up, but was gently held back by Blue Autumn Yun. Senior sister, I will go this year. You sit here and wait for me. After all the representatives of various peaks have arrived, the second elder in charge of the cultivation sect meeting will pace back and forth from one side. They will give praise, distribute material rewards, or carry out criticism and punishment. When the second elder reached the side of Verdant Mist Peak, their eyebrows furrowed. They looked Blue Autumn Yun up and down for a moment, then sternly said, You have ranked bottom for 5 consecutive years. Such performance brings shame to the 4 major peaks and is a disgrace to the cultivation sect. According to the rules of the cultivation sect, those who rank bottom for 5 consecutive years will be replaced by the best performing sub-peak. When these words were spoken, the disciples representing each peak on the stage were in an uproar. The severity of this punishment took everyone by surprise. The disciple from Wood Forest Peak below the stage was quite pleased. With just one move, they went from a sub-peak to one of the 4 major peaks. In addition, they have a close relationship with the second elder of Red Rock Peak. In the future, the disciple of Wood Forest Peak will be able to stride dominantly within the cultivation sect. Aurelia Luo felt very suppressed deep in her heart. Even if her master agreed, she would not be able to accept being transferred to a sub-peak. As the senior disciple of Verdant Mist Peak, she could only watch herself being bullied. On the other hand, Blue Autumn Yun appeared calm and indifferent. As long as it complies with the rules of the cultivation sect, it is deemed suitable. Sky Valley was very surprised that the expected Blue Autumn Yun did not dare to reply. Unexpectedly, she openly admitted that it was appropriate. Although it was in line with his intentions, in that moment, he suddenly felt that this new disciple was somewhat inscrutable. After hesitating for a few seconds, Sky Valley raised his voice and said, "The punishment for Verdant Mist Peak is to exchange territory with Wood Forest Peak. Do not delay, execute it immediately." Aurelia Luo stood up, intending to go on stage, but Blue Autumn Yun raised her hand to signal for calm. He then smiled and looked at the sect leader and the other elders. "The rules of the cultivation sect are paramount, and I naturally dare not violate them. However, 5 years of being at the bottom of Verdant Mist Peak have already passed. This year marks the 6th year. The severe punishment stipulated by the cultivation sect should be carried out immediately. May I ask, Second Elder, why it has been delayed for a year? Could it be that you have forgotten?" Sky Valley clenched his fists. It seems that this kid is not easy to deal with. He can even stay calm and catch the loophole. He then looked at the sect master and the other elder sect masters. "Elder, 5 years have passed without punishment. Yet this year, when Xuanji Elder was not present, it was brought up. No matter how you look at it, it seems like Second Elder bullying us disciples without the protection of our Shifu." Sky Valley immediately wanted to refute with nonsensical arguments in a hurry. Blue Autumn Yun spoke in a calm tone without any fear. "May I ask why it was not brought up last year, but instead this year? Second Elder cannot answer, and is trying to oppress us. Elders and disciples are watching." Sky Valley was unexpectedly choked and couldn't say a word for a moment. The sect master had to raise his hand to suppress the situation. The meeting was no longer chaotic. However, he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. This young man remained calm in a crisis, quite a promising talent. At this moment, Blue Autumn Yun bowed to the sect master. The rules of the cultivation sect are not to be broken. However, the deadline has already been extended for a year. It would be inappropriate to replace it at this point. It's better to give Verdant Mist Peak another chance. If their performance is still poor, then they can be replaced. The disciples of Verdant Mist Peak are willing to accept the punishment, and our Master Xuanji will not blame anyone upon their return." Sect Master Sky Flame and Grand Elder looked at Blue Autumn Yun with surprise as this disciple spoke eloquently, emphasizing the importance of rules. They also offered a more objective solution. Both rules and sentiments were considered in preserving the situation. The elders instantly gave high praise to Blue Autumn Yun. Sky Valley cannot continue to suffer losses in silence. Simply not falling behind is still somewhat inadequate, and may not support the reputation of the cultivation sect. Since it is one of the 4 peaks, it should set a proper example. I suggest striving to enter the top 5 of the cultivation sect. The Verdant Mist Peak, with just 4 people, has less than 5 days left. This is practically impossible. Sky Flame is about to lower its standards. What the second elder said is very true. Verdant Mist Peak should indeed achieve the performance that the 4 peaks are supposed to have. So what about the first 3? Everyone was speechless for a moment and looked at Blue Autumn Yun. It's impossible to reach the top 5 now, but she suddenly suggested aiming for the top 3. She already had an advantage in the conversation. Why did she suddenly bring up this standard? Sky Valley couldn't help but feel secretly happy upon hearing this and hurriedly said, "Blue Autumn Yun, you are currently representing Verdant Mist Peak. Your words cannot be taken lightly." Blue Autumn Yun didn't rush to answer, of course. But according to Second Elder's theory, if one goes from being at the bottom of the cultivation sect to becoming a top 3 in terms of contributions, setting an example, can they receive some rewards? Blue Autumn Yun raised 3 fingers and said, I haven't thought about it yet, but how about 3 things for now? The third elder, afraid that he might change his mind, eagerly agreed without hesitation. Blue Autumn Yun smiled mischievously. The philanthropist has arrived. The new disciple unexpectedly openly confronted the cultivation sect elder, rendering the elder speechless. Second elder had always intended to seize the Verdant Mist Peak, but unexpectedly, Blue Autumn Yun found a loophole in the rules. Several people quickly returned to Verdant Mist Peak. Aurelia Luo recounted what had happened. Elegant Ling and Ariel Mu exchanged a glance. Both looked at Blue Autumn Yun in disbelief. Elegant Ling couldn't help but speak up first and asked Blue Autumn, Are you out of your mind? If it's not appropriate, find a way to bring Shifu back. How are we going to complete the mission in 5 days? Blue Autumn Yun, on the other hand, lowered his head, closed his eyes, and pondered. Just in terms of holding on to the territory, it's not that complicated. However, he had other ideas in mind. Xuanji, who has not met before, does not know what her personality is like. If she doesn't like herself and drives herself to another peak, it will be uncomfortable to be far away from his 2 wives. Xuanji and Sky Valley of conflicts. If he can bring Verdant Mist Peak into the top 3 with a single move and earn some benefits back from Sky Valley, Xuanji will also be very happy. Improving Master's favorability at a lower cost would also be good for staying at Verdant Mist Peak. In addition, Sky Valley is the potion refining master of Guiyuan Sword Valley, and has many prescription formulas. Currently, Self lacks enough formulas. It happens to be able to get some from him, make some Dan pills, and help Aurelia Luo and Elegant Ling enhance their cultivation level. In this way, the 2 women can enter the Blue Vast Domain Beauty list to receive beauty rewards. As they cultivate and improve their appearance, they will be ready to return home when the time is right. He holds one in his arms. Next, he will take the Immortal Maidens to explore the Cultivation World, which he finds extremely exciting. Elegant Ling looked at Blue Autumn Yun, whose mouth was watering, and pinched her hard. What naughty thoughts are you having that make you drool? He teased. What are we going to do about Verdant Mist Peak? Blue Autumn Yun quickly begged him to stop because it hurt. Aurelia Luo, who was standing aside, also felt sorry and intervened. She gently massaged Blue Autumn Yun's face. Elegant Ling felt guilty when she saw this situation. She also gently helped with the massage. Ariel Mu watched the 3 people leaning on the table. She only had 2 words in her heart, foul-smelling and despicable. It's hateful to abuse even their own people. Blue Autumn Yun waved her hand and said, Don't worry, I know what to do. You don't have to worry, with me and little senior sister, it's enough. Elegant Ling couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Are you saying that you will be potion refining Blue Autumn Yun? Blue Autumn Yun smiled and nodded. You got so drunk just from drinking some tea. Aurelia Luo also nodded with a smile. Little Elegant, you may not know that Junior Brother has a very high level of potion refining skills. It was he who helped solve the problems in Lulling City. Blue Autumn Yun rolled up her sleeve and took out a golden alchemy cauldron from her storage ring. Then, he took out several medicinal herbs to stimulate the spiritual energy flames rising from the alchemy cauldron. After a while, the cauldron emitted a scorching heat. Each herb melted under the embrace of the flames. The dazzling light converged towards the palm under Blue Autumn Yun's manipulation. Then, the herbs slowly congealed to form the prototype of Dan pills. Elegant Ling was so engrossed in potion refining that she didn't even notice until the glow in her eyes dispersed. It wasn't until a Dan pill was completed that she slowly came to. At this moment, Elegant Ling's eyes were shining with admiration. Heavens, when did you learn potion refining? Why didn't I know about it? Blue Autumn Yun shrugged. Do you need to learn? It's not difficult at all, right? Upon hearing this, Ariel Mu's eyes became moist, and she turned around to wipe away her tears. On the side, Elegant Ling found it hard to believe. The clumsy guy potion refining actually had such a high level of skill. No wonder even geniuses like Moon Han repeatedly sought him out. At this moment, she was filled with thoughts of getting married. Verdant Mist Peakback Mountain. Blue Autumn Yun stared at Ariel Mu, pondering the potion formula this time. This little senior sister has outstanding talent in potion refining and perception. However, she couldn't tap into her understanding. He planned to take this opportunity to train her well. Blue Autumn Yun walked to the side of the alchemy cauldron and released spiritual energy with his palm facing it. Every time little senior sister releases a considerable amount of spiritual energy during potion refining, the collision of spiritual energy inside the alchemy cauldron easily leads to explosions. That's why you often blast the furnace. Ariel Mu nods earnestly and carefully follows Blue Autumn Yun's guidance in operating it. As the spiritual energy is gently infused into the alchemy cauldron, warmth begins to emanate. See, this way there won't be any issues. As soon as the voice fell, the alchemy cauldron trembled. With a boom, flames erupted, black smoke billowing, and the furnace exploded. Ariel Mu blinked innocently, looking at Blue Autumn Yun, tugging at his sleeve as if reminding him to say something. Blue Autumn Yun spewed out a swirl of smoke from his mouth and remained silent. Without saying a word, he directly released spiritual energy into the alchemy cauldron for investigation. There was a slight stutter in the spiritual energy as it passed through a certain route in the alchemy cauldron, as if there was some blockage in that part. It is easy to explode due to poor flow during ignition. Could this be the reason for the furnace explosion? Blue Autumn Yun manipulated spiritual energy to cut away the blockage. He was startled, thinking his own skills had deteriorated, but it turned out to be due to the alchemy cauldron. Ariel Mu nodded slightly and gently released spiritual energy, feeling that it flowed much smoother in the alchemy cauldron. There was no longer the strange sensation from before. Blue Autumn Yun shook her head and said, "Finally, it's better." Ariel Mu couldn't be happier. Then, there was another explosion from the furnace. Blue Autumn Yun was stunned as she watched Ariel Mu struggle with both hardware and software issues. She had already fixed everything herself, yet the furnace still exploded. Blue Autumn Yun patiently released her spiritual energy, indicating that she was going to demonstrate it again for her. The essence of the alchemy cauldron is a spiritual artifact that transforms flame through a fire attribute crystal core. It's narrow here, so the output of spiritual energy needs to be reduced. When releasing spiritual energy in the sea of spiritual energy, both the spirit spring and Ziwu, the two major spiritual veins, need to be closed. Before the speaker could finish, there was a sudden explosion. After a coughing fit, Ariel Mu gently tugged on Blue Autumn Yun's sleeve. "I understand the reasoning. Normally, I only explode once, but you've exploded twice." Ariel Mu suddenly gained confidence in potion refining. Blue Autumn Yun fell silent for a moment. He punched the alchemy cauldron into scrap iron and kicked it away. He took out a golden alchemy cauldron and placed it in front of Ariel Mu. After changing to the golden alchemy cauldron, Ariel Mu did not blast the furnace again. Blue Autumn Yun stood by, giving instructions. He guided her with precision in every subtle operation and step. Ariel Mu's eyes flickered. She thought she had mastered the steps before. But under Blue Autumn Yun's explanation, she discovered that she had overlooked many things. What she knew was only surface level. These days, Blue Autumn Yun has been wholeheartedly guiding Ariel Mu in potion refining to prove her own insight. He has encountered many people with foolish aptitude before, but someone like little senior sister is the first one who drives him crazy. Every time when teaching new potion refining techniques, Ariel Mu readily forgets the previous content she has learned. The final content also requires a foundation from the earlier material. As a result, she basically hasn't learned anything properly. Then, with a face full of innocence and grievance, she shyly requests to try again. If it wasn't for Ariel Mu being her own little senior sister, if it wasn't for Ariel Mu having a good personality, if it wasn't for Ariel Mu having a large chest, Blue Autumn Yun might have beaten someone up. When repeating it once, it becomes repeating 1,000,000,000 times when it comes to her. Blue Autumn Yun might even feel a bit jealous of this little senior sister. However, under Blue Autumn Yun's repeated and self-sacrificing guidance, Ariel Mu still reaped considerable rewards. Despite numerous reminders of many techniques, she managed to remember them. If all goes well, she will fully master them after becoming familiar with them for a while. The strongest Blue Emperor unexpectedly became a disciple of the little sect. He did not expect to be deliberately troubled by the elder. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 5th day to offer resources for worship. Blue Autumn Yun woke up to find that the 3 sisters had already prepared breakfast early. Everyone frowned and looked at the jade box on the table. In the jade box were a total of 22 Dan pills refined in these few days. Among them, 15 were second-rank top-quality Dan pills, and 7 were second-rank high-quality Dan pills of extremely good quality. In this resource exchange, they definitely counted as high quality. Although these Dan pills have a high contribution value, it's a pity that the quantity is too small. It's probably impossible to enter the top 3 positions agreed upon by Blue Autumn Yun. Seeing this, a few girls couldn't sit still. Blue Autumn Yun pretended to sigh and silently took out a piece of paper and placed it on the table. She then moved to Elegant Ling's side and gestured with her eyes to take a look. This is a trading receipt. It states that the recipient is Blue Autumn Yun, and the goods are 3 boxes of the first-rank Dan pills. Blue Autumn Yun leaned back on the chair. The tribute is paid, not for personal use. Therefore, there is no need to painstakingly refine high-quality Dan pills. It's fine to just buy them directly. Moreover, there are capable minions in the black market who can help. It's easy to gather a large amount of goods effortlessly. There's no need for him to go in person, saving time and effort. At this time, the square of the cultivation sect was already packed with people. He was waiting for the delivery of those Dan pills. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared in sight. Moon Han, dressed in a white dress, was walking towards this side. In Blue Autumn Yun's puzzled gaze, Moon Han took out a huge jade box from the storage ring. Gently opening it, a strong fragrance wafted out, filled with hundreds of high-quality Dan pills. These Dan pills were ones that she pre-ordered from her master in advance for the next 2 years. She closed the jade box and pushed it in front of Blue Autumn Yun. Please reconsider the matter of cultivation again. It will be beneficial for both you and me. Blue Autumn Yun was about to refuse when Moon Han took out a big box from the storage ring and placed it in front of her, blinking and saying, "I'll give you all my favorite cookies." Blue Autumn Yun suddenly found little homemaker quite cute. She wondered if giving teddy bear cookies would increase her favorability. It seemed to work, as she looked at her pleading eyes. Blue Autumn Yun really didn't know how to refuse. After thinking for a long time, Blue Autumn Yun lightly told her about the matter with Dan pills. In fact, she had already resolved it herself. Cloud's Ascending Peak, as the sect master's peak, was the first to appear in this resource payment. At this moment, a graceful female cultivator in a blue Taoist robe took out 10 jade boxes. When opened, the fragrance of medicine filled half of the square. Next comes the Grand Elder of Iron Summit Peak, who is not very interested in competing for rankings. The disciples of this sect also follow his example. They never fight for it, always hovering around the top 5. Next, the third Elder of Herbal Summit takes the stage. Several beautiful female disciples step forward and open the jade box, smiling slightly smugly. The third Elder Kongming has been the perennial runner-up for many years. He has made a lot of preparations for this year's competition. Below is Red Rock Peak. Every year, Red Rock Peak has been the consecutive champion. Second Elder Direct Disciple Xiao Zhu leads a group of disciples onto the stage, each holding a large jade box. Chingy's steward used divine sense to inspect the Dan pills in the jade boxes and let out a sigh of relief. Red Rock Peak contributed 1,500 first-ranked Dan pills and 300 second-ranked Dan pills. When this was announced, the disciples in the audience were extremely surprised. The quantity mentioned directly exceeded that of Iron Summit Peak by more than twice. The disciples in the audience couldn't help but whisper to each other, With this, it seems that the first place this year will probably go to Iron Summit Peak again. Sky Valley stroked his beard. With such results, he has improved a lot compared to last year. The first place is already in the bag. Many disciples on Verdant Mist Peak also looked up. This year, the new disciple of Verdant Mist Peak boasted that he would enter the top 3. The news spread quickly, and now everyone knows that there might be a change in ownership of Verdant Mist Peak. Many people are looking forward to seeing what will happen. Blue Autumn Yun used his spiritual sense to investigate, and found that the supplies had already reached halfway up the mountain. But at this point, the competition had turned to him, and he could only reluctantly step forward. Ariel Mu was stunned for a moment, then quickly handed over the jade box on her body. The disciples below were watching the 4 of them from Verdant Mist Peak without moving. Without it, there was only this much. Weren't they supposed to make it into the top 3? Talking big. Just as the second elder insisted on exchanging with Verdant Mist Peak. A loud voice rang out and reached everyone's ears. The elder disciples on the square couldn't help but turn back curiously to look. A middle-aged man led dozens of experts, carrying large boxes as they arrived. They said this is a delivery from Blue Autumn Yun. Blue Autumn Yun handed over the previous documents. The man inspected them carefully. After confirming that everything was in order, he bowed to Blue Autumn Yun as a sign of respect and started unloading the goods. Amid the puzzled looks of many elders and disciples, several people from the Tailwind sect lifted a huge box off the back of the transporting spiritual beast. Following Blue Autumn Yun's instructions, they moved it to the square. With all the disciples watching, the box was slowly opened. Everyone's expression changed from curiosity to surprise, then disbelief, and finally some covered their mouths directly. The box was filled with jade boxes. Blue Autumn waved his sleeve and used spiritual energy to lay them out, managing to fill the table directly. Everyone's eyes popped in astonishment. They were truly startled. How many Dan pills were there in total? Blue Autumn Yun was also stunned. He only needed 3,000 pills. After seeing that spiritual beast, he felt something was amiss. After counting with his spiritual sense, there were 30,000 pills. Wow! Leopard unexpectedly gave him 10 times the amount. Blue Autumn Yun blackened his face and crumpled Leopard's letter into a ball. This is not a minor issue. This has already caused a big problem, okay? Having 30,000 Dan pills at home is nothing compared to having a spirit mine. Blue Autumn Yun just wanted to gather 3,000 Dan pills to secure his territory. Leopard, on the other hand, went ahead and made a big fortune overnight. The elders all twitched at the corners of their mouths after mingling in the cultivation sect for 100 years. It seems that the reserves of the cultivation sect are not even half as much as his. Blue Autumn Yun sighed and signed with tears in her eyes, looking up at the sky. This is the offering from Verdant Mist Peak. Please have senior sister Chingy check it. The moment these words were spoken, all eyes in the room instantly looked at Blue Autumn Yun. Blue Autumn Yun appeared as usual, but secretly, she turned out to be a nouveau riche. She felt extremely frustrated. Although she was currently well off, she had not reached the standard of a nouveau riche. It's just that Blazing Leopard had a screw loose in his head. He had caused such a scene just to please himself, and now she feared that she could no longer keep a low profile. In recent years, those who mocked and insulted Verdant Mist Peak have now closed their mouths at this moment. Sky Flame forcefully suppresses the joy in his heart. However, his smiling face is simply uncontrollable. The abundant offerings truly make it a model cultivation sect. Grand Elder also has a pleasant smile on his face. He looks at Blue Autumn Yun with an appreciative gaze, pleasing to the eye. Sky Valley looks completely dumbfounded. No matter how much he thinks about it, he can't guess that Blue Autumn Yun would make such a move. Second Elder, feeling increasingly suppressed, is unwilling to submit inwardly. He cleared his throat and said, "The cultivation sect has never experienced such a thing. Can this be considered as offering resources?" Without waiting for Blue Autumn Yun to say anything, Sect Master and Grand Elder interrupted directly. How could the incident with Sky Valley not be counted? The rules of the cultivation sect also do not specify the sources and origins of resources. Junior brother times have changed. With the support of the big shots in the black market, this man produced 30,000 spirit pills in one go. He became a deity in one battle at the resource contribution meeting. The sect master and all the elders in the cultivation sect spared no praise for Verdant Miss Peak. They praised it with all kinds of kind words. In addition, because of winning the bet with Sky Valley, Blue Autumn Yun can freely choose 3 items. The 3 items that Blue Autumn Yun chose are the Dan Pill's prescription, the spiritual artifact carried by Sky Valley, and the wig spiritual artifact that can freely change hairstyles on his head. After the resources are paid, the demon execution order is also issued. The atmosphere in the cultivation sect gradually starts to become lively. Disciples are emerging from seclusion one after another, brimming with enthusiasm and vigor. After all, the disciples who have achieved outstanding results in the demon execution order have the opportunity to enter various outstanding rankings in the blue vast domain. If they are lucky, they will be valued and supported by other cultivation sects and aristocratic families. Furthermore, the demon execution order is only limited to disciples under the age of 25 who are geographically adjacent. It is jointly released by the 3 closely related major domains. It provides wanted information to the various cultivation sects within the domain about evil cultivators and those extremely wicked individuals. The deadline is 1 month. In the end, a rating will be given based on the difficulty of completing the demon execution task. The difficulty levels of the demon execution order are divided into 5 categories: A, B, C, D, and E, each offering different ratings. Disciples who can complete level B are already quite outstanding. They are usually closely watched by major rankings and have a very high chance of appearing on the lists later on. As for the level A difficulty, that goes without saying. In previous years, only outstanding disciples from domain-level major forces have had the possibility of completing it. Blue Autumn Yun, as a graduated Immortal Venerable, felt it was inappropriate to snatch opportunities from children. So, he originally just intended to go and have some fun. But he inadvertently discovered that one of them was a level A evil cultivator carrying a precious treasure. And that treasure happened to be a spiritual elixir that could enhance one's physique, which made him feel compelled to join in the fun as well. At this moment, Elegant Ling had a map obtained from the cultivation sect. It marked the possible locations of the evil cultivators and demon beasts listed in the demon execution order. Blue Autumn Yun quickly considered it, and soon designated the Muyang City area. The area here is extremely vast. It is heard that the spiritual energy here has suddenly become abundant. Nearby areas have seen rapid growth of spirit herbs, and among many spirit herbs, there is the eternal 7-leaf bloom that can increase cultivation level. Many evil cultivators will be attracted without us having to make much effort to search. In addition, Muyang City is the place where a certain prestigious family in the blue vast domain started their business. The commercial activities there are prosperous, and that family values their hometown a lot. Someone is specially appointed to take care of the city, making it very safe. The girls glanced at each other. Although it's far away, it seems very suitable as Blue Autumn Yun mentioned. So, they agreed to go to Muyang City. Muyang City is divided into the inner city and the outer city. The inner city, which used to be a dwelling place, is protected by the noble family. Naturally, no one dares to provoke trouble in the inner city. And the outer city is different. It has a vast area. People coming and going are mixed up, making it quite chaotic. As the sky darkens, shadow-like shadows linger every few kilometers before quickly dissipating, leaving invisible space fluctuations in the air that are imperceptible. In just a few moments, Blue Autumn Yun dashed from the inn in the inner city of Muyang City to a mountain peak several tens of miles outside the city. Of course, there is another reason for coming to Muyang City. That is because Priscilla Lee mentioned it in a letter. He has been active around Muyang City recently. The black market forces here make it very convenient to gather information about evil cultivators. Next, Blue Autumn Yun needs to catch some unlucky guys to make up the numbers. So, he took advantage of the girls being tired and asleep. He sent a letter to meet Priscilla Lee at night. After a while, the silhouettes of a few figures appeared in the darkness of the night. The leader was a sturdy man. It's the former underground boss of Liling City, Priscilla Lee. Priscilla Lee greeted him and exchanged a few words. Soon, she handed him a scroll, informing him that the spiritual energy had suddenly become vigorous recently. There were rumors of the birth of the 4th-rank spirit herb, Eternal Seven-Leaf Bloom. Blue Autumn Yun nodded in appreciation. This guy sure knows how to get things done. He collected important information for him as soon as they met. This person can be a little useful after all. Blue Autumn Yun took out a crumpled paper and threw it over. Priscilla Lee quickly bit over to catch it. Inside were 3 3rd-rank top-quality Dan pills. He was immediately shocked and was about to thank. But when he saw Blue Autumn Yun clearly, he couldn't help but be stunned. Blue Autumn Yun at this moment had turned into a head of floating white long hair. Draped over the shoulders was a layer of white light condensed from moonlight. This was a spiritual artifact obtained from Second Elder that Blue Autumn Yun was somewhat interested in. So she deliberately made herself look more pretentious. Priscilla Lee looked confused. How does Blue Autumn Yun's casually flipping her hair look? Priscilla Lee pondered for a moment, shook her head, and said, "Too basic and too mainstream." Between Priscilla Lee's sighs, Blue Autumn Yun walked over and pried open his hand. She took back one of the 3 Dan pills. The paper ball had your task written on it. Take a good look. I'm leaving now with no other matters to attend to. Priscilla Lee tearfully glanced at Blue Autumn Yun taking back the Dan pills and shouted at her back, "Master, there's one more thing." At the same time, a tall and curvaceous woman wearing a mask emerged from the darkness. She bowed to Blue Autumn Yun. Priscilla Lee said nonchalantly, "Preparing the Dan pills was mostly thanks to this Immortal Maiden who you recommended." After that, Priscilla Lee nodded to the woman and then left with her companions. The towering mountain peak was now only home to Blue Autumn Yun and the woman. As the woman walked out, her figure became clearer in the moonlight. The Taoist robe was quite short, revealing bare legs and bare feet. In the moonlight, a pair of delicate and fair legs appeared even whiter. Like a young girl, red strings with bells were tied around her ankles, making clear tinkling sounds with each step she took. The upper half of her face was a white fox mask. Her eyes were lively, and the girl's skin was as fair as snow. Her cherry lips shimmered with an enticing luster. Even the partially revealed lower half of her face was enough to evoke thoughts of her exceptional beauty. The woman gazed at Blue Autumn Yun and smiled affectionately. "Alchemist, sir," Renheim's voice was clear and sweet, albeit tinged with a fox-like lingering breathiness, making it easy for people to have fanciful thoughts. Blue Autumn Yun narrowed his eyes. This woman has a deep cultivation level. She is at least at the Golden Core stage and can be considered a strong individual in the Mu province capital. What do you need from me? Renheim walked over with a smile. Then he knelt and sat in front of Blue Autumn Yun. It seems that he is not intimidated by his status as a 5-rank alchemist. Renheim is highly skilled and willing to share the worries for the adult. Blue Autumn Yun looked into Renheim's watery and affectionate eyes. He curiously asked to hear about the special skills. Renheim smiled faintly, raised her sleeve slightly, extended her lotus-like white and tender arm, clenched her small pink fist, and then gently opened it. Her skills and hand techniques were excellent. Renheim extended her pink tongue and licked her lips lightly. Her lips, moistened with water, became even more alluring. She excelled in oral techniques, and her mouth held infinite mysteries. Renheim straightened her body, bent her legs together, forming a seductively enticing body contour. Like a demon snake yearning for entwining and mating. This young lady had complete mastery over her body, captivating adults, and making them unable to extricate themselves. Blue Autumn Yun quickly fanned herself to remind herself to stay calm. Renheim stared straight at herself with eyes full of affection, and kept hinting with various body movements. His voice was quite flirtatious, and he was really unable to resist it. Blue Autumn Yin quickly waved his hand. I already have a wife, and not just one immortal maiden. Please be respectful. Rinheim looked at Blue Autumn Yun with a grievance and pouted. Her chest was straight and revealed snow-white skin with valleys. Sir, are you having the wrong thoughts? The young lady is skilled in gathering herbs and knows how to preserve their effectiveness. This is her expertise. Her tongue is quite agile and can taste the hidden flavors of the herbs. The more advanced the herb, the less likely she is to make a mistake. This unique skill is rare in the world. It might just be able to help you. In addition, I have the ability of the golden core. Although it may not be sufficient, I can also work for you as a support. I am sensitive to my body and can help you test the Dan pills. My appearance is also decent. Walking by your side can also be pleasing to the eye. Rinheim smiled and stood up. Of course, there may be other benefits. You can explore them gradually later on. Blue Autumn Yun supported her forehead. The wheel even pressed against her face, yet she still dares to say I have a dirty mind. This woman is really interesting. In the face of the deliberate seduction of a charming woman, Blue Autumn Yun showed a look of honesty. Are you here to tease me? Just say what you have to say. In the gaze of Blue Autumn Yun, Rinheim slightly moved her body, sitting limp beside the legs. Her fingers gently moved up from Blue Autumn Yun's shin. Then, she propped her face against her elbow on Blue Autumn Yun's knee. Her eyes blinked as she stared at Blue Autumn. The adult is wise, and this young lady does have a request for the adult's help. The adult is a 5th-rank alchemist, naturally possessing formidable skills in potion refining. The young lady would like to implore the adult for help in refining Dan pills. Rinheim's lips curled slightly as she lightly licked her fingers. Her voice became alluring and enchanting. If successful, I am willing to let the adult witness the charm of this young lady. Rinheim looked around and said softly, with the bright moon and stars shining, and the gentle breeze blowing, if the adult is interested, you can inspect the goods here. As she spoke, Rinheim had already half leaned onto Blue Autumn Yun's body. Her clothes slid down, revealing her snow-white shoulders and collarbones. The red belly band straps had already fallen off her shoulders. Her eyes were affectionate and shy, biting her lips with an eager look. Blue Autumn Yun decisively uses spiritual energy to bounce off Rinheim without hesitation. Rinheim is half buried on the ground with her skirt flipped open. The 2 flower-white thighs are exposed within sight, revealing a hint of spring. She looked at Blue Autumn Yun with a face full of sadness. So what if it's Blue Autumn Yun? A young lady like me doesn't need any titles. I can play any tricks they can. Why not give it a try? Also, I have a special spirit technique that can hide my body. Even if I do it in front of them, they won't notice. Isn't that very exciting? Blue Autumn Yun was speechless and directly covered her forehead. I just need the normal alchemist reward. Stop playing those tricks. Those illusions are useless to me. As he spoke, he silently pulled and adjusted his clothes to cover a certain area. Upon hearing this, Rinheim smiled faintly and stood up gently. The charming light in her eyes slowly disappeared. There was a hint of caution and appreciation on her face. The seductive trick, which never failed, unexpectedly had no effect on him. Obviously, this alchemist was much stronger than she had imagined. Rinheim smiled faintly and said, I understand the rules. I will provide the medicinal herbs and prescriptions, and you will handle the refinement, sir. As for the payment, I have many Dan pills prescriptions and medicinal herbs on my side. The quality is quite good and should meet your standards. There are also many cultivation methods and spirit techniques. Of course, 4th-rank Dan pills require a lot of effort, which these adults may not be satisfied with. However, I have a way to obtain several mutant 4th-rank medicinal herbs for the adults. In the end, I am willing to do one more thing for the adults. What do these adults think? Blue Autumn Yun glanced at Rinheim mutant medicinal herbs, whose rarity is no less than that of the spiritual fruit. The locations where they are buried are extremely secretive, mostly guarded by spiritual beasts. The spiritual beast guarding the 4th-rank mutant medicinal herbs is at least at the 4th rank, with strength equivalent to the golden core to nascent soul stage. At most, she is only at the golden core cultivation level. Blue Autumn Yun doesn't think that Rinheim is talking nonsense. Only someone who is stupid to a certain extent would offend a 5-rank alchemist. In addition, Blue Autumn Yun thinks that the woman's use of charm just now was a test. If one's performance was not good-looking enough, one might be ridiculed by her, and there might not be any subsequent high rewards. Blue Autumn Yun nodded in agreement. He just happened to need those medicinal herbs and Dan pills. Moreover, if he encounters trouble in Muyang City in the future, he can ask this woman for help. Rinheim smiled slightly, very confident in the reward she proposed to herself. As she spoke, she raised her hand, and a ring gently flicked out. Blue Autumn Yun caught it, and took out the prescription from inside. Luminous Spirit 7-flower Dan pill consists of a primary 4th rank or higher spirit herb. Each spirit herb is then supplemented with 7 types of medicinal materials. Approximately 7 Dan pills are refined before figuring out a way to merge them into one Dan pill. The difficulty of this prescription exceeds that of ordinary 4th rank Dan pills, with most spirit herbs exhibiting mutual exclusion in attributes, making it extremely challenging. Of course, the effects are also extremely terrifying, with several effects. Blue Autumn closed her eyes and simulated the steps of potion refining once. Blue Autumn Yun took out the alchemy cauldron and ignited the spiritual energy. She suspended many spirit herbs in midair, using spiritual energy to begin the refinement process. Rinheim furrowed her brow. She had originally planned to take the opportunity, while Blue Autumn Yun was pondering, to go and search for a few spare medicinal herbs. But she did not expect him to immediately start refining. Flames rose, enveloping the medicinal herbs. Those herbs ignited instantly under the high temperature. Blue Autumn Yun released spiritual energy. Pure medicinal liquid surrounded the body like water droplets. Spiritual energy enveloped the liquid for nurturing. In front of Rinheim, there is no need to suppress strength too much. Directly use various profound techniques that have been comprehended. When the spiritual liquid was almost nurtured, a white mist was released to freeze it. Blue Autumn Yun placed the 7 main medicinal herbs into the alchemy cauldron and directly used a fierce flame to devour them. Various fragrances of medicinal herbs diffused under his gaze. One by one, the main medicinal herbs slowly melted. Rinheim's chest heaved with cold sweat. Whenever those delicate medicinal herbs were about to dissipate in the fierce flames, they miraculously made it through, incredibly thrilling. Blue Autumn Yun spent nearly a night refining Dan pills. Rinheim also stared blankly for a whole night. As the night passed, the darkness did not fade away but grew heavier with approaching dark clouds. The restless roars of spiritual beasts could be heard around. The 5th rank Dan pills were already causing some abnormal signs. In Rinheim's incredulous gaze, the glowing Dan pills condensed into shape. Blue Autumn Yun sniffed lightly, with a hint of dissatisfaction. It had not reached the level of perfection, only high quality. Rinheim on the side, however, looked dumbfounded. It was refined just by taking a glance at the prescription. Even using these medicinal materials to refine 2 Dan pills, I'm afraid that even a renowned master in blue vast domain potion refining may not necessarily have such ability. Who exactly is this person? While Rinheim was in a daze, Blue Autumn Yun put the 2 Dan pills into a jade bottle and threw it over. Rinheim immediately caught it in a fluster, looking at the jade bottle with joy on her face. Then she knelt down and bowed, saying, "Thank you, sir. I will prepare your reward right away." Blue Autumn Yun waved her hand and nodded, still smelling the fragrance of Dan pills lingering in the air. She was afraid that someone would arrive soon. To avoid unnecessary trouble, let's leave quickly. After he returned to the inn, it was already getting light outside. Blue Autumn Yun closed his eyes briefly to rest for a moment. Then he went downstairs to meet up with the girls. At this time, they were having breakfast. This inn not only offers accommodation, but also food. There is a bulletin board in the hall. It is covered with a lot of gathered evil cultivator information. Guests can freely view and receive it as a gimmick to attract many cultivators. Many cultivators are also discussing recent rumors. It is said that last night at the top of Baiha Peak outside the city, there was a lingering fragrance of Dan pills that remained for a long time. At least it is of the 4th rank or higher. I have also heard. I wonder which distinguished alchemist is refining potions here. I didn't expect to find such a powerful alchemist in Muyang City. It is likely that they are here to search for spirit herbs. After hearing the news about the mysterious alchemist, Aurelia Luo and Ariel Mu exchanged glances and listened carefully. It doesn't hurt to gather some more information. Ariel Mu kept staring at Blue Autumn Yun, blinking her eyes as if asking, "Is it you?" Blue Autumn Yun intentionally pretended not to see. Little senior sister's sensing ability has been quite accurate recently. With the release of the Demon Execution Order, all disciples within the Cultivation sect are required to undergo a 1-month demon execution training as requested. At this time, Blue Autumn Yun and others have already arrived in Muyang City. While they are eating, a domineering female cultivator slowly walked down the steps in front of a crowd of cultivator clans. She was accompanied by an old man emitting a strong oppressive aura. Many cultivators, who looked over, quickly averted their gazes. They followed the anxious innkeeper's lead and headed to the VIP lounge. After a while, a proud-looking youth also arrived amidst a crowd. He disdainfully glanced at the crowd and went straight to the upper room. Aurelia Luo looked quite solemn. Do those two individuals also come from a major sect above the domain to carry out the demon execution order here? Regardless, it's better for us to stay away from them and have as little contact as possible. Just at this moment, Ariel Mu was walking back with a tray from the food pickup area. Coincidentally, she collided with a cultivator who was hurrying away. Unable to steady herself, she was knocked down and spilled porridge all over the floor. "Are you blind?" The cultivator scolded before snorting disdainfully and walking away quickly. Elegant Ling and Aurelia Luo helped Ariel Mu up and were about to go settle the accounts, but they were stopped by Blue Autumn Yun. Blue Autumn Yun helped Ariel Mu wipe off the porridge on her face, helped her sit down, and gently tapped her shoulder with her fingers. Spiritual energy spread out like smoke. A wisp of dark spiritual energy suddenly appeared in the faint white haze. Aurelia Luo's expression turned cold. That person is an evil cultivator. Blue Autumn Yun nodded lightly. That evil cultivator is hiding in the inn. After seeing those two groups of people, he probably can't hold back and plans to escape. We don't need to bother looking for him. Let's deal with him first. Blue Autumn Yun walked out of the inn and headed in a direction. Using the demon-seeking method, a faint black line appeared in their line of sight. He chased after it all the way until the black line stopped at a dead end on the outskirts of the outer city. The three women were just about to be discouraged. Blue Autumn Yun casually pressed against the wall and unleashed her spiritual energy, causing the wall to ripple like the surface of a lake for a few moments. It turned into a different scene. Blue Autumn Yun waved her hand as a sign and then walked over. After passing through, several people had already arrived outside of Muyang City. That black line appeared once again. Elegant Ling had just opened her mouth to ask him how he did it. The next second, he forcefully pressed the three women down, hugging them together on the ground. Aurelia Luo is on the left, Elegant Ling is on the right, and Ariel Mu is underneath him. The three women had flushed faces, especially Ariel Mu, who was stiff all over. Those being pressed down all looked dumbfounded. Blue Autumn Yun let out a soft sigh. The third daughter quickly looked through the dense grass after hearing the reminder. In the distance, the blurry figure of the evil cultivator has turned into 7 or 8 people. They are currently fighting with several other cultivators. Those cultivators have slender figures and graceful attire, clearly indicating that they are female cultivators. Aurelia Luo took a closer look and was shocked to see that it was none other than our cultivation sect's junior sister. Ariel Mu clenched her little fists, feeling nervous. Those are ruthless demons who wouldn't hesitate to kill. They would never show mercy, and any slight mistake could be disastrous. The three women's faces were either serious or fearful. Only Blue Autumn Yun was happily counting with a smile. Her expression was like counting money, making the three women break into a sweat. There are 4 female disciples from Verdant Mist Peak fighting desperately against those evil cultivators. The cultivation level of those evil cultivators exceeds theirs by a lot. Moreover, they are all ruthless fighters with bloody blades, completely overwhelming the female disciples in combat experience. The female disciples are being beaten without any power to fight back. Just then, one of the evil cultivators chuckled and said, "Hey, little sister, you need to put more effort into it. If you don't put in more effort, I'll have to do so later." The female disciples had angry expressions, but were helpless. Their spiritual energy and physical strength were gradually decreasing. The 4 of them leaned against each other, trying to delay for a moment. The evil cultivators walked over with a smile and surrounded them. "Let's finish this quickly. We still have important matters to attend to later. If it weren't for the time constraints, I would love to play a bit more." Suddenly, one of the evil cultivators waved his hand, and a powerful burst of fire exploded towards them. The female cultivators quickly used their spirit techniques to protect themselves. However, the difference in strength couldn't stop the formation from instantly collapsing. The women huddled together in fear, closing their eyes, preparing to face the coming storm. Several figures suddenly appeared in front of them. They never expected to encounter Aurelia Luo here. At this moment, the spiritual energy on her body blew her clothes up as she waved the spirit flute. A layer of slender, azure water light swept out like sword marks, forcing those evil cultivators to retreat and resist. Then she turned around and placed the spirit flute by her mouth, swiftly scanning the evil cultivators with her eyes. At the same time, Ariel Mu and Elegant Ling helped the fallen girls up. They stared solemnly at the encroaching evil cultivators, preparing for a decisive battle. Several evil cultivators shook off their torn clothes. Then, they surveyed the 4 newly appeared individuals. Finally, their gaze rested on Elegant Ling, Aurelia Luo, and Ariel Mu. They laughed heartily. They had initially thought dealing with 2 people using 1 woman would be troublesome. But they didn't expect 3 more people to show up. Their figures look good, and their appearances are excellent. Everyone, quickly make an effort to bring them in, so that we can all be comfortable together. At this moment, Elegant Ling's face is cold, with a faint golden shimmer. She reached back to grasp the second elder spiritual artifact gifted by Blue Autumn Yun. She locked eyes with Aurelia Luo for a moment before rushing out together. Blue Autumn Yun, on the other hand, was staring at someone who was using foul language with a higher cultivation level. She flew over directly. The only one who could make them comfortable was Lazi. Upon hearing this, Elegant Ling and Aurelia Luo almost stumbled. They glared fiercely at Blue Autumn Yun, and their speed slowed down. Just then, they were caught up by Blue Autumn Yun, who snatched away the most powerful evil cultivator. They then turned to deal with the weaker ones. Elegant Ling clenched the long sword with one hand, leaning forward. The long sword swiftly swept out more than 10 sword marks. The evil cultivator, who was planning to flirt, was stunned. They clearly did not expect Elegant Ling's attack to be so fierce. They hurriedly defended against several deadly sword marks. Another evil cultivator brandished a giant sword, forcing Aurelia Luo back with powerful and vigorous strikes. Aurelia Luo played the spirit flute, producing a lively and soothing melody, allowing the airflow around her to flow freely. Soon, the melody shifted from lively to cold, filled with a murderous intent. The invisible sword aura surrounded the evil cultivator, launching continuous, relentless attacks that caught the evil cultivator off guard. Ariel Mu and the other 4 fellow disciples almost teamed up against 3 evil cultivators in a 2-against-1 situation. The reduced pressure compared to before also allowed them to hold their ground. Blue Autumn Yun calmly dealt with 2 evil cultivators, while attentively observing the movements on the battlefield. Indeed, as a heavenly spirit body who has just entered the foundation stage, being able to bring a middle foundation stage evil cultivator to a desperate situation is impressive. The blood of Shushu is truly powerful. If the first senior sister activates the spiritual energy within her body, she should be able to barely fight against a core formation stage cultivator. The two evil cultivators were both shocked and furious. This kid was fighting and watching others fight at the same time. Even more outrageous is that he was holding a little book in his hand, glancing at it from time to time. This is really looking down on the two of them. This man is fighting himself while watching others fight. From time to time, he casts a glance at the yellow-skinned novels. Doesn't he underestimate evil cultivator too much? The two evil cultivators were shocked and angry. They had thought he was raging in anger for the sake of a beauty. But they did not expect that his strength was not commensurate with his appearance, and he was very difficult to deal with. The two of them tried to be fierce in every way possible, but they were never able to inflict even the slightest bit of harm on him. From the smile of Blue Autumn Yun, the two of them felt a chill. The spiritual energy circulating in their bodies unexpectedly stopped running. Immediately after, Blue Autumn Yun's figure flashed. Her speed was so fast that the two evil cultivators couldn't even catch her. He instantly grabbed the necks of the two people and pressed them to the ground. This swirled like a violent storm and struck wildly until the sound of cracking bones was heard. In repeated frenzied attacks, the bodies of two evil cultivators exploded into a mist of blood. Seeing this, the other evil cultivators rushed towards Blue Autumn Yun together. Blue Autumn Yun dodged lightly to the side. The long sword on the ground swiftly came into Blue Autumn Yun's hand. Several spirals of energy wrapped around the arm and onto the long sword, slashing back in a reverse grip. Several figures interweaved continuously. The sound of colliding spiritual energy constantly rubbed and sparked. Not long after, they all fell down one after another. The female cultivators, who had originally planned to support, looked stunned. Blue Autumn Yun unexpectedly could go back and forth with this evil cultivator in their battle, and even effortlessly defeated them. Elegant Ling and Aurelia Luo blinked their eyes, also greatly impressed. Their eyes sparkled like little stars, clapping like fangirls. A group of evil cultivators fell to the ground, their vitality rapidly dissipating from their eyes. After Blue Autumn Yun looted the belongings of the evil cultivators, she used spiritual energy to bury the corpse's aura, ensuring that they would not be detected by others for a period of time. After returning to the inn, the emotions of those female cultivators gradually calmed down. They actually did not intend to participate in the demon execution order this time. They came to Muyang City just to pick some spiritual herbs in exchange for spiritual stones to earn some pocket money. However, they had very bad luck. On their first day here, they encountered evil cultivators. After experiencing all this, the girls had no intention of staying any longer. They took a short break and then decided to return to the cultivation sect. In the inn, Elegant Ling and Aurelia Luo are clearing the spoils of war. Their faces are filled with the joy of a fruitful harvest. They both participated in the demon execution order for the first time and achieved victory from the outset, feeling very cheerful in their hearts. On the desktop are 8 jade plaques that serve as proof of the identity of evil cultivators. These are the basis for calculating scores in the demon execution order. Before long, Ariel Mu walked over carrying a black and gold box with a seal on top. Several chains extended from the seal, tightly wrapping around the black and gold box. She was very frustrated, not knowing what was inside. She tried many methods, but couldn't open it. Upon hearing this, Blue Autumn Yun took it from her hand and gently pressed the edges and chain of the box, scanning the shimmering patterns on the seal. With a crisp sound, the seal drifted away and turned into ash. The chain lock also fell from the box. Soon, a cage appeared in sight. Inside was a sleepy-eyed, small, and red spiritual beast with a resemblance to both a fox and a cat. Its ears were long and huge. It trembled all over upon seeing everyone, as if startled, and quickly shrank to the edge of the box. The 3 girls were immediately attracted by the adorable spiritual beast. Blue Autumn Yun also glanced lightly at it. The spirit-eared cat carries a hint of rare sacred beast bloodline. In Blue Vast Domain, it is considered an extremely rare spiritual beast with a cute appearance, often raised as a pet. When raised to a certain level, it can also be used for animal control and possesses impressive combat abilities. In addition, the spirit-eared cat has exceptionally sharp senses and can be used to find various items. Its usefulness on that evil cultivator is self-evident. Presumably, they want to search for something. In the bustling Muyang city, the lights are bright in the evening. Pedestrians come and go in constant streams. Several people staying at the inn felt bored and decided to go out for a stroll together. Soon, a magnificent 11-story building came into view. Several girls' eyes lit up, and they hurriedly walked into the building together. Upon reaching the lingerie section, Blue Autumn Yun immediately covered her nose. There were made costumes, swimsuits, and various other clothing items that exposed the teenage girls' figures. The craftsmanship was extremely conscientious. The most scarce fabrics are used to showcase the most beautiful and enticing figures of the teenagers. Moreover, it is extremely convenient. It is worth the high prices and caters to various tastes. It can highlight the body's contours while also concealing the most mysterious areas. Often, this semi-revealing attire is the most alluring. Just thinking about it can't help but make the blood boil. Blue Autumn Yun chuckled. If the girls were to wear these, just the thought of it would be somewhat exciting. After a moment, Elegant Ling held the selected clothing in her arms. She glanced around quickly and hurriedly ran over while no one was looking. She swiftly took out a semi-transparent belly band from the hanger, along with a short skirt and stockings. Blushing and running away quickly, Elegant Ling felt extremely embarrassed. She thought to herself that she might need it one day, so she decided to buy it first and worry about it later. After a while, Aurelia Luo also adopted the same posture. When she saw that no one was paying attention around her, she took out a set of secretary outfit and stockings that could reveal her figure. She gritted her teeth and then grabbed the lace leg garter. Then she continued to casually pick out clothes as if nothing had happened. But when they finished picking out a large pile of items, they found that the prices were far beyond their budget. Blue Autumn Yun was shocked by the large bags and packages in the hands of the women, as well as the attendants following behind, pushing full shopping carts. Apart from clothes, there were also some jewelry and spiritual artifacts. Isn't it not just a little bit, but a billion bits? They were almost going to empty out this store. Are they buying clothes, or are they buying the whole store? Blue Autumn Yun hesitated. He didn't mind spending money, but there have been many cultivators and evil cultivators in Muyang City recently. Carrying so many things with him would definitely attract unnecessary trouble when going out. This was really not in line with his low-key personality. At this moment, Elegant Ling stood with her hands behind her back, awkwardly smiling. Then she looked at Blue Autumn Yun and sweetly called out, "Dad." Blue Autumn Yun was shocked and fell into silence. The effect was outstanding. Aurelia Luo approached Blue Autumn Yun and whispered in her ear, "Dad, I want one too." Ariel Mu also nodded silly and said, "Dad, Dad." Blue Autumn Yun couldn't have imagined that Elegant Ling would resort to this trick. Blue Autumn Yun reluctantly walked downstairs to the counter to find a servant to tally the prices. He still had over 20,000 spiritual stones in his storage ring, more than enough to pay for these clothes. However, he will need to stay in Muyang City for a long time. He also wants to help the girls improve their strength. He will buy some more medicinal materials himself. The upcoming expenses are still quite substantial. There may be other expenses as well. By such calculations, the plunder from the evil cultivator's side is also not enough to make up for it. So he used his divine sense to scan the storage ring that Renheim gave him to find out how much treasure was inside. After seeing the items inside, he found that the storage ring was filled with valuable objects and spiritual stone savings cards. The payment was equivalent to the price of 5th-rank Dan pills. That Dan pill is worth tens of thousands of spiritual stones. But the funds given by Renheim far exceeded that. The spiritual stones cards even reached a terrifying denomination of 1 million. It is estimated that the merchant association to which this pavilion belongs could probably acquire 2 or 3 of them. The strongest Blue Emperor is also unable to withstand the power of the Immortal Maiden calling for her father. Fortunately, he obtained a storage ring from Rinheim, which contains a spiritual stones card with a considerable amount. Just as Blue Autumn Yun was about to check out, a young man in a robe descended the stairs from the upper level. His bored eyes wandered around. Everyone was joyfully carrying numerous packages. The young man's face was filled with sleepiness and boredom. Just as he was about to go downstairs to check out, his gaze suddenly stopped at Elegant Ling, Aurelia Luo, and Ariel Mu. After seeing the three girls, one with a plump figure, one slender and graceful, he couldn't help but stare. He comes from a significant power in the blue vast domain, and has a wide range of knowledge and experience. Even the beautiful girls on the Immortal Maiden list have been seen multiple times. But when it comes to their profiles or back views alone, they fall short by quite a bit, lacking the aura and agility of immortals. He pondered for a moment. Song Yin lifted his chin towards the female guards behind him, signaling them to pay the bill. Then he straightened out his clothes. He slowly walked down the steps towards Elegant Ling and the others. The three girls felt very honored to meet Song Yin from the Blue Vast Domain Soaring Fire Sect here. Upon hearing the three words, Soaring Fire Sect, Elegant Ling and the three girls exchanged a glance. Soaring Fire Sect has a great reputation in the Blue Vast Domain and can be considered a major power. They couldn't help but be surprised to encounter such a powerful force from the domain level in Muyang City. They showed no intention of interacting, but the young man faintly exuded a strong sense of threat. Behind him were several attendants whose cultivation level was unclear. To avoid trouble, Aurelia Luo hesitated for a moment. She nodded and said, "Mr. Song, what can I help you with?" Song Yin laughed heartily several times. Seeing the several graceful and charming ladies, he couldn't help but feel delighted. He did not expect that Muyang City still had such celestial beauties. "I wonder under which cultivation sect do you, ladies, hail from, Immortal Maidens? May I know your names?" Aurelia Luo frowned. She felt somewhat annoyed by this person. But this person has quite a prominent background. It's not wise to provoke him. She politely refused Song Yin and, saying something, she pulled Elegant Ling and Ariel Mu to leave quickly. However, Song Yin took a step forward to block their way. He said thoughtfully, "Ladies, it seems that you like the clothes here. I have some means. If you don't mind, I can pay for your purchases." Elegant Ling did not show any gratitude. She said, "Thank you for your kindness, but someone else has already offered to pay for us." Upon hearing this, Song Yin furrowed his eyebrows slightly, feeling displeased in his heart. However, he still maintained a polite smile on his face. "Your friends who are Immortal Maidens must also be beauties. Where can they be recommended?" "Did you call me?" A voice came from behind. Song Yin turned around to see a young man in a blue and white robe. Blue Autumn Yun looked around and probably understood what had happened. "Are you friends with all the Immortal Maidens?" Song Yin looked up and scanned Blue Autumn Yun. He carefully sensed his aura and attire. A few seconds later, he concluded that this guy was just an ordinary small cultivator. He couldn't help but feel contempt in his heart. Blue Autumn Yun chuckled and said, "Friend, you're mistaken. I am their father." Song Yin was momentarily unable to understand this relationship. Blue Autumn Yun smiled lightly and explained carefully. "It means their husbands' nicknames when playing jokes." Got it? Elegant Ling and Aurelia Luo instantly blushed with embarrassment and didn't know what to do. He actually said such words directly. Song Yin was stunned for a few seconds, feeling inexplicably angry. "With your behavior, are you worthy of being friends with these three Immortal Maidens?" But when he looked at the shy expressions and the deep resentment in the eyes of the other two girls, he couldn't help but think that they had some kind of relationship with him. These girls seemed to be intimate with this guy. They were cold towards him, who came from the blue vast domain, but showed a tender affection towards him. With a shy expression, Song Yin felt a surge of jealousy. In an instant, his mouth was full of a lemony taste. Song Yin still had a smile on his face, but the smile had turned cold and unpleasant. "Wait, It was destiny that I met the Immortal Maidens. You have bought a lot of things in bulk, but they do not match their status. I plan to buy some jewelry from the high-end stores to gift to them. Please wait a little longer. Song Yin sneered with his arms crossed. Judging from the packages of the girls, it seems they do not have the money to buy items from high-end stores. He aimed to display financial power that the kid couldn't match, achieving what young people couldn't easily do. He intended to humiliate the boy in front of these girls by extravagantly spending money. He wanted to show these girls the immense power of the blue vast domain. Elegant Ling and Aurelia Luo are already very repelled by Song Yin at this point, and have also seen through his thoughts. Elegant Ling is starting to lose her patience. No need to bother anymore. If there's nothing else, we'll leave. Song Yin nodded proudly and looked at the ladies with a smile. If the Immortal Maidens are interested, I can take you to kill some evil cultivators tomorrow. It's a pity that your beauty doesn't make it to the Immortal Maidens ranking. Blue Autumn Yun couldn't help but be speechless. Showing off wealth is one thing, but even saying in front of oneself to take girls to cultivate is another. Aurelia Luo thought for a few seconds. She glanced at Blue Autumn Yun and then gave a faint smile. Since the gentleman has such intentions, this lady shall not be disrespectful. Ariel Mu looked at Aurelia Luo in bewilderment, about to pull Aurelia Luo's arm. Aurelia Luo gently patted the back of Ariel Mu's hand. Elegant Ling chuckled thoughtfully. The gentleman is really willing to spend money. Song Yin felt relieved as the two beauties had changed their attitude towards him. This is probably related to his offer to help eliminate the evil cultivator just now. After all, material wealth and reputation are almost everyone's pursuits. The allure of the Immortal Maiden ranking is not trivial for such beauties like them. Ascending to the top floor, Song Yin scanned through many accessories and robes. He was calculating the prices in his mind. He comes from a wealthy background and has a lot of money on him. It's no problem for him to buy half of the top floor. However, he is a bit reluctant as the cost of chasing girls has increased. He is just feeling inexplicably distressed. But watching the girls twist their waists and hips, he felt restless in his heart. Looking at those attractive facial contours, what kind of charm will they display on the bed? With gritted teeth, Song Yin said quite suavely, I'll take all the goods on this floor and the next 2 floors. The shopkeeper of the building came here a moment later. It's the gentleman who wants to buy all the items on these floors. Song Yin didn't even look up, but his tone was full of smugness. I, the shopkeeper, helped to take care of it, and I hope it will be done quickly. Don't keep the Immortal Maidens waiting too long. But the shopkeeper looked embarrassed. This gentleman is really sorry and cannot sell. Song Yin stared coldly at the middle-aged shopkeeper. The uncontrollable release of killing intent emanated from him. He not only did not flatter when buying in bulk. On the contrary, the shopkeeper was so disrespectful. The shopkeeper was extremely panicked, repeatedly bowing and apologizing. Wiping away sweat, he said, Sir, I certainly didn't mean to offend. It's just that this shop has already been purchased by another person. A lowly disciple from the Soaring Fire sect actually wants to steal Blue Emperor's woman. Not only does he flaunt his wealth in front of him, but he even wants to buy things for Blue Emperor's woman. Blue Autumn Yun happened to come strolling by at this moment. The shopkeeper at the pavilion respectfully bowed and greeted. The one who bought this building is indeed this gentleman. Song Yin was suddenly taken aback. The goods in this shop and the pavilion combined cost at least 500,000 spiritual stones. How could this kid possibly afford it? The shopkeeper of the pavilion didn't want to linger in this place filled with the smell of gunpowder. Quickly, he handed a black card to Blue Autumn Yun. Seeing the black card, Song Yin and his group's faces twitched. Only those who have 1,000,000 spiritual stones are eligible to use such a card. Even for the Soaring Fire sect, this is still a considerable fortune. This guy turns out to be a big spendthrift. Song Yin was not convinced. He casually took out a jade plaque from his storage ring and threw it to Blue Autumn Yun, indicating that he had something to do tonight. Otherwise, He would have to teach this kid a lesson. Late at night, moonlight seeped through the window curtains into the room. Blue Autumn Yun held a jade plaque with intricate patterns. It emitted strange and colorful hues. The patterns on the jade plaque were quite complex. On the front side, there was a slumbering demon fox. Although its eyes were closed, it gave a sense of being observed, causing an inexplicable sense of palpitation. The demon fox's narrow 9 tails extended all the way to the back of the jade plaque, forming a circular pattern resembling a twisted vortex. When reflected, it could be seen as an ancient demonic character. Blue Autumn Yun pondered for a moment, then opened the window in the corridor and left. The silk-like venomous haze spread outward from the depths of the mountains outside the city, making the whole city exceptionally dark. Since the appearance of the Spirit Spring phenomenon outside Muyang City, the spirit herbs have been growing rapidly, attracting numerous herb pickers every night, including mutants. They have even built small villages in the wilderness of Muyang City. However, as night falls, a venomous haze suddenly appears in the mountains without warning, slowly spreading outward, making it impossible to continue harvesting herbs for a while. These herb gatherers' eyes have a strange color in their pupils, and their movements have become somewhat sluggish, showing signs of poisoning. Many cultivators, like Blue Autumn Yun, also headed towards the deep mountains. Upon discovering the symptoms of the herb gatherers, they dispersed the looming demonic energy, and then swiftly drove them away to continue on their journey. The intermittent clues have gradually allowed Blue Autumn Yun to piece things together. The sudden changes in Muyang City. Those evil cultivators using the spirit-eared cat are clearly searching for something. However, after obtaining the Demon Emperor Palace Jade Plaque, Blue Autumn Yun has a rough idea of the possible direction. The item that the evil cultivators are searching for is very likely the sacred object of the Demon Emperor Palace, the Myriad Monster Orb. The Myriad Monster Orb is indeed excellent. However, it is of no use to Blue Autumn Yun. The one who can control the Myriad Monster Orb is the Phantom Fiend body, which is one of the 3 types of physiques he needs. The Demon Emperor Palace has already declined, even disappeared. Naturally, the difficulty of finding the Phantom Fiend body is immense. But now there are relevant clues. Blue Autumn Yun will certainly not let this opportunity slip by. He put on the wig, activated his spiritual energy to change his appearance slightly, then casually glanced around before heading towards another dense forest. When he found a thin area of venomous haze, and was about to investigate, suddenly a graceful and familiar figure appeared beside him. The figure also noticed Blue Autumn Yun, and immediately walked over, with a charming smile. The figure slowly approached from the darkness. A close-fitting robe with scarce fabric. The white legs were very eye-catching in the night. Her face was adorned with a half-mask. You could tell from the upturned corners of her lips that she was smiling. Blue Autumn Yun was surprised. It was a bit unexpected to unexpectedly meet Rinheim here. Rinheim nodded slightly and bowed to Blue Autumn Yun. Why did the adult appear here? Could it be because the night is long and the adult is a bit lonely? Feeling restless and unable to bear it, she came out to seek amusement. If that's the case, Rinheim can accompany you for a while. Blue Autumn Yun ignored it, and continued to inspect venomous haze. Rinheim, however, followed behind Blue Autumn Yun. She gently pulled her clothes to reveal her shoulders. Today I am wearing black fishnet attire on my upper and lower body. Surely it will add a lot of fun, she said, as her fingers restlessly moved towards Blue Autumn Yun's abdomen. Her fingers teased, as if trying to arouse evil desires. Blue Autumn Yun was speechless and quickly dodged. The woman's fingers touched venomous haze, leaving a slightly black dew on her fingertips. It can be seen that this woman had just emerged from the depths of the venomous haze in the mountains. He recalled that this woman had asked him for help in refining the luminous spirit 7-flower den pill. It seems she is going to search for the Myriad Monster Orb. Blue Autumn Yun was also not bothering to beat around the bush with her. He straightforwardly asked her if she had found the Myriad Monster Orb. Upon hearing this, Rinheim's smile gradually stiffened. Panic arose in her eyes. This matter is extremely confidential in the cultivation world. Perhaps besides that person in the blue vast domain, No one else knows about it. She couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling a deep sense of dread towards Blue Autumn Yun. Blue Autumn Yun sighed and walked forward. Just tell her not to go and mess with that thing. Rinheim's curiosity was further aroused. She watched Blue Autumn Yun's back and shook her head slightly. Then she turned to look at the pervasive smoke. Taking out another Dan pills, she was about to enter again. Just as she was about to swallow it, only to see a few strong auras coming from the depths of the smoke, more than a dozen figures swiftly rushing out of the fog. The cultivator in a golden robe at the front immediately cursed loudly upon seeing Rinheim. That demoness hasn't run far from here. Rinheim's figure moved. A lingering afterimage swiftly flew towards the direction of Myong City. A huge sword shadow rushed out rapidly. The sword shadow pierced the ground, setting off a strong explosion of spiritual energy. Clumps of soil and trees flying in the air blocked Rinheim's path. Those figures all went crazy and charged forward together. They ran around Rinheim, surrounding her. Taking out the spiritual artifact, they glared angrily at Rinheim. Rinheim looked at them and sighed slightly. Her white wrist emerged from her sleeve. Between her fingers were several silver needles shimmering with a cold light. Her eyes quickly searched for vulnerabilities. Upon seeing a few cultivators with slightly weaker strength above, she directly flew up towards them. The surrounding cultivators all turned around and encircled her to attack together. Rinheim tilted her body to brush past the long swords wielded by two cultivators. She kept moving backward and then swiftly flipped over. A sword shadow grazed her face. Rinheim smiled lightly and swiftly scattered the silver needles from her hand. Many cultivators immediately used spiritual artifacts to defend themselves. Cultivators with weaker strength used protective chi shields that were unexpectedly pierced like bubbles. The silver needles hit the bodies of those cultivators directly. Then, the ends of those silver needles revealed hidden threads in the darkness. Rinheim lightly pulled on the threads with her fingers, causing the 5 cultivators hit by the silver needles to instantly fall heavily to the ground, unable to move. They then stood up like puppets. Rinheim showed a disdainful and contemptuous smile. She pulled her hands, tightening the threads. Those cultivators turned into manipulated puppets and rushed towards the remaining cultivator together. Sword shadows and various spirit techniques bombarded. Rinheim left behind traces of fox shadows beside her. She dodged many incoming attacks. She then took out a katana as tall as a person from the storage ring and swung it. She lightly licked the blade with her tongue, spraying a drop of blood onto it. The katana immediately flashed a crimson eerie gleam. The scarlet flame spread gently from the blade to both sides, giving off an ominous and mysterious aura. Blue Autumn Yun touched his chin as he watched the battle. Rinheim's style of attack is indeed quite novel. He rarely recalls seeing such a scene in his memory. It seems to be not from this immortal cultivation region. In no time, Rinheim single-handedly resisted 11 cultivators without falling behind. Only to see the leader of the cultivators in a golden robe emitting strong spiritual energy fluctuations. A giant demon ape phantom appeared on his body, and his aura was extremely violent. The other 2 cultivators also started to act. One of them took out more than 10 flying swords from his back. One of them used the technique of controlling beasts to summon more than 10 spiritual beasts. Rinheim continued to jump backward repeatedly. At this moment, 2 white demon wolves rushed towards Rinheim, viciously biting at her. The 2 shadows beside her immediately stepped in to block the attacks. At the same time, Rinheim instinctively swung wildly, colliding with a dozen sword shadows. The clash resulted in a deafening explosion. Rinheim's body slid back along the ground, her knees supporting her. While the sword cultivator's face turned red, he quickly suppressed the disordered spiritual energy. Rinheim narrowed her eyes. Her figure scattered in a dazzling manner. She grasped the katana with both hands and quickly rushed forward as if staking her life on it. The cultivator in a golden robe sneered and also rushed forward with clenched fists. Just as they were about to collide head-on, Rinheim suddenly shifted her body and brushed past the cultivator in the golden robe. She forcefully withstood the pursuit with a katana, and her figure burst into a flash. Then she quickly rushed to the side of Blue Autumn Yun, staggered a few steps before falling down. Rinheim knelt on the ground and gently tugged at Blue Autumn Yun's trousers. She reached out a delicate hand, swaying it in front of Blue Autumn Yun's abdomen, cooing softly. "Adult, I'd beg for a piggyback ride. Later, I'll help you polish your sword, okay? I came here kneeling." The charming fox woman was surrounded by a group of cultivators after stealing the spirit herb. In her desperation, she tightly grabbed onto the Blue Emperor's leg. Blue Autumn Yun never expected that one day, while enjoying a meal, she would end up eating herself. He faced the coquettish woman's flirting and selling cuteness. Blue Autumn Yun was amazed and couldn't help twitching his mouth. He also looked at Rinheim, who was kneeling beside him with great disdain. "Is this what you call your ace move, trying to seek favor?" In an instant, Blue Autumn Yun also became the focus of the whole scene. Rinheim sat on the ground pulling at his clothes. Full of vulnerability, the delicate woman begged her scumbag husband not to abandon her with a sense of déjà vu. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Blue Autumn Yun lifted up the clothes. Rinheim held on tightly and wouldn't let go, leaving a trail on the grass. Blue Autumn Yun sighed and held Rinheim's shoulders with both hands. Lifted Rinheim up as easily as pulling up a spring onion. Rinheim was pulled and exposed her snowy white shoulders. The curves wrapped in fishnet clothing were alluring. Rinheim let out a soft gasp in response. Blue Autumn Yun looked speechless. "Gasping my ass, I just pulled you a bit." Rinheim looked very wronged as she looked at Blue Autumn Yun. "But just one tug and I'm gone." This is the first person to drive him crazy since Shushu. Blue Autumn Yun knows she can't win the argument against her, so she simply stops speaking too much. 3 golden core cultivators leaped over to surround the two. The one in the golden robe glanced at Blue Autumn Yun, thinking she could offer some resistance. "Quickly hand over those spirit herbs. I might go easy on you since you are a woman." Rinheim covered her mouth and chuckled. She replied in a very disdainful tone, "Go easy on me? My legs are right here. I don't need your mercy." What a joke. Rinheim leaned against Blue Autumn Yun and said coquettishly, "Sir, could you please help me? I only took a little bit of spirit herb. Just toss over a few Dan pills casually to resolve the crisis. Later, this young lady will definitely repay you well." Blue Autumn Yun looked at her silently. It's really just a bit of spirit herb. A few golden core cultivators can get so excited about it. She even used her family's unique skills. Rinheim stretched out her fingers, counting one by one. Just a few hundred with spirit flower fruits, a dozen eternal youth herbs, 5 lavender gray saplings, and 1 relatively valuable Xianling flower. With only this much, this group of people is desperately chasing after her. How petty. Blue Autumn Yun stared at the complaining Rinheim with wide eyes, and was speechless. These precious spirit herbs probably add up to millions of spiritual stones. With such a quantity, even he would chase after them. He also somewhat understood why this woman was so wealthy. The cultivator in the golden robe's face darkened, and he angrily said, "You also heard what this woman said. How can you still cover up for such a shameless person?" Blue Autumn Yun gently touched his forehead with one hand. With the other hand patting Rinheim's shoulder, he said, "A gentleman loves wealth, but with proper means of acquisition." Rinheim bit her lip, saying, "This spirit herb is crucial for me. If the adult won't help, I'll have to leave." Blue Autumn Yun sighed, and was about to turn around. Rinheim hurriedly grabbed Blue Autumn Yun's hand. "You can't leave without me. After all, we both have flesh and blood connections with you. How can you be so heartless?" The 3 golden core cultivators looked at each other. Do they really have flesh and blood connections? Their relationship does seem quite deep indeed. They had the idea of capturing Blue Autumn Yun together. After all, this kid may also help hide the goods. When Blue Autumn Yun went crazy and spun in place, suddenly, amidst the venomous haze pervading the surroundings, dozens of hideous phantoms emerged from the mist. They looked like ghosts on the road to the underworld, emitting black smoke and staggering out of the venomous haze. Many cultivators turned and looked at each other. Everyone seemed puzzled by the appearance of such strange events. As the blurry fiendish figures in the venomous haze increased, the Golden Core cultivator coldly snorted as he glanced at Renheim, temporarily putting aside the grievances. He waved his hand to signal those Golden Core cultivators to intercept the dozen fiends coming out first before discussing further. At this moment, Blue Autumn Yun walked towards the fiend in the venomous haze. With a slight movement of her finger, Renheim's dagger flew out and landed in her hand. Beside the cultivator in a golden robe was a young man, who was the previously mentioned Song Yen. He had also never seen such a scene before, and felt quite horrified inside. If it weren't for the sake of preserving the reputation of the Soaring Fire sect, he would have retreated long ago. Dozens of fiends emerged from the venomous haze and launched a frenzied attack. Renheim's face immediately paled. She didn't expect Blue Autumn Yun to face those fiends alone. She gritted her teeth and rushed forward quickly. She reached out to grab Blue Autumn Yun's arm, wanting to escape together. But she did not expect Blue Autumn Yun to be as strong as 1,000 pounds. He stood still in place without moving an inch. When Fiend was 100 steps away, Blue Autumn Yun suddenly opened his eyes. Renheim suddenly felt like needles were pricking her back, causing her whole body to tremble. She couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, staggering back 2 steps before falling to the ground. The aura of this person was far more terrifying than those fiends. Blue Autumn Yun gently placed the katana in front of him, pushing the back of the blade with his hand, its reflection showing him squinting his eyes. A white light bloomed in the air, spanning dozens of meters. The white light expanded into a terrifyingly large sword shadow, sweeping down to cut down dozens of oncoming fiends. Renheim stood behind Blue Autumn Yun, widening her eyes as she looked at the massive sword shadow slashing down. Within several dozen meters around the sword shadow, the fiends that had not yet come into contact with it dissipated one after another, turning into black smoke. Even the fiend at the Golden Core completion cultivation level could not resist his single slashing attack, shattering and disappearing at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. In an instant, all the frenzied fiends charging forward were completely slain. The sword shadow continued forward, accompanied by a series of intense and piercing bursting sounds. In the distance within the line of sight, a rumbling collapse could be heard from the mountaintop. Several seconds later, the sword shadow finally dissipated. Everything within sight was leveled to the ground. All the cultivators present widened their eyes, unable to imagine what is happening before them. A single sword strike kills the Golden Core stage fiend in one move, turning the scene into flat ground within sight. Such power is truly terrifying. Blue Autumn Yun turned around and put the katana into Renheim's hands. She gently pinched her face to help her close her mouth, which was open in surprise.